being the jack of all trades, right? The Swiss Army knife. He can play both tackle positions. He can play some guard. He's more versatile. So if somebody goes down, he's a guy you can put in there, and you don't have to move multiple pieces to patch things together. So I think best case scenario for this offensive line is it's Garrett Bowles at left tackle. It's, would have been James, but now Dotson or whoever else at right tackle, and Elijah Wilkinson's your backup who can play a lot of different spots. I think that's what they're trying to set up because I think that's the best case scenario.
Yeah, and James Marilat joining us here from 1043thefan.com. James, I see it a little bit differently. I think they're getting DeMar Dotson, if they sign him, as a, if emergency happens here and a guy goes down, we got a veteran to kind of fill the void there, and we know what we'll get from him, and we don't have to count on Jake Rogers or whoever else. And I think their plan is going to be Elijah Wilkinson at right tackle. I think they want to see him play football, and I think they like his potential. And so I think it's going to be him at the right tackle spot, Bowles at the left tackle spot, if everybody else stays healthy, and DeMar Dotson as the backup.
That wouldn't shock me. They know what they're getting in Wilkinson. He played that position basically all last year, all but the 63 snaps that Juwan James managed to get on the field. So, maybe not at the end of the year. It might have been Rodgers or somebody else. But for the most part, he was their right tackle last year. So they know what they're getting. So it wouldn't shock me at all, Stoke, if that's how it turned out. And, I don't think having a veteran, standing over on the sidelines that maybe, since he is somewhat long in the tooth, maybe he doesn't have 16 games in him, but he's got the series here or there if somebody gets nicked up. He's got the game here or there if somebody gets hurt. And can step in and be really effective. Maybe that's the plan, but you have to have somebody that can be a backup you can count on. So whether that's Wilkinson, because we saw that, hey, he can do that last year. He was wasn't great, but he also wasn't a total disaster when he had to play virtually every game. Or whether that's Dotson, I'd be fine with either scenario, because at least that way, like I say, you got somebody standing over there on the sideline. If Garrett Bowles gets hurt and you put Wilkinson over there and put Dotson in at right tackle, okay, you're not, going to take a huge step backward. So that scenario wouldn't shock me at all, Stoke.
James, I got to give you a little bit of pushback of something that you said in passing. No, don't be concerned. It's just par for the course between us. When you said you didn't believe that the Broncos really wanted to have Bowles in an open competition, and Stoke has said that too, or sort of hinted at maybe they believe in Bowles more than the rest of us. But I heard Vic Fangio last week into a microphone when he was asked about Garrett Bowles, and he sort of gave this like lethargic review of who he's been, and said that, look, he said this offseason, he said he felt like he was in a better place mentally and emotionally, and Vic, I asked
went
Stoke,
there again.
I asked Stoke, I said, you've been playing in the NFL 15 years. How often did you hear a coach use the phrase mentally and emotionally when talking about one of their players? And he couldn't remember one. We got it twice here within a calendar year. But he says, Bowles is in a better place emotionally and mentally than he has been. He's worked hard, and he's cautiously optimistic about his 2020 season. If someone asked me about you, what it's been like working with you, James, and I said to them publicly, well, I think, James Marilat is entering a new window in 2020 where he's a little bit better emotionally and mentally than he's been, and I'm cautiously optimistic about working with James moving forward. That feel pretty disrespectful. I'm sure you would feel that way. When he said that, I believe that they want an open competition at tackle. I think that Bowles has frustrated Vic Fangio more than anybody else, and if they can exercise a better option, I think they'll do it.
Well, it's and I'm with you. Like, yeah, if you said that about working with me, I would have to do a little bit of a reality check, right? The old look yourself in the mirror, like, man, what am I missing here? So yeah, it would probably tick me off. It would probably insult me. And then after that wore off, I would do a little, like I say, a little self-check and see, hey, was he onto something there? So I'm sure Garrett Bowles probably had all those things happen to him. But, it's hard with Vic Fangio. like, what part of press conferences do we put a lot of stock in and what do we not? Because he also said Garrett Bowles last year, well, he's the incumbent. That was less than a, raving endorsement. And then later in the year, he was, singing his praises and how he's out there every play and he's really reliable. And like, I don't know what to make of what Vic Fangio says. You like to think these coaches are super calculated and they know exactly what they're saying and every word is kind of scripted out for them and they want to deliver a certain message. I think he's kind of fire from the hip, and whatever he's kind of mood he's in that day, that's what we're going to get, because it's all over the board. It not only with Garrett Bowles, but with a lot of guys. I mean, Von Miller's kind of in that same category. He didn't exude any praise on Drew Lock last year because, well, he's a rookie, and even though he has a really good practice down at the stadium and everybody's raving about him, he's going to come out and tell the media, it doesn't matter. It's practice. 7-on-7 is not real football. Well, of course it's not. But you could say something positive about your young quarterback and maybe get Broncos country a little bit excited. So, very long-winded way for me to say I'm not sure I put any stock in anything Vic Fangio says in a press conference. I'm not. I don't know that I buy it.
Oh, okay. I didn't. I think Vic is very calculated with the things that he says, especially when you look at how he called out Juwan James last year. I think that was something that he thought about for a while, and he just got fed up. I think some of the coaches probably wanted him to say it. I'm sure John Elway was like, yeah, go for it. And he finally, after thinking about it, just said, you know what, I'm going to call him out. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Well, if he is calculated, then he needs to get a new slide rule or something because his calculations don't work. Right? It didn't
Why
work.
not?
It didn't work with Von Miller. He started pushing those buttons the day he got the job, and Von Miller had the worst suspension, non-injury season he's had.
Was that because of Vic?
I don't know, but it's the factor. It's one of the factors we can look at. Juwan James pushing those buttons. It didn't get him on the field last year. It probably played a part in him not being on the field this year, so that didn't work. Like, I'm not sure. Everybody talks about how Vic Fangio does a great job of pushing buttons. Do we have an example of when it's actually been successful? When it's like, wow, he pushed the buttons and just dialed up the right code, and it really worked. I'm having a hard time, honestly, thinking of a situation where he was critical of a guy, where he was kind of challenged a guy, and then we saw a whole different player come out of that.
Would you rather him not challenge a guy? I like that from a coach that, you know what, you're going to not call out Von. He didn't call out Von Miller like he called out Juwan James, but he challenged him. And then he did call out Juwan James. I like that from a coach.
I tend to be a little bit more of a Pete Carroll type of a guy, right? Like and Pete Carroll's over the top. He's positive about everything, right? But I just think it's a little old school. Vic loves to tell us stories about, the 1980s New Orleans Saints. That stuff might have worked with, Ricky Jackson and, all those kind of Sam Mills. But does it work nowadays? I don't know.
Yeah, well, it remains to be seen. You want to know what? This is a conversation that gets had when you lose football games. When you're winning football games, we're not talking about press conferences and pushing buttons because you're winning games.
Right.
It's
right.
working. It just didn't work out for 2020. And that's the only, or in 2019. That's the only sample we have of Vic so far. So this is, I remember we'd get in like the weeds of like a Vance Joseph press conference and be like, wait, this is a conversation that happens only when you talk about a losing club.
You're right, because we never broke down a Gary Kubiak press conference in that way. Right, because they were winning games. Even with Trevor Siemian, they went 9-7. Heck, in hindsight, he should have been coach of the year.
But with Vance, we're talking about whether they practice inside or outside, right? Like it was.
Was the practice good or was it great?
Right.
And but by the same token, going back to Gary Kubiak, I don't know that I recall him publicly calling out guys a lot. I do remember him, when Peyton Manning had the terrible game against the Chiefs, and he was not good. We've seen them mic'd up since then, and he tells Peyton on the sideline, like, here's what we're gonna do in the press conference, and I'm gonna take responsibility for this. I put you on the field. I never should have put you out there. I'm the head coach. I knew you were hurt. I don't know. I don't think that was entirely true, but he decided he was going to take the blame and not blame the player. And that's a player who probably deserved some of the blame. You know, would Peyton have just sat out if Gary would have said, hey, I don't think you're good to go? No. And he played terrible that day. He did. So he deserves some of the blame, and Gary Kubiak didn't chuck him under the bus. He took all the blame. I didn't see Vic Fangio take blame for one thing last year. Not one. Man, but boy, he points fingers really well. He's got that down.
You know, James, you are one of a kind. But I'll tell you this. When you said that, look, we covered this football team closer than anybody else here at the Fan. I can't think of an instance where he did point the finger at himself. I can't.
No.
So I'm going to give you credit for that point.
Even with the late game collapses from the defense,
right?
Did he not stand up there once? And I think the Chicago game, it was we had a blown coverage there at the end.
Yeah,
where they gave up that big gainer there. I think
correct. I called the perfect defense. They just blew it.
Yes,
right?
they just blew the coverage. And
it's not my fault. Von Miller couldn't tackle Jacoby Brissett. I mean, we had the right defense called.
Yep, we just didn't get him to the ground. Bradley Chubb shouldn't have got that personal foul. Bad call by the ref there against the Bears.
But again, this is a conversation we have in reaction to losing football games. The Broncos just need to be better, and it does start with Vic, and you can trickle it right on down. Yeah.
And we all like, conceptually, I think we all like people being challenged and being pushed. I think we all like athletes, especially really highly paid athletes, to not be let off the hook or given a free pass. I mean, heck, I call people Teflon all the time because I don't like people getting free pass. So I get it conceptually. I just think we have to look at it and see and ask the question of, well, is it working? Because I don't know that we've got a lot of evidence that it is.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it looks like with Von this year. Obviously, we won't see Juwan James. James, talk to us about your Nolan Arenado. I saw your piece this morning, read it. You did a great job. What do you make of his slow start? And talk about your article.
Well, yeah, I mean, his slow start, look, that's baseball, right? You're going to have, stretches where you go 14 games.
You can't say that this year.
You
can't say that this year, James.
True.
I banned that phrase this year because it's only 60 games. It's not baseball anymore.
Well, and you're right. This year certainly heightens it. But I guarantee you we could go back and, pick a Hall of Fame third baseman, Mike Schmidt, George Brett. We could find a 14-game stretch that was every bit this bad, right? Mm-hmm. It happens. But this is made worse by the fact that essentially during the offseason, that when Nolan Arenado was mad at Jeff Bridich for not going out and signing anybody and not improving the roster, he's basically saying the guys on this team aren't good enough. They're not good enough for me to want to stay here if this is the kind of talent you're going to surround me with. Okay, well, those guys who you don't think are good enough to be on the same field with you every single day are 11-4 while you're hitting $185. So they've been carrying you for 25% of the season. I think you owe them an apology because those guys have been pretty darn good and you've been pretty darn terrible. Now, I don't expect him to stay that bad. I talked to you guys, I don't know, a week or 10 days ago, and I was like, oh, he'll snap out of it. He's actually gotten worse since then. I still expect him to get better, but the question during the offseason was, well, were the 2 years they went to the playoffs, was that really what these guys are? Or was last year when they were terrible, and they were really terrible for 3 months? I mean, they were 37-33 at the end of June, and then it was just a total collapse. Was that the aberration, or was that what they really are? Jeff Bridich kind of had to bet on last year being the aberration because he was handcuffed. The contracts weren't coming off the book, so he couldn't really do anything. And Nolan Arenado didn't look at it and say, well, last year was just a down year for too many of the big guys, big, highly paid guys at the same time, and we'll bounce back. He had none of that. It was, you got to go get better players around me because these guys aren't good enough. Well, they certainly look good enough so far because they're one of the best teams in baseball.
Yeah, and just real quick, and James, you're exactly right. And I think what puts the spotlight even more so on Nolan now is his comments when he said, hey, I'm feeling disrespected over here. Right? You start saying those types of things, well, then you better go out there and you better deliver. And so when you say those things in the offseason, you make it about you. You just signed this huge deal, and then, you look at him in the playoffs, you look at him in some big games, not delivering, and then you say you feel disrespected, and then you come out and you start the season, and you're batting under 200 after 14, 15 games, 50 at bats.
Yeah, and my problem with it too is, and we talked about it at the time when he was making these comments, is look, he knew what he was signing up for when he signed the 8-year, $260 million deal.
Absolutely.
This is not a franchise. This isn't the Yankees or the Red Sox or the Dodgers where they can buy their way out of mistakes. They had the 11th highest payroll in baseball last year. That's more than respectable considering their market size and what they generate TV revenue.
Yep.
But if guys don't perform, and they got a little bit of a break because Ian Desmond opted out, so that gave him some freedom to go sign Matt Kemp, which for the most part has turned out pretty well. But they got to find Daniel Bards of the world that are kind of off the scrap heap, and you hope you can resuscitate careers because they just can't spend their way out of problems. And Nolan Arenado knew that. This isn't like they changed they moved the goalposts on him after he signed the deal. Like, he knew exactly what it was. And less than a year after inking that, he was already complaining about it. I just thought it was very disingenuous, and I think it was a slap in the face to his teammates, and I thought it at the time, and it's certainly turned into that and kind of blown up in his face here through the first 25% of the year.
He's going to hit 600 this week. Everyone calm down.
Zach's
I
made
hope
these
you're
bold
right.
predictions for Nolan the last two series, and hopefully it's Arizona Diamondbacks. Robbie Ray's been bad this year, so hopefully he can get it going if he's back in the lineup. I'm assuming he'll be back in the lineup, and hopefully he gets it going.
Yeah. All right, James, we'll leave it there for now, man. Great stuff. If you didn't read that article, I encourage you, because even if you disagree with a portion of what James is saying, he does very nicely lay out an argument why Nolan owes his team an apology for what he said earlier this year. James Marilat from 1043thefan.com. Appreciate you stopping by, brother.
Yeah, you bet. It's always fun, guys.
All right. Good stuff, man. Really good stuff.
Yeah.
Look, it's about the bounce back. We are still, I know we're 25% in, right? But is that, and I said this earlier, people are unbelievable. I had that tweet about Charlie. I said 34-year-old Charlie Blackmon's leading the entire National League in average RBI and hits. It's too early for the MVP race to come into focus, but his blurry image is within the frame. I have people like, it is absolutely not too early. It's the conversation right now. I'm like, hold on. We're 25% in. We're 25% in. Is that the middle? No. Is that the end? No. Is that the first portion? Is it still kind of early? Yes, it is, even with a truncated season. So I'm going to take a deep breath when it comes to Nolan. We have a sample size of like 7 years of what we're looking at. It's a really slow start of a short season, so there's incredible emphasis on it, and I get it. But I'm trusting in the larger sample. I think that guy plays out of his mind. He'll hit 480 against the D-backs.
Another bold prediction from Zach. You're going to get one right. I promise you.
Hey,
you're going to get one of these right.
You shoot your shot, man.
I mean,
Eventually
it's not
it'll go
that,
in.
it's not that he's been struggling. It's been that he has been
I know.
beyond struggling.
I know.
Right?
I
I mean,
know.
he looks lost
185 for a player
Right.
his caliber.
Yeah, it's just not even close to being good enough.
And that average has to be lower when there's players on base.
Yes.
I've watched every at bat. It's been hard to watch, man. There's no look. I'm not his,
262 on base percentage.
Oh,
I
my
mean,
gosh.
You got him down there with T-Dub and Ramil Tapia and Sam Hilliard. I mean, he's got to be up there with Charlie and Daniel Murphy and Trevor Story at the top of the list there.
Right.
But
Right.
it's
Right.
so hopefully he gets it going, though they need him to. But the good news is they're still winning.
They're 11-4
still winning.
without him.
That's right.
So yep. And there's not a lot I can say when you lay it all out. Even as his official defense attorney, you put me in a position where I'm like, look, even Buddy Black, right? They sat him down. What more does that say?
Yep.
So, okay, hopefully these guys get off on the right foot tonight. 3-game stint against the D-backs right here in Denver, Colorado. And you'll see your Denver Nuggets tonight on TNT against LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers.
That's going to be a good one.
I'll be all the way locked in. Have a great night, Stoke.
You too, buddy.
All right, shout out to Steven Priest behind the glass. We toss it to our guys, The Drive, coming up next.
Here we go. What's up, Drew? How are we? Tyler.
DMac.
Oh, man. What's going on, Brittany? Here we are. There's two dudes.
Two dudes.
Two dudes. College football's having fun, huh?
Boy.
Yikes.
Any update? And no update in the last hour or so, right?
I don't know. Is there still college football or not? How's Trevor Lawrence doing? Is he all right?
Well, he definitely wants to play college football.
Yeah, he absolutely wants to play college football and not go to class. It appears that Trevor Lawrence doesn't understand that if there's no college football, you're still a student. Because his comment was they'll send everybody home. Theoretically, you'd be sent back to your dorm or...
I think you better set this up a little bit better, DMac. I don't think the world's following what you're saying.
Oh, really?
Here.
Well, Trevor Lawrence came out, and this is the hashtag we want to play. What he really wants is, it should be hashtag we want to play in the fall so that in January I can go to IMG and start preparing for the draft just like I've got it planned out to do and sign with an agent.
Well, what he really should be saying is, I'm going to IMG right now. I'm going to start preparing. I'm going to sign an agent today.
Trevor Lawrence, man, stop with the phony baloney stuff here.
Oh, what's your deal with Trevor? He wants to play ball.
His comment was, if there's not football, everybody's got a better chance to get the Rona because they'll be going home. No, they won't. Theoretically, Trevor, you'd be on campus going to class and you're a student. Theoretically. Yeah, but not in Trevor's world.
Theoretically, I could see an athlete being safer playing sports than not playing sports. Theoretically, I could see that.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're not going, I don't know. He's going home. If he's not playing football, he's going to go home because he's not going to play in the spring because he's going to get ready for the NFL draft where he's going to make millions of dollars and be the number one overall pick. That's what he's going to do. So my issue is Trevor's trying to, make up like all this stuff for other people when really you're just talking about yourself. He really showed me his grasp of like the world and what's going on is pretty shallow.
I have no idea what your beef is right now. I have absolutely no idea what you're upset with. The dude basically all he's trying to say is that he wants to play football. That's it.
I get it.
You're getting hung up on a lot of stuff that is not related to what his entire point was.
I think he's a little phony, that's all.
Oh my gosh.
I think he's a little phony.
About what? That he wants to play football?
It's not, but he didn't talk about himself. He talked about like, we, like a collective, like and made huge assumptions for the betterment of everybody else. They had how many guys tested positive for the Rona at Clemson? 35, 40?
Yeah, at one point it was really high.
Trevor Lawrence. You have freedom of speech, and sometimes, listen, sometimes young people just, in my opinion, prove themselves out to be young people. That's all. But meanwhile, what you have going on...
Dude, you are on a tangent right now,
Tyler.
right out the gates about something that I have no idea which... Like, I'm reading what he put out there. I have no clue what you're upset with.
Read it.
I have no clue. We all want to play football. Oh, just change. Sorry, hold on.
That's all right.
All right, here it is. We all want to play football this season, establish universal mandated health and safety procedures and protocols to protect college athletes against COVID-19 among all conferences throughout the NCAA, give players the opportunity to opt out and respect their decision, guarantee eligibility whether a player chooses to play this season or not. I mean, am I missing something here?
Keep going, I guess.
Use our voices to establish open communication and trust between players and officials, ultimately create a college football players association, representative of the players of all Power 5 conferences. What else?
Well, you got to get to the part where he says it's you're in more danger going home than being there. Or is that not part of his statement anymore? Is he not? Did he delete that?
That's not a part of the statement that I'm reading.
Okay. Well, that's the part. Listen, all that other stuff is fine.
Well, what did he say?
He said we're better off being here than if there's no football because they'll send us home. He's assuming that as a college student, if you're not playing football, you're not in school. That you're gone. You're at home. You're not at home. You're on campus. You're a student. you will continue to go to college. I think, unless going to college is,
All right. Well,
then,
yeah. So
doesn't
what's
matter.
the difference between going to college and playing football, I guess?
I think they're. All right, listen. I'm so over the hypocrisy of college football. It's so ridiculous. Do you have the exact statement, Richie? Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go. People are at just as much risk, if not more risk, if we don't play. Players will all be sent home to their own communities where social distancing is highly unlikely, and medical care and expenses will be placed on the families if they were to contract COVID-19.
Okay, well, a lot of schools are doing that. A lot of schools are sending the kids to start the school year off on campus, and then they're sending them home.
Not
CSU's
all of
doing
them.
A lot of them are. So how do you know the Clemson's not doing that?
UNC's, I don't know what they're doing.
CSU is.
Well, that's a whole different story there.
I'm not talking about that. No, I'm not talking about the football team.
Wait, what do you mean CSU?
I'm saying kids, students of the university, they're going to start the school year out on campus.
Yeah.
Then during the holiday break, they're going home, and they're going to be going virtually from there.
At Thanksgiving.
Okay.
This week is littered with parents taking their kids to college because that's what's happening this week.
I will say this, as an athlete, I absolutely buy the fact that you will take care of yourself in a better form if you've got something on the line, if you are under protocols, if you are under strict guidelines like that. I could absolutely see the case where as soon as you call it, if you go home to your various communities in your various cities.
Don't go home to your communities. Stay on campus.
So it's safer on campus? I mean, what's the difference?
Yeah, stay there on campus. Be a college student. Train, lift, eat well, whatever. Just, it's like the spring semester.
Oh, because college kids are going to be real safe.
Well, that's what colleges are about to do, Tyler.
I got it.
That's what's about to happen. That is what is happening.
I got it. I know. That's my entire point. What's the difference?
Well, I don't know. Going to class, being a college student, being in college. Trevor, listen, my issue here is he assumes, because this is what he would do. If there's no football, I'm not a college student. And that's the big issue with college football anyways. Listen, do you realize how close we are to the SEC just saying, forget you, NCAA, we're just going to start our own conference and do our own thing? Tyler, we are I'm putting my fingers together. We are this close to that happening.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's just, forget you, NCAA. We're just going to take our ball and seriously start our own league.
Well, it is pretty amazing. I mean, seeing all the players actually get united, I never thought I would see the day where college players could get united. I just never thought I would see it.
By the way, I'm fine with that because that's essentially what's been going on anyway. I'm more than fine with them disassociating themselves from the NCAA. And we'll see what happens here, but the SEC is about to pull. They're about to Michael Corleone this stuff. They're about to settle all beefs.
Oh, they're about to own it.
They are about to just go to the baptism and take care of all their enemies, and just go out on their own.
Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm actually okay with it. Go do what you got to do. If you want to play football this year, and that's what you got to do, go ahead and go do it, man.
Fine. Again, I am fine with that because at least you'd be honest with what this is really about. This would be, so forget all the NCAA violations, forget everything. Trevor Lawrence is basically telling you, listen, I'm not a student. I'm just here to play football. We have heard from so many college guys, especially guys, Tyler, that know they're done. What do you think? Trevor Lawrence is signing up for the spring semester? Please. We want to play. Do you really?
I do not understand your point. I have no idea what you are upset with Trevor Lawrence. So what if he's going to go pro next year? So what if he's not going to be in school during the next semester?
I think he's being phony with this we want to play
What is
thing.
there possibly to be? If anything, being phony would be a guy that opted out of the season. This dude wants to play football.
Whoa.
The dude wants to play football.
Why is being phony opting out of the season?
If you're saying if he were to use COVID as an excuse simply because he didn't want to get hurt, when in reality he was just opting out because he didn't want to get hurt because he's the number 1 draft pick. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying people that opt out because of COVID. I'm saying specifically Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence is going to be the number 1 draft pick. And if he weren't to play football this year, it would be a smart decision to be made. I think he should make that decision. But the reality is he just wants to play football. This dude isn't phony.
Okay, he wants to play football. So if football's in the spring, he'll play.
No, because that's a different story.
Well, he wants to play football, doesn't he? They're going to have football in the spring.
DMac,
why isn't he going to play?
We could always set up a circumstance in which it doesn't make sense. Playing football in the spring would make no sense whatsoever because now you're no longer preparing for your next job. I mean, that's when he has to prepare for to become an NFL player. So,
Correct.
Of course, it wouldn't make sense there.
Correct. That's why he wants to play now.
Right.
Right.
Because he wants to play football.
Now. He doesn't really want to play football. He wants to play football now.
You are so off base on this. He wants to play football. And the only way for him to play football is for it to go on right now.
At the end of for him.
Correct.
For him.
Yes, correct.
So it shouldn't be.
I'm talking about from his point of view.
It should be hashtag we want to play. It should be hashtag I want to play. Listen, I don't blame him. I get it. I saw Justin Fields say all the work we put in. I get it. I don't think anybody's being a phony if they want to opt out. I think they could have some legitimate concerns. There's not a big reason for Trevor Lawrence to play anyways. I get it. He wants to play, but he certainly doesn't want to play in the spring. And you know what? The SEC doesn't want to play in the spring either, Tyler.
No, they don't.
Most of these conferences don't want to play in the spring. Why do you think they were having an emergency meeting? Well, here's Dan Patrick from this morning here. I completely believe that, 100%.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, you're talking about the California schools. I know this, for example, like UCLA, and I think USC is the same way. They're not even having kids on campus.
Right.
So for them, this is a no-brainer. And you're talking 4 out of the 12 teams that are in California. This is an absolute no-brainer. However, Arizona State, Colorado, Washington State, Oregon State, Utah, they're all having kids on campus.
Do you need the kids on campus to play sports?
No, I guess not. I guess you don't have to. But I just think the Pac-12 is already kind of moving in this direction anyway. I don't know about the Big Ten. I'm a little surprised about the Big Ten. I mean, there's Ohio State, Michigan State. I mean, that's some big schools.
When I heard the news about the Big Ten, Richie was texting about it just last night. That was shocking news to me. Those are some big-time money-making schools.
Yeah,
Pac-12, all right, it's like, okay, we make money, but, I mean, we're not like these other schools.
Right. God, you're ripping on the Pac-12. I love the Pac-12. But you're right.
Hey, man, I'm in the Pac-12. I'm in Buffalo.
I know. Were you the Pac-12?
No, I was in the Big 12.
Right. You were never part of the Pac-12.
No, yeah, forget the Pac-12.
You got to go to Oklahoma State. And
I mean, I got to go to Ames, Iowa. There was a tornado one time. I mean,
you got to go to all the
Stillwater,
great
Oklahoma.
Right.
You ever been to Stillwater?
If I haven't. How is it?
Oh, buddy.
Great.
Oh,
wow.
They got a holodome where you will eat a hamburger that you will break your tooth on. I mean, dude, there are some luxury destinations in the Big 12.
So how you feeling if the SEC, see, they had this meeting yesterday, and the reason why there wasn't an announcement today, obviously, is they're on different pages. That means different pages means some conferences don't want to play and some conferences do. And let's face it, boy, everybody who slags on the SEC or is overwhelmed by the SEC. The SEC needs a couple of teams, though, right? Like, aside, you got to have Clemson in the mix, right? They're in the ACC. Who else do you need? Do you need Oklahoma?
Well,
probably, right?
Well, hold on. I'm a little bit confused on what are you talking about here?
The SEC wants to add schools.
So you're saying how many teams do they need? How many conferences? Well, I guess they don't need conferences in the entirety, right? They just need
some more teams.
They don't need anybody. They don't need anybody.
Just
they
play
could
the
go
SEC.
play their conference schedule, and it would be the most viewed thing in America.
Right. And that they'd be the fall national champion. Or they'd be the SEC champion.
Correct.
Take it for what you want.
And you can be the national champion.
You
You're the only ones that played.
Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So if they're going to do that, why even be connected with the NCAA at all?
Well, that's what I said months ago, man. I thought that this was a perfect opportunity for these conferences to go pull yourself out.
Right.
Remove yourself. Pay the students. You don't need the NCAA. The only reason that you can't pay the students is because the NCAA tells you that you cannot. So you want to pay them, go ahead. Get rid of it. Get rid of NCAA logo on the back of your helmet.
Get rid of it.
And
Who
be
needs
independent.
it? Just you're going to – and then you could just, hey, Notre Dame.
Seriously, what do they do? What does the NCAA do?
Just make
They
things
just
difficult.
give you rules.
They don't host a national championship. They put on all sorts of restrictions that sometimes make sense, sometimes don't make sense.
Right.
They regulate other sports and put on other events for other sports, but they don't put on a Division I FBS national championship.
On a playoff.
They do not. So, like, if you're the SEC, who else would you want to join you? Who else would be important to be with you? Would you want Ohio State? Probably. Michigan? Probably.
Well, I don't
Notre
know why
Dame?
any
Probably.
of them are necessarily important other than money. I mean,
That's it.
The schools that make the most money.
Would you need my orange?
No, definitely not.
Would you need your Buffs?
No, I mean, no.
Would you need UCLA?
Not
Not
you
now.
wouldn't need anybody from the Pac-12.
Nobody from the Pac-12.
No.
Nobody. Would you need then you go to the Big 12, right? So
I mean,
then
there's some schools in the Big 12.
Texas Tech, would you want Texas Tech?
You want Texas.
Would you want Oklahoma and
You want A&M.
all those, well, A&M's already in the
Oh,
in
that's
the
right. I'm
SEC.
sorry. I mean, all those schools, though, that's some big-time football.
Who else?
Big-time money.
Right. Notre Dame you'd want.
Notre Dame for sure.
Right. But there you go. There's like a dozen other teams that you could invite into your league.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're what are you? Maybe you change your name from the SEC to the what?
Now we are the College Football Player Association.
Maybe. And now you can have a union of college players, and now you can get paid. And what does Clemson care? What does Alabama care? What does Nick Saban care if his guys are getting paid? We're not part of the NCAA anyway.
Well, now they can't undercut other people. Now if it's on the table, they can't undercut them.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing if it goes in this direction?
I mean, overall, I think it's going to be a good thing because I think it's going to lead towards positive change that NCAA needs. You know, there are things that I don't know. I mean, NCAA should be terrified right now.
They should be terrified.
Absolutely terrified. Number one, for the first time in the history of college sports, you've got players uniting.
Yeah.
You've
crazy,
got players
isn't it?
that are close to having a singular voice. Now, they don't have a singular voice because they don't have a leader, but it's as close as it's ever been. And then when you've got a conference like the SEC that could go out on their own, man, they should be terrified. And I do think it could lead towards a lot of cool, productive things.
I know it sounds like I was slagging on Trevor Lawrence. I wasn't trying to, although I'm sure that's exactly the way it came off.
Well, at least you could hear yourself.
But what he was speaking is the truth, his truth. And his truth is, I want to play football. I want to play it now.
Yeah.
I've been basically a professional football player for this university. I am going to declare for the NFL draft, and my plan is to start preparing for that in January, just like every other player like me. And we'll take our risks with the Rona. We don't want to be dictated to by the Pac-12.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to be dictated by the Ivy League or the Mountain West Conference or whatever, the MAC. You know, what he's really saying is we're on a different level than other people in college football, whether you want to admit it or not. We're on a different level, and we should be treated different. And he's right, actually. He's actually right. He already is a professional football player.
Yeah.
He's probably I would love to see his class load for this fall. What do you think? What do you think he's taking for classes
Well, he
this
has to
fall?
take 12 credits. Because,
He has to take 12 credits.
So it's a full load.
But he doesn't have to pass the classes.
No, he does not have to. Although he seems like he's a pretty smart kid. I bet you he does fine in school.
I don't know. I mean, he's made it this far. He's been eligible to this degree, right? So
Right.
he had to do that. We know Joe Burrow. He was a graduate student at LSU. Took one class online. Joe Burrow wasn't a student last year.
Right.
He was a professional football player.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I did my senior year.
That's what you did your senior year. You were a professional football player.
Yeah.
And by the way, I had no problems with that. Because, in fact, you were a professional football player not getting paid.
That's right.
You were getting used. You were on TV. Trevor Lawrence is on TV. Look at Zion Williamson. He had his own network his freshman year.
I know about that.
It is time for these kids to get together, to get paid, and they bring in hundreds of millions of dollars to their university, and they get what? A scholarship for classes they don't even care about? Come on, man.
Well, at the very least, it's time to let them use their own likeness.
Time is up for this. It's time for everything. It is time to get rid of the NCAA, call it what it is, which is minor league football. Why do you think the XFL, Tyler, or the AAF, or all these other professional leagues don't work? It's because they're nothing compared to college football. Nothing.
Right.
I'll tell you this, the best college football teams would wipe these XFL and AAF teams off the face of the planet. They would destroy them.
Maybe.
We'll see what happens in college. Tomorrow is going to be a freaking fascinating day. Tomorrow is going to be unbelievable if Dan Patrick's report is right.
Man, I hope it's not.
What do you hope happens?
I hope that we've got college football. I hope that Power 5 can play. I hope that
Pac-12's not playing.
Oh, Pac-12's not playing.
I guarantee. I'm bad with the bets.
Ooh.
I would be stunned.
Well, then you should bet it.
I know I should. Because if I bet it won't play, it'll probably happen.
Come on, go on, bet it.
As a CU guy, will you be stunned if the Pac-12 plays?
I will, yeah, but I mean, I'm feeling that way about college football in general. So it's not just Pac-12, but
I won't be
specifically. Yes, the Pac-12 does feel like they've got very unique circumstances and hurdles to overcome.
I will not be stunned if the SEC figures out a way to play.
Well, you know what? Actually, at the end of the day, there's still a lot of money on the line for Pac-12 as well, man.
I know.
I mean, let's not forget that.
I just think there's much smarter people in the Pac-12 than the SEC. I'm a snob like that. All right, we're off and rolling. We'll see where it goes. I thought maybe today we would know the answer, but I thought maybe even, hey, Tyler, during the show we may have an answer.
Well, we might.
Who knows, right?
They've been meeting today, right?
And CSU, I guess we can dip into it later. Did you read our guy Miles Blumhardt's lengthy article about all the problems CSU's been going through?
Yeah, man.
Dude. Did you know any of that stuff?
No, I really did not.
So you see a case with CSU where current students may not understand things that have happened in the past and things that might be going on and so you can understand, I understand, why they're angry about allegations because they just weren't part of things.
Right. Like, that's not us. You're not here. That was then, you know.
How does that athletic director, Joe Parker, keep his job?
I don't know. You're asking me a lot of questions to fit in like if 2 seconds.
I know we
I'm trying to do my job here, DMac.
Well, let me do mine and say Justin Thomas was just the golfer we all are on the weekends. At least his mouth was. The water cooler's next. DMac for Golden Spike Roofing, and beautiful warm days often come with a touch of hail, wind, tough rain, and then it's beautiful. Again, it's Colorado. But the damage that it can happen to your roof is real. So here's the answer, and that's Golden Spike Roofing. 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386. What's important with Golden Spike Roofing is they're a local company that you can trust. And they'll be very, very safe. They'll follow all the guidelines, and they'll do extremely good work. And, hey, just start with a free roof inspection. So use my name, DMac, 303-942-1386. That's a good DMac deal there. They'll even help you with your insurance all the way from claim to completion. Call Golden Spike Roofing for roofing done right to the last nail. It's Golden Spike Roofing. Before I get to the water cooler, just our free limited edition shirts for Training Camp 2020 Locked and Loaded here. These are gorgeous. These Tyler, are by far the best shirts we've ever had.
Oh, they're great. They're great material, lightweight, dry fit-esque.
Yeah, man, they're awesome. Best,
Love it.
for sure. So our concept is you just drive by and we literally will throw it into the back of your car. Now, I am not joking.
DMac will not be the one throwing it because he will miss, but
Wow.
Kendall will be there
Wow.
to hit a direct throw.
What are you saying about my arm?
Well, I'm saying that I've never seen it, and you claim that it's good, but I won't believe it until I see
I was
it.
out there working on it this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Doing a little baseball this morning, my man.
Nice.
All right. Just stay in your car. We will seriously throw them into your car. Go to 1043thefan.com/shirt to find the Breaks Plus location closest to you and get her done. Our first giveaway is on Thursday. All right, water cooler. Golf. How much golf did you watch over the weekend?
Oh, quite a bit.
Favorite part?
Man, for me, I'm not going to specify it to one specific moment. For me, the favorite part about that entire weekend was watching names that you didn't necessarily know, or if you knew of them, you didn't really know their storyline, and watching golf be relevant without Tiger Woods being the main attraction. Just so fun to see the entire thing. I mean, I thought that the course, something about that gloomy weather, the fog, all of it, it just made it feel kind of nostalgic. The whole event was fantastic.
It was one of the first times without, I did watch Tiger though, because they had an isolated broadcast of him on ESPN Plus, which was pretty cool, and he played well. And then that was done, and then it led right into the real tournament, and then the Rockies game was on, and the Rockies game was driving me nuts. I mean, I was losing it during the Rockies game.
Oh, we all know. Anybody that has
Lord.
got any sort of Twitter feed notification from you,
Oh, dear.
we're all well aware of your opinion of the Rockies game.
We'll talk to Patrick Saunders in about 10 minutes, and I can vent there, but can't give games away, Tyler. You only got 60 of them. Can't give them away.
Hey, we're okay. We're okay.
Yeah.
We're okay.
It's a marathon, not a sprint. Oh, wait, no, it is a sprint. It's a freaking sprint.
We're still doing okay. We're okay.
Right. I love that cliche.
Yeah.
Well, we won the series, so
Right.
we lost 2.7 games that we didn't have to. Anyways, we'll get with Patrick in a second. But one of the things that I think has been amazing is how you can hear everything going on. I mean, Tyler, you can hear everything going on. So even though it's very, pastoral, and how about those canopy trees
They work, yeah.
in San Francisco there?
With a lot of fog, it's hard to see through them.
Right. The balls get stuck up in there.
They don't come down sometimes.
Is that wild? Up there with the Eagles. And we're looking at these golfers, and they're all dressed very nicely, and Tyler, you can hear every single word. It's not like we're out at Kennedy Golf Course just scraping by on a Tuesday.
No.
Or are we? Here's the world's best golfer. Number
Looks like
one golfer.
DMac.
Here's Justin Thomas, the number one golfer in the world. One more time in case you miss it. The number one golfer, the best golfer in the world, sounding just like you this past weekend. Well, but that wasn't the only one.
No, there were others.
There were
Yes,
others like, listen to this. Wait.
Oh, bleep that. Bleepity bleep.
So the announcers must have thought, well, if they can do it.
Right, maybe we can.
We got another one? All right, more.
Stop. Amazing. So, absolutely
Wow.
amazing.
Wow. That's the new world of golf. Why was Nolan Arenado benched?
What do you think? What do you think Morikawa was saying after the lid blew off of his trophy right afterwards? I think there might have been a bleepity bleep in there.
You know what's crazy? That's not the first time.
I know.
Same exact thing happened to Rory McIlroy a few years ago.
It was like, I just saw the guy picking it up, and I turned to my wife, and I was like, "Did he just drop the trophy?" She's like, "No, it blew off."
It's the lid.
Yeah.
There's a lid on the Wanamaker trophy that is not fastened very well. Multiple times, this has actually fallen off.
Are you bleeping kidding me?
Are you bleeping kidding me? Are you? Patrick Saunders on Nolan Arenado's benching next. Hey, DMac for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. I had that incredible F-150 for a week, which was perfect in every respect you can imagine. And I know if you're thinking about getting an F-150, you got to think about going to Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. The DMac deal is on. It's a camping special. And you get the whole tent on the back rack, and you can set it up, and wherever you are is home. This is spectacular. Spectacular. And if you get there and you purchase, the first 20 people get a Colorado State Parks Pass, a complimentary Yeti cooler, a fan t-shirt. Listen, if you got any questions about it, reach out. DMAC deal at MikeMaroneyAuto.com. I saw my man Brent and Anthony. I was up there over this past weekend. What an incredible sales team. What incredible vehicles. You can go directly to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. Press the DMAC special button, and you're going to be all set. It's Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, where low prices meet extraordinary service. Find him, MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. This is tricky because, Tyler, we could talk about a freaking unbelievable game on Saturday where one of the best combined pitching performances in Rockies history, as Castellani, his first game ever, is throwing a no-hitter. A perfect game, actually, through 4 innings, and he walked a dude and hit a dude, and they took him out after 60 pitches. But combined, a one-hitter. I mean, just beautiful. And then the next day with the Rockies' best pitcher on the mound, Bud Black and the team decide that Nolan Arenado in Game 15 of a 60-game season needs a mental health break, and the person they put in for him at third base cost him the game by making errors late in the game. And then you're hitting Ryan McMahon instead of Nolan, and you could have DH'd Nolan, and Matt Kemp struck out 3 times. He did get a big RBI late in the game. Owings, who played third base and not only had those misplays at third, also threw in an 0 for 4. And it felt like, what's going on here? At least it did to me. Patrick Saunders is our Rockies insider and is on the Fireball hotline, writes for the Denver Post. Patrick, how are you, Patrick?
What kind of bleeping question is that?
Right, exactly. And after the game,
Sorry.
I did reach out to Patrick and I go, what does Nolan think? And Patrick, do we have any idea or feeling what Nolan thinks about what happened?
We don't. Nolan hates to talk on the phone, but he loves to text. And I texted Nolan Sunday when the lineup came out. I had an inkling he would not be in there because he'd been struggling so much. Just wanted to get his thoughts. He did not text me back, which is unusual. So either he's just mad about how he's playing, didn't want to talk about it, was mad at Buddy's decision to not put him in the game, or just blew me off completely. So I'm not sure how Nolan felt about it. He is back in there again today. We all know he's struggling. He's hitting 185, 3 extra base hits, all home runs. I think he's only got 5 RBIs, which for Nolan is preposterously low. He's going to bust out of this, but how he felt about sitting Sunday, I don't know.
Oh, Tyler, got to turn your mic on there, pal.
I'm on. Okay, I'm hot. Hot mic.
Hot mic.
Patrick, how did the Rockies sell this? That's what I don't understand. I mean, what was the messaging? We're giving him a day off, and he's going to bounce back. Everything's going to be great after he just doesn't play baseball for a day? That was the message?
Well, here's the idea. I asked Buddy about this pregame yesterday. And I asked Buddy, is this in Nolan's head or is it more mechanical? Bud Black's response was, it's more mechanical than anything. Nolan's not striking out, hardly at all. He just seems to be popping a lot of pitches up. He's just off. We're going to give him a day. But then I asked Buddy later in the Zoom, where is Nolan? He's such a try-hard guy. Sometimes he overdoes it. And Buddy admitted there might be some of that. So DMac said a mental health day. Yeah, maybe a little bit of that. I do know in the past, though, having covered this team for a long time, that in the past when Nolan does get a break, he usually comes back with a vengeance. So we'll see. And I know he's hit Robbie Ray, the D-back starter. He and Charlie Blackmon have both just decimated Robbie Ray through the years. So we'll see if Nolan gets back on track tonight.
Dude, I hate this. It is such
I know you do.
popcorn psychology to me that's rooted in absolutely nothing. And in a game of analytics and defensive shifts and, righty against lefty and every single thing that goes into baseball, to just take a player out because he needs a day? Because why? Where'd you get your degree from? I just don't believe it. I think baseball is about battling through things day in, day out. I think that's the nature of baseball players. I think that's how they grow up. I think that's how they condition themselves. And the best thing about baseball, in my opinion, is if you're struggling, you can get back out there the next day. And to think if Nolan plays well tonight, it's because he took a day off yesterday, I think it's ridiculous. And I think I can't even imagine what the feeling was like in the clubhouse and on the bench with Nolan Arenado sitting there while Chris Owings doesn't make a play on a slow roller, botches and falls down on what should have been a double play and zips the ball 15 feet past the first baseman, putting runners in scoring position that would ultimately determine the end of the game. And then you don't even use him as a DH that Huey and Drew Goodman both speculated they could do. And then Sully on the postgame show questions it as well. I'm not the only one here, Patrick, and this is game 15, not 115. And if there was bad blood between Nolan and Jeff Bridich and the Rockies organization, I can't even imagine what it is right now. And so if he breaks out of it, fine. But you didn't need to bench Nolan freaking Arenado to have him break out of a slump, in my opinion.
So if this was a regular season, 162, 15 games in, would your reaction be different?
It would be even more apoplectic because baseball players need, I don't know, man, freaking 60 to 80 at-bats just to see the ball. It's Major League Baseball, man.
No, it'd be different in a longer season. In a longer season, it'd be like, okay, you need a day off. Like, no big deal.
At game 15? At game
15, I still wouldn't care. Yeah, it would be like it's a long season. You got to manage this. You got to get through a long year. So it's a different year, though. I mean, I'm with you under the circumstances this year.
I hate it. I freaking hate it. And everybody who was on Twitter, Patrick, about days off and give him a day off and he's hitting 185. Hitting 185, he's Nolan Arenado. Are we forgetting who this guy is? I am beside myself, Patrick. I am beside myself.
I can tell know how to soothe your rant here. I agree. It was probably not the wisest move, but I'm not going to throw away the season on one game here.
And we're in good shape, Patrick. There's a lot of good
they're
stuff
11
going
and
on.
4, for God's sake.
Right. Talk about Charlie Blackmon. There's a lot of great stuff going on.
And the truth of the matter is, and I'm not bailing because I wrote in my lead note in this morning's paper, I wrote exactly what you said, that Chris Owings opened the one surely would have made, and then he had the double error on what should have been a double play. I agree with you. But I would be more definitive in my argument if I knew a little more about the conversation between Buddy and Nolan, which occurred Saturday night.
You know what? I agree.
And truthfully, if Nolan, the fact that Nolan did not text me back indicates to me that he probably was pissed. But I don't know that.
Yeah, right.
Right, but I would make that assumption as well. Listen, and this is why I reached out to you, Patrick, because you are the best. And I reached out to you because if Nolan was okay with it, at the end of the day, I'd be okay with it. I would be like, oh, okay. I just don't know. I've been around baseball a long time, Patrick, not like you. I don't know Little League baseball players that are okay taking time off if they don't have to. I just don't know them. I don't know how that helps. I seriously don't know how it helps.
Hey, Patrick,
I want to ask you something, DMac and Tyler. So the Rockies, unless they do a complete face plant, they're going to make the postseason in this strange year, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, right? They're going to win 32, 33, maybe more.
Yes.
They're going to be in it. DMac, how are you possibly going to handle the postseason with the Rockies without some sort of sedative?
It's a good question.
Well, listen, these are good problems because I care. I care. I'm invested in this team. We're watching my whole weekend. My whole life is dominated right now with the Rockies game. What time are they playing? Where are they playing? My wife simply wanted to go out, have a cocktail or two, and watch the Rockies on Saturday night. That's all Maybe we're losers here, Patrick. I don't know, but we are obsessed with the Rockies right now. So I'm not really ticked at Bud that much, I guess. I don't understand it, and I'm passionate about it. But I love the team.
I'm glad. That's nice. It's nice to know that you and I think other people, and you're right, Twitter did blow up about this.
Yeah.
I thought I so much like this better than crickets.
Right.
Last year after, I don't know, 15th of July, when it came to the Rockies, it was crickets. Nobody cared.
Nope.
And we're losing Patrick.
Sitting or they're. Hello, you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you, bud.
You know,
Sorry, I'm just saying. My point being, I'm glad that at least right now people are passionate about the Rockies, and the 60-game stretch for the Rockies could be a really good thing because I think it's going to get people really involved.
Hey, super quick here, Patrick, but did you have a chance to connect with Chris Iannetta by chance after you retired? I mean, obviously, Rockies legend, one of the best catchers in the history of the organization. Did you have a chance to catch up with him at all?
I did. I texted with Chris, who was always one of my favorites. Let's face it, Chris was a middle-of-the-road catcher and hitter. He was not great, but he played a lot of years. He had a great career. Guys, am I back?
Yep.
I'm so sorry, guys. I'm in the car. That's the bad thing.
We couldn't tell.
In a nutshell, the thing I admired most about Chris Iannetta, he was honest. He was upfront. He didn't sugarcoat things. He was a warrior. He's a true pro, and I'm really glad for him. I did text Chris, and I congratulated him on a nice career.
Did he text you back?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yes, he did. Yes,
right.
he did.
Thank you, Patrick. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Thanks, bud.
All right.
Okay, guys.
All right. I'll let it go, sort of. I was so, oh my God, dude, I was losing it.
Nobody could tell, DMac. I mean,
Yeah.
Nobody could tell by reading your Twitter timeline. Nobody could tell by listening to that segment. No, nobody had any idea.
You done some work on DeMar Dotson?
I have, yeah.
I want to hear it. Football at 4 is next. We're going to have Mike Kliss on in 45 minutes. Mike saying no Broncos on the COVID-19 reserve list today. It's good. He writes, which is especially encouraging considering this was the first batch of results following off day on Saturday. So, Tyler, that's good. The Broncos are staying pretty disciplined. Right?
Yeah, man.
Ooh, we got training camp schedule. Friday. First real day.
Sort of. First real day where you've got the rookies and the vets on the same field at the same time, but you don't quite have pads on, right?
Right.
Yeah.
It's the first day of the meeting.
So it's like your first real day of OTA practices.
Yeah, I guess. The way it's going to go here is more or less everybody on air host from the Fan is going to get a shot at like covering the Broncos for like a day. And so I get to be the first day, which is cool.
Yeah.
Except I know there's basically probably going to be, nothing that interesting.
Oh, no,
going on.
dude, it'll be good. I mean, don't get me wrong. Even without pads on,
You think so?
The intensity level on the first day, oh, yeah, it'll be high. There'll be plenty to speculate
Well,
on.
I'm excited to be there for sure. So, and that's probably going to be my one day. But I'm happy to be there. I am not complaining whatsoever. I feel lucky to be able to go and.
Well, I'm glad we're all going to get to rotate through it because I know
Yes.
when it first began, we weren't sure if it was going to be just one guy or not. So we're all going to get a little bit of crack at it.
Right.
Some of us will give better analysis than others.
Well, I want to hear your analysis, especially about DeMar Dotson. I'm just scrolling through things because we know he came in for a visit. We know I think he makes sense. But then my man Kevin Kistner, not the golfer, who did well in this PGA Championship, but the other Kevin Kistner, sends me these texts of his tweets. DeMar Dotson gave up 5 sacks last season in 15 starts. Garrett Bowles gave up 4 sacks. DeMar Dotson had the same amount of penalties as Garrett Bowles last season. DeMar Dotson played in 15 games, but for some reason wasn't valued enough at a relatively young age to come back with the Bucks.
Oh, hold on. He's not young. He's 34 years old.
Where does that put you in the offensive line world?
That puts him 11 seasons in, and he was starting every single one of them for the Bucks. That's a long time. I mean, that's a full career. It's usually about time to wrap it up.
Okay. I know you had a chance to really look at him. Tell us about DeMar Dotson.
I did, man. I went down and I sat down this morning. I watched a handful of games. I watched the Falcons game in the entirety, watched a few more, and hey, man, you know what? I hope we get this guy. I hope that we legitimately do have some framework in place. DeMar Dotson is 6'9". He's an absolute monster out there. Most tackles nowadays, they're not as tall as they used to be. Like guys like myself, they don't go that tall anymore. They kind of lean towards kind of hovering in the 6'5" range. The taller you get, the harder it is to stop a bull rush because you just don't have the leverage.
Time out on that for a second.
Yeah, what?
6'9".
Yeah, 6'9". He's legit, dude.
That means if he plays,
Yeah, well, you know what? Never mind. We can't sign this guy.
It's the one thing. The one thing that you and Eric Pears.
Right.
It's the one thing that keeps you in the Broncos record book.
You know what? It's a good point. I should be anti-signing this guy because of that. It's the only record that I will ever be a part of with the Denver Broncos.
Now, is he a legit six?
He looks it. He looks it.
Are
man.
you are 6'8" in what?
No, I was like 6'8". 6'8".
No, but 6'8" in like a quarter, 6'8" in an eighth, or you just 6'8"?
6'8".
Are you really like 6'7"?
I mean, my whole life I thought I was 6'8". I went to the combine. I was like just a little under.
Oh,
so
you're rounding up to 6'8"?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's 6'9".
Correct.
So he legitimately will
and
have
he
you
looks
in pairs.
all of it. Oh,
okay.
Yeah. So he's 6'9", man. He's a tall player, a little bit of an old school type of player, not as athletic as some guys. You could tell that athleticism is waning on him. He looks stiff out there at times, but man, I tell you what, I watched 2.5 games today, and he was just in control all the time.
Okay.
He was just in control. He got beat a handful of times. He got beat on some athletic moves. He got beat on the inside spin, stuff to where he gets a little bit stiff and he gets his body weight out of proportion. But man, he's started for a long time. 10 years with the Bucs. He's been an absolute anchor out there for him on a team that has got turnover like crazy. To have a guy stick around for 10 years, well, he's doing something right. He does have too many penalties, and that does bother me, but I look at this guy in pass protection, and when he gets beat, it's the rarity. It's not like he's out there surviving every single play, and it's like a breath of wind. Is it going to be a sack or not? Like, I look at Garrett Bowles, and it says 4 sacks, and I'm like, huh? Like, really? Like maybe. First off, I find that hard to believe that he only gave up 4 sacks last year.
Okay.
But I'll tell you this. Every other play, I'm holding my breath. Is it going to be a sack or not? Every other play, I'm wondering, is he going to have that arm outside? Is he going to strangle him? Is he going to take him to the ground? I mean, he's just never in control out there. So forget what the sacks tell you. You will get beat. And by the way, a 5-sack season, that's not bad. That's not bad whatsoever. If you are in control and you just get beat with the rarity, no big deal. DeMar Dotson's got very long arms. He's in good control out there. He uses them. He extends. He's not going to be dominant in the run game. Matter of fact, he looks like he's a little bit stiff. He's a little bit slow in the run game. But I don't really care. I think if you bring DeMar Dotson in here, he's immediately going to be your starting right tackle.
Whoa.
He's better than Elijah Wilkinson.
Why?
He doesn't have the struggles that Elijah has. He doesn't get beat as often as Elijah does. Elijah got beat all the time in pass protection last year. Many games he had worse games than Garrett Bowles had. I love our dude, the bus lane, but the reality is he had some big-time struggles out there. It kind of felt like the struggle bus at times. So DeMar Dotson comes into town. He becomes your starting right tackle. Elijah Wilkinson goes back over to the left side, and you've got a open competition again at left tackle, and you've got a legitimate swing tackle and Elijah Wilkinson. Let's go, man. I mean, it's good signing. He's not going to be out there being a game changer for you, but he'll remind you of, who would you say was the best right tackle signing that we've had in, I don't know, since the Super Bowl?
Oh, my Lord.
The best.
Since the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So you're taking yourself out of it. Jared Veldheer.
Yes, that's exactly right. Jared Veldheer is the best tackle we've had. Now, was Jared a elite tackle out there? No, not by any means.
Pretty solid, though.
But were you aware of him?
He kind of, he held up. He held up better than I thought, and I thought he was just going to get hurt. He actually played more than I thought he was going to play.
Well, and here's a good sign of a healthy offensive lineman. Are you aware of him? Is he doing things to draw attention to himself or not? And if he is, that's probably a bad thing. Jared Veldheer did fine. That's what DeMar Dotson will do as well. Bring him in, man. He'll do fine.
This great analysis, and this sets up the more interesting question. That's what happens really over at left tackle. We're breaking it all down. It's Training Camp 2020, locked and loaded, presented by Fitness Gallery. Check out all of our training camp content at 1043thefan.com/camp. Who then is playing left tackle? We'll get there next. Hey, DMac for Ed Prather at edprather.com. Getting all choked up thinking about Ed Prather. Ed's fantastic, and if you need to move now, not in a little while, now, you got to go. The Ed Prather team is going to help. They're offering virtual home viewing to buyers by live streaming homes to potential buyers all over the country. These viewing parties market your home to highly motivated buyers, and it really works. There's no long-term contracts when you work with Ed Prather. You cancel at any time if you're unsatisfied. And Ed is the only agent who can guarantee multiple offers on your home in 72 hours at an agreed-upon price with no repair work. Listen to the story from Debbie and Tony in Castle Rock. We had a horrible commute, and we wanted to move closer to work. We had a bad experience with another agent. We'd almost given up. We decided to give it one more shot with Ed, and boy, did he deliver fast. Ed Prather was able to sell our home at the price we needed to his list of active buyers before it even went on the market. Get an experience like that. Go to edprather.com, 720-650-4959. If I'm selling my home, this is what I would do. That's ed, Prather.com. Breaking news. Mountain West has just pulled the plug on fall football.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, literally just like a minute ago, we're getting the news.
Well,
So, keeping an open mind towards spring football, but canceling fall football.
keeping in mind, not Power 5 yet.
Not yet.
Yet.
I mean, I get it. There's no big payday out there.
Well, that's what I keep coming down to. I mean, if you don't have the big payday out there, and if you don't have the money that's on the line, well, it's pretty easy to cancel it. Who has straight up canceled it without leaving the option for spring football? Do we have anybody?
I don't know. Then the Ivy League just sort of
Did they just shut it down?
I'm not sure, actually.
Okay.
I mean, this is disappointing and a bummer. But weeks ago, we said on this show, I don't know how college does this.
I know.
We have brainstormed a lot of solutions to problems over the years. And we're smarter than the average bear, and this is how they could do it. I just could not, in my head, Tyler, figure out a way to pull it off in college. I could not. Couldn't do it. Couldn't figure out how you would create a bubble. Couldn't create how you'd have enough testing. I couldn't
a huge
figure
part
it out.
of it is the living conditions when you leave the facility. And, and pros, you've got the facility, which is its own bubble, and then everybody's got their own private living conditions that they go home to, and you can relatively safely assume that your family is doing things the right way. But college kids, man, I just have no idea. And without the ability to test and resources, it's tough.
How you gonna do it?
Power Five's all meeting, and we'll see what comes about it. It doesn't look like we're going to have great news on the horizon for any of it.
Well, I'll tell you this. There is a way to do it. There actually is a way to do it. But it means that these kids aren't college students anymore at all. That's it. That's the only way to do it. You seriously are not a college student anymore. You forget about that pretense about being a college student. You live in a bubble. You live in a bubble, and you could probably create one on campus somehow.
Well, you could still be a college student. You could do online classes. I mean,
okay, but you can't
drop school.
You can't do anything else though. You can't go to parties. You can't hang out on the quad.
You can't be an 18-year-old.
You can't. Right. I guess that. Yeah. Okay. I guess you can go to you can go to online classes. My kid's taking my older son. I don't know. He's telling me he's at one class a day. He's taking 4 classes online. These online classes are the online classes are kind of the thing anyway.
Yeah, they've been that well, especially in the summer. Summer's always been online.
It's crazy. So yeah, okay, you could take your classes online, but I mean, you'd have to give up everything else, and that's what I couldn't get over. Is I get it, you're different than all the other, college students out there on the campus, Tyler, but you're still on a college campus.
You're on a college campus, you're in dorms, you're in cafeterias, you're in just areas that feel like just breeding grounds for viruses.
Yeah, you're in the commons, you're in the, whatever. You're still, listen, as great as these college kids are, they're still kids, 18, 19, 20, 21, something like that. And there's a lot of them. Way more. And there's a lot of people associated with the program, Tyler. How many coaches does a college staff have? And then there's trainers.
Well, you've got hundreds of kids on the team. The amount of staff that's involved.
What are we talking about?
All of that, though, I mean, none of that really there's nothing majorly different about that than professional sports. There's tons of bodies that are going into Dove Valley every single day. Tons and tons and tons of bodies, especially when you're talking about all the support staff and people that are working in business operations and all of the above. I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds of bodies that are walking in and out of that building every single day, but they've got the protocols in place, and they've got the ability to control the environment.
And then you have just being a young person, and being around other young people that just seemed ridiculous. I was talking with my son today. If he gets the Rona up there in college, I go, if you get it, you're going to be away from your team for at least a couple weeks. You'll have to be living back at home, which he doesn't want to do. I mean, be careful, dude. So,
it's not going to stop him. I mean, he's going to be a young kid, and he's going to go out and he's going to live his life. And for the first time in his life, he's not going to be under the control of his parents. And young kids are going to do dumb things.
Yeah, we're just trying to agreed. We're just trying to hopefully limit the amount of dumb things. We'll see. He's going to college on Saturday. I got friends of mine whose kids are checking in this week. So I'm seeing all sorts of pictures on Facebook all over the country. And what is the Power Five going to do? Mountain West is tapped out. How ironic is that for CSU, by the way, who probably was going to.
Well, they kind of lucked out, to be honest. I mean, it really
Yeah.
saved the day for them. What a mess they're in. That mess just got bigger and bigger every second I turned on the TV, every time I flipped on the news.
I'm seeing the text line, too, and people are, screaming about all sorts of things they may or may not know, probably don't know all the details of. I feel like I don't even want to talk about it until it gets, resolved. I just read that article over the weekend, and I'm just like, holy cow. I mean, talk about having no clue. To the allegations were unbelievable, Tyler.
I know.
And they ran deep.
It's ugly stuff for sure. Go back to the Power 5. We got Big Ten, who's on the verge, right? That's not official, right? Help me out here if that's official. They're on the verge. I know they're on the verge of canceling this thing.
Oh, if the Big Ten pulled out, it would be huge.
Right.
I mean, it may have happened or they may have decided on it.
Well, they've been meeting all day, so I'm a little bit hesitant on if any information is broke since we've been on air.
Not officially. I can see
Right.
some other dripping out rumors of it, but not officially. Not yet.
If Big Ten does that, they all kind of fall in suit. I don't think the SEC is going to be able to pull off what they're talking about either.
You don't think so?
No, man, no way. Not on this short term. And I mean, you're talking about you've got weeks. You've got like a week to figure all that out. How the heck are you going to do that, DMac?
They just stick to their own schedule. They already said they're only going to play conference games. You rope in a couple of other teams that are willing to take the risk.
So you're
Jim Harbaugh. Do you see Jim Harbaugh?
So
he doesn't want anything. He wants to play.
But I mean, all the other universities that want to go do that, do they have to officially leave their conference forever, or is it just a temporary deal for this season? I mean, there's so much stuff.
If your conference
you
isn't
can't
playing,
actually see that getting figured out in a week's time, can you?
Well, most college schedules were supposed to start in late September.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we got? August 10th? 6 weeks? Probably. Sure. Why not? Well, I mean, Jim Harbaugh wants to play.
All right, so let's talk about what do they really have to figure out? What really has to be figured out that could or could not get done? So you need to get more schools? Well, not really. You don't have to get more schools.
You don't have to, but you'd rather, if you're Alabama, play Michigan instead of Vanderbilt.
Well, if you're Alabama, why? Why would you rather play them? I'd rather play Vanderbilt and get the guaranteed win.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I guess you don't how many teams are in the SEC? More than 10, right? More than 11, right? Do we know SEC how many teams?
Google machine. 14.
Yeah, you're right. You don't need to. You could get a 10-game schedule. You could have a playoff.
Yeah, you don't need any more teams.
How about that? You get
Okay, so you don't need to add anybody else. And if anybody else wants to come in, you just say, sorry, we're the SEC. We got this figured out. We got it on lockdown. You got to come up with your own bubble type environment. You got to figure out how to get the kids. That's where it gets super messy.
Here's what it is, though. If you can pull in Ohio State or Michigan or Notre Dame, forget you don't need them, but you're going to make a lot more money if you got Notre Dame, Alabama than Notre Dame, Missouri.
Well, you can't just pull in one. You got to pull in at least two, right?
You got, what are you going to leave Clemson hanging out to dry? You're going to pull them in. They should probably be in the SEC anyway.
Can you imagine Ohio State being on the outs?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You want to pull them in?
Right?
I mean, think about it. NBC is Notre Dame. ABC is Ohio State. And ESPN is ABC2. That's, Clemson.
Yes.
They all, and CBS is SEC. That's all. Thank you. We'll take, and can you imagine how big those games are going to be on TV?
All right, so are they not a part of NCAA's now?
I know. This is what we're on the cusp of.
It's not happening in a week, dude.
All right, we'll get to the left tackle situation with the Broncos, but that breaking news just came out, which directly impacts, obviously, Colorado State and the Mountain West. The Mountain West has decided to pull the plug on fall football and not sure, undecided. They'll wait and see if they're going to be a spring schedule. This is the Drive on the Fan. All right, we're still following the breaking news about college football, and Dan Patrick speculated that his sources told him the Pac-12 and Big Ten would be canceled by tomorrow. Tyler, you've said they've been in meetings all day, at least the Big Ten. We are hearing the Mountain West say that fall football has been canceled, and they don't know about the spring yet or not, but the Mountain West has pulled the plug on fall football. I'm seeing a vibe out there that it might be official in the Big Ten. We are trying to confirm that right now, but we're seeing some indications that might be the case.
Yeah, there's reports that the presidents voted 12-2 to end the season.
All right, so I see that too, but only Nebraska and Iowa voted to play. Big Ten schedule.
See you, Hawkeyes, voting to play. I'm not going to say the other one.
Of course not. This weekend, Nebraska at Iowa. Next weekend, Iowa at Nebraska.
At Nebraska.
Next weekend, Nebraska and Iowa play on a neutral site. It's a cornfield someplace.
If you build it, they will come, DMac.
Yeah. All right, so that's going on. I feel like we should give you a little hockey guy stuff, Kev. Do we got a little hockey guy music here? Bet Online has posted Stanley Cup odds. Avs are the favorite to win the Stanley Cup.
Let's go, baby!
How about that?
Man, by a long shot, too.
It's pretty cool. Avs take on the Coyotes, starting their 4 out of 7 on Wednesday, and we will not, if you have Comcast, be able to watch it here locally. So, despite the fact the Nuggets are owned by the same team on the same local network, Altitude, you can see them on TNT tonight play the Lakers. But
so this is getting confusing, but okay.
But I guess because of just a different contract and a different situation, it will be blacked out. Even though it's on NBCSN, it will be blacked out if you have Comcast here locally. And I know there's a million ways to illegally stream it. And I know if you have DirecTV, you can watch it. Actually, our guy Raj.
But you're a man of the law, and you do not have DirecTV.
I don't have DirecTV. Our guy Raj, who does have DirecTV, says you got to have a certain type of tier.
Right.
You can't just have.
Well, you still got to have the right package.
You got to have the right package.
Right.
So apparently our dude Raj doesn't have the right package.
Eek.
I mean, that's what he told us. He's got a lower level package.
Oh, grow up, would you?
You know, I mean, there's
Not
nothing
that there's
wrong.
anything wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. So,
Avs got number 2 seed, huh? Let's go.
yeah, they should kill the Coyotes. Coyotes are lucky to even be there.
Coyotes.
Coyotes.
You ever seen a coyote on ice? Huh?
Coyotes.
Coyote can't skate on ice.
So you got the Avs in the playoffs, but the vast majority of people in the metro area or Colorado are not going to be able to watch playoff games because of the issues going on with Kroenke and with Comcast.
Literally unbelievable. It is flat out unbelievable that we're at this point, playoff hockey, playoff basketball going on, and we've got games still being played. I mean, what the heck, dude? I don't care. I mean, seriously, I do not care who's to be blamed. I don't. All I know is this is a travesty. This is a joke that it's gotten to this point.
Do you and I want anybody to be fired?
No.
No.
I've got lots of people that I care about that work over there, okay?
Me too.
Lots of people.
Do
okay?
we want any of them to be fired?
But it doesn't change
No.
anything. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Right. It's so frustrating. And the convoluted way that it has to be explained, I know it makes sense to the people who explain it on their side of things. It doesn't make. Here's what everybody should know that maybe doesn't get it. We don't get it and don't care. And it's just flat out frustrating. That's
right.
it.
That's
the
right.
end. And the fact that you're telling us, and I guess the NHL and NBC are telling us that these games that are playoffs can be blacked out. You know what? You know what it feels like they're telling us? It feels like it. It feels like you really don't care about the fans.
Oh, that's exactly what it feels like. I mean, when you are willingly making the choice at this point to black these games out, yeah, come on.
It feels like you're in your own bad contract negotiation thing, and you're using, I don't know what you're trying to prove on either side, but it really feels NHL, Comcast, Kroenke. It really feels like you don't care. You don't care enough.
Well, so cool that we've got a good seating. Not so cool that I have no idea how to analyze or view the game, even though we're the hockey guys.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like, well, I guess we'll check in with you in the second round. Good luck.
I guess so. That's about what it feels like at this point.
Yeah. And tonight we can watch. This is what I really don't get, and please don't try to explain it to me. But I really don't get how we can watch the NBA on TNT, but I can't watch the Avs in the playoffs on NBCSN. It's a different contract. It's a different network. I'll go there. But can you not see the bizarreness of it?
No, like just absolutely so confusing.
Will I go to a bar to watch the Avalanche or stream them illegally? You know what?
Well, you went to a bar to watch the Rockies game,
I
so
did.
you have no excuse.
I could. I guess. I don't know. Will I? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? And let me tell you, my wife, she doesn't like basketball at all. She hates basketball. She loves the Rockies. She loves the Avalanche. Loves the Avalanche.
So, is she going to want to go to a bar?
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe. If she says, yeah, let's go to I'll go. Because I love the Avalanche. This feels so ridiculous.
I mean, how about that? I mean, just look at that. Look at the odds. The odds of the Avalanche winning the Stanley Cup.
All right.
5-1. Okay. Next closest, we've got Boston Bruins at 9-1. Is that right? I mean, come on. So 5-1. That's how good your team is this year. And we hardly even know how to talk about them because we can't see it.
Hey, here's the good news, because we are the hockey guys. Here's the good news. Because they're such favorites to win the Stanley Cup Finals, they're going to get beyond the first round, no problem.
Well, let's go.
And then we'll watch them. Plus, we got Adrian Dater, and he's like the only one up there even looking at him. So we'll have plenty of Avalanche updates. Are we frustrated? Yeah, through the roof frustrated. Through the roof frustrated that this is going on into the playoffs. This is where I thought this was going to end, Tyler, by the way. Through all the quibbling, through all the problems, I seriously thought, well, Tyler, once they get to the playoffs, I mean, okay. First round of the playoffs, no difference.
Yeah, somebody texted in, Tyler, you do understand that all Avalanche and Nuggets playoff games will be broadcast nationally, right? It's not blacked out. It's going to be nationally televised. No.
They're
Are
not.
you not listening?
Right.
I mean, that's the entire point of this segment.
Right.
We are going to go the first round without getting to watch it.
It is on NBCSN. It is. It's blacked out on NBCSN or CNBC or WNBC or NBCBC. I don't know. You can't see it anywhere. NB not C. Hockey guy update. We still love you, Avs. We'll see you in the second round, I guess. 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Okay, where are we with Dotson? Is it a done deal? Is it a Dotson deal? We'll check in with Kliss next. Raint. Mike Kliss. Cheesy intro music. All right. Mike Kliss, our fan Broncos insider, joins us now courtesy of Bet Rivers Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. Mike is joining us here in a second. We're just getting him on the line right now. And there he is. Mike, has DeMar signed on the Dotson line?
Very good.
There you go.
I don't think so. He was going to take his physical today and sign shortly thereafter. They do have kind of an agreement in place. I anticipate DeMar Dotson being a Bronco either tonight or tomorrow, and they'll have some offensive tackle depth.
Oh, we got to get Tyler. You got to turn that mic on. There you go.
How are we? Are we good now?
Yep.
All right. Well, I watched the film, Mike, and I kind of liked it. I saw just this stable football player out there. Is he our day one starter if he comes in?
You know, I mean, he might be, but right now, at least what they're telling me is that Elijah Wilkinson is still going to be the starter. They would prefer the 25-year-old homegrown guy to start, and ahead of the guy that's going to turn 35 in October. But it could work out that way if after a few weeks of practice, it's determined that Elijah's not quite 100% coming off that ankle surgery. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But preferably, Dotson would be the backup at right tackle. Elijah would start at right tackle, Bowles at left. And then if something happens to Bowles or Elijah, they're covered. Elijah can go over and cover Garrett, and Dotson can fill in at right. Dotson is pretty much a right tackle, not a left tackle. He's a right tackle. But from what I understand, he's first of all, I've heard he's a really good human being. And second of all, he still can play a little bit.
Yeah.
Why did the Buccaneers move on from him?
I don't know. They extended him twice. He's 34 now, and maybe he was expecting to get paid $6 million, $8 million, $9 million plus, and it didn't work out. That might have been one reason. The next thing I don't know who they got to replace him. They did get a pretty decent right tackle, didn't they? I'm going to have to go back and look.
Tristan Wirfs.
But
that's right, Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah, they took Tristan Wirfs at 13.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, so that made him expendable, and I think he probably was hoping for more money. I'm not sure what he's going to get with the Broncos. I'm hearing it's a 1 year. Like around $3 million with incentives. That's with incentives, so that the base would probably be about half of that. So, that's if that's true, and we'll have to wait to see the numbers. That would be backup type money.
Did they talk to any other right tackles?
I believe they did. Yeah, they did. I think they poked around on Valdir a little bit.
Oh, and, interesting.
But they went with Dotson. And Tyler, you weren't fan of Dotson. I guess they think he's got a little bit more left. What do you think?
Oh, no, I watched the film, Mike, and I think he comes in and he should immediately be your day one starter. He's just solid. He's going to get beat a handful of times per game, but he's not out there struggling on every single pass protection. He looks rock solid to me. He looks like he's lost his athleticism. He's tall. He looks stiff, but I'm okay with it. I mean, Mike, I guess I would hope that he would come in and he would be your starting right tackle, and then you can finally go back to the original plan and you put a little bit of pressure on Garrett Bowles and you let Elijah Wilkinson go over there and compete.
That might happen. It's a little early to say that's going to happen right now, but that might eventually happen. I would say Dotson, and remember this too, guys. He was raised in Louisiana. He played at Southern Miss, played basketball at Southern Miss, And then, he was one of those guys, kind of like Julius Thomas. He finished up his basketball eligibility with Stacy at Southern Miss, and then tried football, and did enough to wind up with Tampa Bay for 11 years.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
And,
what a story.
He's 6'9". They listed him at 260 in basketball. He's 310 now. So, he had athleticism, and, that's for sure. But we'll see. Again, you prefer, and he is a bridge guy to Juwan James next year. No ifs, and buts about it. But you would prefer that your 25-year-old that you've been developing for 2 years, solid, with 2 years of starting experience, and Elijah Wilkinson would start ahead of this guy. But you might be right. Dotson is going to have to get acclimated to altitude. That'll take a couple of weeks before he's ready to take on Von Miller in practice on that side of the football.
All right, Mike, anything else? I saw that your tweet, the COVID testing's going well for the Broncos. Everybody's in the clear, even after a day off, so that's good news, right?
Yeah, that's good news. Andrew Beck is getting better.
Okay.
By rule, I think if this were the regular season, Andrew Beck might be back by now. It's been 12 days since he tested positive. By rule, he could have come back after 10 days with with back-to-back negative tests. And he may have completed that, but they're being a little cautious with him, conservative, as they probably should be at this time in training camp.
League as a whole feeling pretty good about their COVID protocols?
Say that again.
Well, I'm just curious how the NFL is feeling watching Major League Baseball, watching college, and everybody that's shutting down right now. Do you feel like the league as a whole is feeling pretty good about their protocols?
Yeah, they are. Of course, they still got a couple challenges ahead. The biggest one being travel. And right now they're not in a bubble. There's talk of putting all the players in the same hotel with protocols. They're not in a bubble yet. We'll see. St. Louis, my goodness, 5 games. There's some teams in baseball that have played 17 games. The Cardinals have played 5.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Jeez.
And by the end of the week, it's going to be like 23 games for some teams,
Right.
and 5 for the Cardinals.
Right.
I don't know how you can get away. You couldn't do that type of disparity in football, obviously.
No,
so
but like you could.
I don't know
how about this? You could think about this, fellas. You could have a long weekend bubble, and you could just stick everybody in a bubble, say Thursday through the game, and then you would reduce your odds, and you could probably do that. It'd be a little bit of
how many teams?
What's that?
How many teams? There's a lot more players in the NFL. I mean, you'd have to have 10 hotels in Vegas.
I think you could just do like
teams.
I think you could do your own local bubble. I think you could just sort of isolate.
Oh.
The problem is you don't know what dum is gonna go, out and about or do something that they shouldn't be doing. The Indians guy, Plesac, went out. He's a starter. He broke their stuff. They just sent him home. They were like, "Get out of here."
Yeah.
He drove. He had to get in a car and drive back to Cleveland. He got a rental car and drove back to Cleveland. And they just didn't tolerate it. Good for the Indians. And you could you're never going to be able to put everybody in the same place, but you could isolate everybody for a shorter period of time to bring down the odds that you contracted at the last minute. I think the NFL is going to happen fine. I don't think they're going to have any of these same issues. And the reason why is I think they're having so much more time to get used to this than baseball. Baseball was idiotic. Baseball couldn't get their act together with how they were going to manage the situation, and they just got detracted from, policing themselves. They were stupid. Yeah. And the NFL, man, the NFL is not stupid. They get it.
Right. They did get a jump on the protocols. There's no doubt about it. I mean, all the players are saying that they feel safer at UC Health Training Center than they do at home. and I do believe it with all the protocols and safeguards they got there. But we still, I guess I'm still more, 65-35 confident on this NFL season. I want to see what happens after 11-on-11 in training camp.
Good point.
Let's get through a week of that and see what happens. If we get through that, then they're on their way.
My man, thank you. Mike Kliss, we'll talk to you later, Mike.
See you, bud.
All right, see you guys.
Mike Kliss, our fan Broncos insider, courtesy of Bet Rivers Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. I think the NFL's been brilliant so far, Tyler.
Well, they haven't been tested so far.
Well, they're being tested all the time. I mean, the players are being tested all the time.
Not really. They haven't had to travel yet. So
Oh.
that's when the real challenge comes about. They
I
haven't,
don't know.
haven't had to play against any other team. They haven't had to, what happens if you've got one guy that goes down with COVID on a Wednesday, right? So let's say, like the real problem with the Marlins situation. Well, they knew on game day that there were people in the organization that had COVID-19 and they were allowed to play the game. All right, so what happens in football if you find out on Saturday that somebody has got COVID-19? Well, is it enough to just pull that one guy out? Is that going to be all that needs to be done? The real challenge is going to come once you've got one case that spreads to another team from the Denver Broncos or anybody else. That's when the real challenge comes about. I think you're right. I think the protocols have been fantastic. I think that professional players are going to take this serious. They're going to do the best they possibly can. But all it's going to take is that first outbreak where you're going to have major question marks.
I think they're going to do it. I understand what you're saying, and it's reasonable. Look what happens, though, when you really dial it in. The NHL has had 7,200 tests, no cases.
Mm-hmm.
They have already sent teams home. Teams have already played up in the bubbles. They've had their little playoff series. They've been eliminated. They're gone. They've done it. And now they're about to enter round one. We'll check out the Avs in round two, but it's happening. They're about to enter the real playoffs in the NHL.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the bubble and the wubble in the WNBA and the NBA are great. Right now, look at it. We got Toronto going against Milwaukee. Two of the best teams in the NBA playing right now. And why would that stop? Major League Baseball is, I don't even know what to say. Hey, listen, I'll give you a good follow, though. I'll give you a good follow. Go look at Trevor Bauer. He's the dude when he played for the Indians, threw the ball over the center field wall. He's kind of quirky, but I really like Trevor Bauer. And watch his vlog about the Major League Baseball season and during COVID. If you watch his vlog and you see how he follows the protocols that are instituted, there's no way this guy is going to get the Rona unless somebody else who's not doing what he's doing passes it on to him.
Well, that's right. I mean, we felt that way when we read all the protocols with baseball, and it was like 5 pages long, and we went through it. We looked at it, we're like, man, this thing's about as ironclad as it could possibly get. How the heck is anybody going to catch it? All it takes is that one dummy that doesn't follow the rules, and then he spreads it to you. So you could do everything perfect, and you could be the best example in the entire world, but as long as you've got one player on your team that is not doing it, well, all of it's for nothing.
It's KKFN HD1, Longmont, Denver. 5 o'clock. Well,
Not kidding you, Justin.
this morning, Dan Patrick had this to say about the college football season. We are hearing some huge rumors this afternoon about the Big Ten. So not looking good there. Big time rumors. I'm just, I know what you saw. Were you watching PFF College? Or is that the source that you saw with the
the 12-2?
Yeah.
I do not recall the source, but I read that it was voted upon 12-2 by the president.
I'm just kind of waiting for it to become officially official, but the indications are it'll happen. Haven't heard anything from the Pac-12, at least not quite yet this afternoon. We'll see if they can, figure that out from the Golden Palace in San Francisco.
It's going to come out here very quickly.
But you've got the SEC who still wants to play. You got Jim Harbaugh who's out there saying he wants to play. You definitely have opposing forces here in college football that are trying to figure out different ways to pull this off. You got, this is interesting, Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields, the two most prominent college quarterbacks in the country, are hashtagging we want to play. Trevor Lawrence thinks that if you don't play college football, everybody goes home. Maybe somebody needs to tell Trevor Lawrence, well, college is still open. You don't have to go home, but you can keep going to college, but that's all right. That's neither here nor there. So, Tyler, what do you think is going to happen here in the next 24 hours with college football?
Oh, it's not going to look good, man. I mean, we've got a situation on our hands in which you've got two Power 5 conferences that have not officially done it, but have unofficially said that the season's over. It's not going to happen. So, the rest are likely to follow suit. I think that what the SEC is doing is admirable. I hope that they're able to pull it off. I really do.
You think it's admirable what the SEC is doing?
I do.
Why?
I do, because they're doing everything in their power to have a season. And look, man, I mean, I think.
What about just moving it to the spring?
What is wrong with just moving it to the spring? What am I missing there?
Well,
I don't see what's wrong with just moving it to the spring. I think that is a very logical, easy thing to do. I guess here's the way SEC's looking at it. They're looking at it, man, we could be the only dogs in town, and think about the amount of money that we could make off of our TV deals if we were the only ones. Money, more and more money is what it means. I don't see anything wrong with delaying it for the spring. I don't know if it's going to be any easier or not in the spring to pull it off. I mean, nobody really knows whether it's going to be easier or not, but at least you gave yourself a fighting chance. The real problem with moving it to spring is now you're not just talking about guys like Trevor Lawrence that should be opting out right now regardless because he's the number 1 overall draft pick, but everybody's going to be opting out if you move it to the spring. So that's the real problem with moving it to the spring. You will lose. I mean, anybody that thinks that they could be probably a 3rd or 4th round draft pick or higher, they will have to opt out. They won't have a choice. I mean, the choice is made for them. They have to get ready for the combine. They have to get ready for bowl games. They have to get ready for to run their 40. I mean, what you're doing to train for the most important event of your life. Now that football's over, the most important thing you do, and it only matters one time, but you got to get ready to bench press 225. You got to get ready to run that 40.
You want to hear a stunning number?
Yeah.
Last year in the NFL draft, 63 SEC players were drafted.
Amazing. I mean, amazing.
63. So what?
Okay, well, yes.
What would that spring season look like without 63 players?
Exactly.
Because who would play?
And I mean, it's not just going to be guys that are easy to replace. I mean, it's going to be starting quarterbacks. It's going to be your starting offensive line. You've got 3 senior offensive linemen that all have to opt out because they want to get ready for the draft. That's what's wrong with the spring.
Would Cush, our starting center, probably for the Broncos, be playing?
Probably not, no.
Would Jerry Jeudy, our starting wide receiver, first-round pick, be playing? We have any other SEC guys? I don't think so. But, I mean, you got KJ Hamler. He's out of Penn State. That's Big Ten. Would he be playing?
So there you go. That's what's wrong with the spring. That's why it's important that they try to play football right now. And that's why Trevor Lawrence is not alone. I mean, we joke about the fact that, yeah, he's in his own category, and, yeah, he wants to play football so that he can play it this fall because he wouldn't play it in the spring. But he's not alone. How many members on his own team would be making the exact same decision that he would have to make in the spring?
Right. And I think that's the big – listen, I give the kid credit for wanting to play And I give all the college kids credit for trying to come together here. It seems they're trying to get a movement together where they're basically unionizing without making it an official union, but they're acting like a union, aren't they? They're trying to all band together and demand things. It's just different. If you play for Nevada, go Wolfpack, and you're in the Mountain West, I don't know. Are you going to get drafted as a senior? You probably know or you don't know.
No, you definitely don't know or not know.
How many Mountain West kids do you think even got drafted this year into the NFL? I'm sure a few.
Probably more than you think.
10 is the number. Is that the official number, 10?
Okay.
Well, that puts it in perspective.
Yeah, but if the number's 10, how many kids thought they were going to? 50? 40?
Maybe. Well, if it's 63 in the SEC, how many of those kids thought they were going to get drafted?
Exactly. Everybody.
200? 63 in the SEC. That's a stunning number. 10 in the Mountain West. Okay. And I guess you just got to go from there. I mean, in the MAC, how many kids got drafted from the MAC, Tyler, to the NFL? I'm sure there were some. But you can see why the MAC is like, hey, we'll just play in the spring. What's the big deal? 63? Can you imagine the SEC without their top 50 players?
No.
Dude. You'd have an interesting...
I would still watch it, and America would still watch it. I think the ratings would be fine, but coaches wouldn't want to do it.
Hey, let me ask you this ethically, I suppose. Does the NFL, because they so use and abuse the college system already, do they have an obligation to do things like push back the draft? So college football could have a spring season?
I think they would want to do that. So do they have an obligation? No. There's no obligation, but if they want the proper time to evaluate these kids, then yeah, they would have to do it. The problem is you have to recreate the entire offseason when you do that.
It's weird. There's a crazy ripple effect.
You have to recreate OTAs. You have to recreate free agency. You have to recreate like when the contracts expire. When did they not expire? I mean, all of that.
Well, hold on. Let me just take one thing at a time.
Okay.
Free agency is before the draft already anyway, so you don't really have to change that. That just is what it is. You would have a dramatic change in OTAs. You basically wouldn't have OTAs for the rookies. You could have it for your veterans, but you would see the rookies for the first time in training camp.
Actually, I don't think they could, man. I mean, you don't have the time to do it. So if football goes to the spring, you don't have time to change anything. You can't do the draft in the summer. You can't draft guys in the summer.
Let me think about this. If you started in the spring, so your first college football game is March 1st.
Okay.
So March, April,
so call
May.
it a 10-week season or maybe even 8-week
so
season
into May.
if you want to.
Basically, you'd have the national championship game theoretically around Memorial Day.
Okay. And so the guys have got no time to prepare for any sort of combine. You would have no ability to figure out if the guys can run a 40 or not, whether they could do bench press or not.
All right, let me be a devil's advocate. Do you know when the Major League Baseball draft is?
Well, we just had it a little bit ago.
It's in June.
Yeah.
It's actually kids are in the College World Series who are getting drafted.
Okay.
You don't have to have the combine, do you? I mean, you don't have to have a pro day, do you? I mean, I have heard from you and Stink and all sorts of the underwear Olympics, it doesn't matter. Let's just judge it on tape. Why not? Why have the combine?
Yeah, I mean, I think the combine matters, but I think it's a very small percentage of the overall grade.
So do away with it for 1 year.
You certainly could if you wanted to, but no.
It's done.
Life is a lot easier if you just play football in the fall.
Well, that's for sure. That's for sure. Now we'll see what happens. It gets sticky, doesn't it? Wouldn't it be fascinating, Tyler, if NFL teams had to draft kids just based on football?
It would be fascinating to see in the long run, what was your hit rate? How many of those kids were successful or not? You know what? You might be more successful drafting off of film. Like, oh, wow. Shocker.
Let me ask some loaded questions. After your combine, your pro day.
Yes.
Sorry, you didn't go to the combine, right?
I did. I went
After
to
the combine, right? You got to. Oh, you fell down on the 40.
Yes, thank
Right.
you. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you for that memory.
Sorry. After you ran the 40 at the combine, when was the next time you ran a 40?
Yeah, I ran it one more time at my pro day, and then that's it. Never the rest of my career, not a single time
Not
did
in
I
training
ever
camp,
get timed on a 40. Never.
When was the last time you were measured benching 225 after your pro day?
Never.
Never. Vertical.
Never.
Horizontal.
None of it.
None of it. Zero of it.
Ever.
Right. Isn't that nuts? Shouldn't you theoretically?
Honestly, even when I did have a brief period where I was doing the free agency circuit where you got
Yeah.
tryout Tuesday going on,
Right.
And I had 3 or 4 weeks where I was going through that. Even on those workouts,
They didn't have you do it.
no.
All right. So logically, why does it matter then and it never matters again? So who cares about the combine and the pro days?
Well, the combine to me is much more about the interview process than anything else.
Okay,
And-
you could do that during the season.
No, you can't.
You can't?
How are you going to get a hold of these guys during the season?
On
You
the
don't-
phone.
No, you can't do that.
You can't?
No, you can't even
FaceTime. Zoom.
agents can't even talk to these kids until they're done with their season.
Change that rule. Let them sign.
Change
Let 'em
everything.
well,
Just
okay.
pay them money. Let's change it all.
I'm fine with that.
Hey, so am I, man, but it's not going to happen.
Wouldn't that be great, though? To say screw it. Yeah, everybody can sign with an agent anytime you want. You can get endorsements like
Here's
Jeremy.
an interesting one. Why not flip-flop and have the combine in November before the season? All right.
Hey, there you go.
Not bad.
That is who sent that in?
That's from the 304.
That is brilliant. And that would give that is so smart. You could do your interviews. You could train for the combine. It's before the football season. You could have the combine in November. That is freaking brilliant right there.
Well,
That is brilliant.
The only problem with it is you have to have declared for the draft. So
declare for the draft.
how do you declare for the draft before the season?
I'm going to be drafted. Consider me. I don't know. Who cares?
All right, so that it's over. Like once you declare, it's over. There's no coming back next year.
Change that rule. That is a dumb rule.
How many
by the
rules
way.
are you going to get
But
changed? How many rules are you going to get changed
as
this year,
many
DMac?
as many as I need to.
Right.
But that's one that should be changed anyway. Like if you declare for the draft and you don't get drafted, you should immediately be able to have your college eligibility back.
Or-
That's just a common sense rule.
Or just use common sense and don't declare for the draft if you're not going to get drafted.
Well, kids get confused with that crap all the time.
No, they don't.
And the rule is, by the way, that does happen in basketball. It just happened for Remy Martin. I don't know if you know him. He's a point guard out of Arizona State. Declared for the draft, changed his mind, coming back for his senior year. And good.
The Arizona State punter.
The Arizona State punter, because he never signed with an agent.
Is that what it was? Is that how he got away with that?
Coming back. That's right. That's right. They get you on these weird technicalities. You know, the NCAA. You sign with an agent, all of a sudden, no good.
Gosh, I wonder if he knew that. Do you think he knew that, and that's why he didn't sign with an agent?
He's a punter. How does he know he's going to – what was he thinking anyways? He's coming out early as a punter?
Well, he was super jacked.
He was super jacked. That is true. That's a terrible idea. The NFL will be going on during November and can't do it. Of course they can do it. What do you mean they can't do it?
No, that's a good point. No, that is a fair point.
What do you mean they can't do it? What can't they
do? Coaches will be coaching football.
Don't send coaches to the combine anymore.
Oh, my gosh. One team, the Denver Broncos, did that, and then the Rams kind of followed up, so you got two of them.
How'd the Broncos do in the draft?
Well, I'll tell you in 5 years.
Well, all right. But, I mean, you had your GM and your personnel staff. They can go. You don't need your coaches. They're the Broncos and the Rams did not send their coaches to the combine.
You don't want your coaches to be a part of the interviews? Of course
Zoom,
you do.
Zoom, baby. Zoom players or I don't know.
So they're when coaches stay in the building until 1 o'clock in the morning during the season because there's not enough hours in the day to get ready for their game plan. Now they got time to interview these prospects in the middle of the season as well, huh?
Here's a good one. Isn't the combine mainly for medical examinations?
Well, that's how it began.
I love that though because then you can't hold the injuries that happen to the kids against them. You got to roll the dice. Colby Ross of Eagle Crest and Pepperdine as well. Did Colby declare? Then he went back? Okay. I don't know, man. What a wild afternoon for sure. Meanwhile, the Broncos are looking at DeMar Dotson. You looked at DeMar Dotson. My big question to you that we're finally kind of getting to here is, will we have a legitimate competition at left tackle if Dotson clearly establishes he's the best option at right tackle?
It depends on how quickly they allow that to happen, because if they signed DeMar Dotson and they don't anoint him the starter immediately, well, Elijah Wilkinson's going to be over on the right side, wasting time and not having any sort of competition at left tackle. And so the only way that you could have any sort of competition is immediately, day one, the first day they put on pads, you've got Elijah Wilkinson over there taking reps away from Garrett Bowles during starters periods. That's the only way you're going to have a competition. You can't create that competition a week into the season, 2 weeks into the season. So DeMar Dotson would have to walk into this team as your starting right tackle for there to be a legitimate battle over there.
How do you think that's going to go? You've watched him. What do you think?
I think that they should do that. I think that DeMar Dotson is a veteran player, man. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He's been out there playing this game for a long time. For 10 years, he's held it down for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 10 years. Clearly, the dude is good enough to hold on to a job. Clearly, that dude has been stable enough that they haven't felt the necessity to move on from him. I watched the film, and he's tall. He is getting stiff. He doesn't move super well.
Right.
But, man, he's just in control in the passing game. He's flat out in control, and he gets beat every now and then, but he's not out there fighting for his life every single pass protection. He should walk in and be your day one starter at right tackle.
Who does he remind you of? Does he remind you of Valdir when Valdir was here?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, Valdir was stiff. Valdir did not move well. Valdir was not going to be a difference maker in the running game, but he was just solid.
He's effective, wasn't he?
He just did his job. It's a got man league, and that's what he looks like. It's a got man. He's going to get the job done. He got his man taken care of. I mean, I'm not trying to sit here and oversell him and act like he's an elite football player. The frustrating part with DeMar Dotson last season is he had a lot of penalties. He had 10 penalties on the season, which is a lot.
What were the penalties? Do you even know?
I think about 5 holding penalties and about 5 off starts or false starts. Excuse me. I don't think that he had any 15-yarders.
Yeah.
I would have to go back and look at it, but I don't think I saw any. So, for a guy that's getting older, getting a little bit more stiff, the holding penalties are going to come, but they came like not because of technique issues. They came just because he got beat.
You know what's wild during this entire conversation, and Mike Liss told us that, I mean, we may hear any moment that it's official with DeMar Dotson,
yeah.
And we'll bring it to you if we hear that, is Juwan James is going to be back next year as the starting right tackle for the Denver Broncos.
Correct.
After all this.
So you know what? That's a good point that you bring that up.
Juwan James is going to be the right tackle for the Broncos in 2021 no matter what.
That's a good point that you bring up, because when we were talking to Kliss, they were saying, well, you'd rather have your younger guy, the guy that you got a little bit more invested in, Elijah Wilkinson, be your starting right tackle. And I'm sitting here thinking, why? What does it matter? This is a placeholder no matter what.
No matter what.
Like who cares if it's the young guy? Elijah's not going to be your starting right tackle next year.
Nope. I mean, maybe Elijah's a swing guy next year. Maybe, I don't know. We don't have who knows who's going to be the left tackle in 2021. We don't know who's going to be the left tackle in 2021. We know Juwan James will be the right tackle in 2021.
I'm actually kind of excited about DeMar Dotson, and I hope we use him. I think he can help our football team.
Was he the best option of all the guys? Do you like him better than Donald Penn? Do you like him better than Valdir?
So I like Donald Penn better at left tackle. I like DeMar Dotson better at right tackle. And now that Juwan James is gone and you specifically need a right tackle, yes, Dotson is your best option.
So this is all right.
It's fine.
All things considered.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're pretty fortunate to have a guy out there. You know what?
All
I
right,
told you the other day that what made me so rare when they were able to go out and find me, I had close to 60-some starts in the NFL, right? Where do you find guys like that? They're not just sitting on the street. They're not just available out there. Well, here you go. You got a guy with way more starts than that. This is a good option.
The only thing that makes me wonder is what's wrong with him.
Well, he's old.
Well, okay, I get it.
He's old, he's stiff.
I get it, you're old and you're stiff, but what is old and what is stiff? You know, I knew that was not going to come out right. I knew it instantly. I mean, it's Right. I knew it. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it a neck? Is it a knee? Is it a hip? Is it a back? Is it a bat?
He's 6'9" and he doesn't bend well. So he gives up the bull rush and yeah. I mean, imagine a 6'9" guy that's getting older. The knees aren't working like they used to.
He gives up the bull rush at 6'9". Is he going to just topple over?
No, DMac, that's why the game has evolved. That's why tackles have become shorter, not taller. It's harder to stop a bull rush when you're 6'9" because you're tall. You don't have to bend. Guys get underneath you. They've got the leverage, right? You're just standing up, and they've got the leverage.
And they're just as strong as you.
Correct.
Right.
Yes. You know, the shorter guys, the 6'5" guys, but they've got the arm length of a 6'8" guy. Well, those guys are your super freaks at tackle because they're not going to get out leveraged.
Or the super freak, Elvis Dumervil, who's 5'10", but has arms the length of Bull.
That's why he was a matchup nightmare.
Right.
For me in particular.
That's why you had to tear his pec.
I got mad, and I just grabbed a hold of that arm, and like he was just putting it on me like my big brother, and I had his hand on my forehead, and I couldn't reach him.
Enough.
So finally, I'm like, you know what? Give me that arm, and I'm just going to get rid of this pec. I'm done with this.
Now, there you go. Hey, good idea, Josh. Pads, 2-a-days. Smart. Smart move, Josh.
Pads, 2-a-days. Let's also do one-on-ones.
Yeah.
Two practices in a row on the same day.
Good idea, Josh.
Oh, matter of fact, we're going to do 2 periods of one-on-one. So in reality, that was actually your 4th period of one-on-ones in the same day.
So, to prove how stupid you are, Josh, I'm going to ruin your best pass rusher for the season to show you're an idiot. Come here, Elvis.
I don't care if you cut me a couple days later.
What do I care? Did you get cut a couple days later?
Oh, I don't remember the time span, but I did get cut.
How many people in your life have blamed you specifically, like angrily, for tearing Elvis Dumervil's pec?
0.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to be the first one. All right, DeMar Dotson. So we're feeling good about that. We're definitely feeling good that the Broncos are doing well in their COVID stuff. I love seeing the video that is coming out from the state-sponsored media, Broncos.com, and I appreciate them doing it, actually, so I shouldn't rip on them. But it's cool to see video and pictures come out. They're in helmets. They're running around. It looks fun. It is. You know what I love, too, Tyler, when you're watching some of those highlights, and I get it, it's all propaganda film, but you know what you see? You see Drew Lock in charge, in command. He's the guy.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you feel excited. You feel excited for this young group of players. But by the way, I don't know if you caught this, but ESPN put out their rankings of young NFL teams under 25 rankings, and they put the Broncos at 19. Up from 23, but put them at 19.
Dang, that's pretty low, man. I mean, when you consider the amount of young playmakers we've got, specifically on the offensive side of the ball, 19 feels kind of low.
Well, I'll tell you why. Coming up, also, the Nolan Arenado situation. Wow, what's happening there? And within 20 minutes or so, George Karl on with us to talk about the Nuggets. That's all still to come right here on The Fan. DMac for Big O Tires. Getting out and about. You don't want your tires to be an issue, that's for sure. And you don't really expect that to happen. Big O Tires know that can be an unexpected expense, and that's why they're offering no credit-needed financing. So it doesn't matter what your budget is. Doesn't matter what your situation. They're going to get you and your family back on the road. And how about this deal? A DMac deal at Big O Tires. They're offering $100 off select sets of Big O brand tires now through August 23rd. That's right. They want to get you back on the road. They want to do it safely. But when it comes to your vehicle, there's more than just tires at Big O. Brakes, shocks, struts, oil changes, alignments, air conditioning, batteries. What do you need? Big O Tires is following CDC guidelines. They're going to be safe, clean. Curbside and vehicle drop-off services are available, and most importantly, they're open. 36 locations. Come on, you can't do better. It's Big O Tires. Visit bigotires.com to find a location near you. Come on now. How the Bears doing? By the way, Tyler.
What's up?
Did you see the CNN story? This is from CNN.com. As people across the U.S. It's not written very well. As people across the U.S. visit parks and taking trips to the mountains encounter bears, the National Park Service reminds you not to, quote, push your slower friends down in attempts of saving yourself.
No, I thought you're reading The Onion right now.
And
That's not CNN.
CNN.
What? Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy.
You don't have to be the fastest. You just have to be the fastest.
Well, you got to be not the slowest.
You can't be the slowest.
Right.
It's like you guys doing your gassers.
That's right.
You didn't have to be Ben Garland, but I mean,
No.
you know.
Just got to be in a line,
Right.
union.
Right.
Except for sometimes you got to break the union when there's a bear, and you don't want to be in that union when that bear comes around.
The National Park Service reminds you to, quote, not push your slower friends down in attempts of saving yourself. They actually had to put out a reminder.
I think that's really good advice. I mean, don't sacrifice somebody else's life for you. Good reporting right there.
Don't do that.
Oh, Lordy.
So that means, what happened in the bear attack? Well, I pushed my slow friend down and ran away. What happened to you?
Well, did you survive?
I'm fine. You might want to talk to Jimmy back there. He's having a hard time. Jimmy, what happened? I can't. I'm slow. Speed-wise. It's not good.
Remind me to bring you with me next time I go camping, all right?
All right, here's the, oh, wow, I get it.
Oh, I just now hit you.
I get it.
Man,
Well,
nothing gets over your head
uh,
except for everything.
right. The Broncos, and we'll get to Nolan's situation here in a second. Jeez. My goodness. The Broncos were ranked 19th for NFL teams under 25. Now, here's what was interesting. First of all, they were looking at the best young players. They didn't even mention KJ Hamler. How do you not mention KJ Hamler? They don't even mention him.
Well, good thing we selected him in the second round.
I could really be bad, man. I see some video. He looks really good. There's just so much potential, but when KJ Hamler gets like 2 or 3 targets a game, right? Remember it was at least discussed.
Well, DMac, he might get 2 or 3 targets, and he's likely to drop one of those because he averaged about 12 drops on the season last year.
He was dropping a ball a game.
The highest percentage in FBS.
Hey, man, look up real quick if you guys could. How many targets did KJ Hamler get his last year at Penn State? The crazy thing, though, but we went through this with Trendon Holiday. It is exciting because you don't think he's going to take a couple to the house, and it's going to be amazing.
Well, and that's right. When this season's all said and done, don't evaluate KJ Hamler based off the targets. That's not what matters. What matters is how many times did he make a difference-making play? Right. How many times did he take the roof off and score a touchdown, take a 40-yarder, turn it into a 60-yarder, or whatever it is. It's got to you got to count the. Those are the plays you got to count.
Is that the cost of doing business? A drop?
I think it's okay. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Maybe not. No.
As long as you get those moments.
As long as you get those moments, it's worth you killing one drive a game.
Yeah.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
As long as you get those moments.
Because it's hard to score, DMac.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't score without explosive plays.
Anyways, this analysis of the Broncos and their young players, which you think, hey, they should be higher than 19, and they could be and would be, but everybody in this analysis is questioning Drew Lock. And they even say this is all dependent on Drew Lock. How good is Drew Lock going to be? Can Drew Lock, who's also a young player, take advantage of the youth that is on the team as well? And I think that's a pretty fair question, Tyler.
Man, I don't know, though. I look at number 19, and I'm thinking to myself, if that's true, what does that mean? Look at our offense right now. Go through that list. Everybody you've got is young. You've got 3 wide receivers, all very extremely young. You've got an offensive line that's got a little bit of a mix. You've got a young quarterback. I guess the running back room has matured a little bit with Melvin Gordon, but Philip Lindsay's still young. Defensively is interesting. Maybe we don't have as many young guys as I feel like. Like if you look at the defensive side of the ball, who are we counting on that's young?
Michael Ojemudia.
For sure.
Golly. Michael Ojemudia. McTelvin. Oh, Chubb. Yeah, Chubb.
Jim's not going to even be playing.
Chubb. Chubb's on this list.
Chubb
and Michael Ojemudia.
Chubb. All right. Well, I guess it all comes down to QB play, like anything else.
This is the big question. How's Drew Lock going to be? I mean, no matter what else we talk about, at the end of the day, this is why we're locked and loaded, by the way, which makes sense. Locked and Loaded 2020 Broncos training camp.
Great T-shirt.
Brought to you by Fitness Gallery.
Solid material.
Yeah, awesome shirt. We're going to go to 1043thefan.com, and you can see how you can get a shirt. I think it begins on, thanks to Breaks Plus, begins on Thursday. The shirts are fantastic, and it is locked and loaded, and that is what it's going to be this year. And I think Drew Lock's going to do great. I think he's going to do great. I think they're going to manage him well. Tyler, if we come in here on a Monday and we're like, holy cow, I feel like I'm watching Daniel Jones all over again with Pat Shurmur, that will be bad.
Yeah, I do not want to see that. I do not want to see Drew Lock just in shotgun all day long, no commitment to the running game, just putting the weight of the world on his shoulders. I don't want that.
Okay, well, there you go. That's what ESPN thinks of the Broncos youth right now. How about Richie putting in Matt Kemp striking out as a highlight because he DH'd instead of Nolan. Nolan's in the lineup tonight. Ryan McMahon is not in the lineup. He's going to work as a fan for somebody because he swings and misses so much, so he just cools you down.
That was cute.
Thank you.
I like that.
I was furious. I was upset. I do not think that's the right way to handle a player that's struggling in Game 15 is to bench him. I thought the Rockies, in a very short season where they're doing great, and I love them, gave one away yesterday unnecessarily with their best pitcher on the mound. I thought even a late substitution of Nolan could have helped you defensively, and sure enough, Chris Owings, who's starting tonight at second base, made 2 errors on 1 play and didn't make a bare hand play that I think Nolan would have made.
Yeah.
And it came back to bite you, and Nolan didn't pinch hit. They really did just, set him down, period.
Well, yeah, they set him down. I don't understand what they were doing. I don't understand how that's going to help him get better. I know as a player, when I've had a bad game, man, all that I want is to get back out there on the field. And it sucks in football when I got to wait an entire week before I get to get out there and get that bad taste out of my mouth. So I can't imagine that Nolan Arenado wanted that. I think he wants to get up to that plate and he wants to put some balls in play.
So tonight he's going, because he got that rest yesterday, tonight is going to, do you think it's going to, oh, man. You know, if he goes 3 for 4 tonight, all I'm going to hear is what an idiot I am, and Bud Black's a genius, and I'll still deny it.
No, and you could just say Nolan Arenado is potentially one of the greatest third basemen of all time.
Yeah.
And he's a great offensive player, and at some point in time, that bat was going to come to life.
Right. How do we know it wasn't going to break out yesterday?
Yeah, regardless, it was going to come back to life. Nobody is sitting here thinking that Nolan Arenado is not going to find his groove.
We knew he was going to have a bad game yesterday? Come on.
By the way, he's been known to do this throughout his career.
It happens all the time. Okay. More about the Rockies and Nolan a little bit later.
Good text I got to get in, though, DMac. The National Forest Report is incorrect. It's incorrect.
What do you mean?
You don't want to push your slow friend down to escape the bear. You push your faster friend down. The slow friend was going to get eaten anyway.
Right.
I mean, come on. Push the faster friend down.
Right. Unless you're that's right.
Uh-huh.
You're going to outrun the slower friend no matter
Obviously,
what.
like, who cares? Like, you could still be the good guy. Like, hey, come on, buddy, let's go.
Right. You don't push
let's run away.
The next fastest person to you is who you got to go for.
That's who you sacrifice.
Brilliant. George Carl's next. No, it's not the slowest guy. Duh. All right, Premiere. Love Premiere. Love Premiere. And it's, what do we have, like 100 degrees? I mean, that's not the weather for me. Ooh, thank you. But, hey, it's cool in my castle because Premiere does such a great job for me, and they've done such a great job over the years. I want that same service for you when it comes to your heating and air conditioning system. So put this number in your phone, 303-993-9060. Here's the DMac deal, the exclusive AC and furnace sale for the month of August. $3,000 off as they're offering a free furnace with AC install good for every level of system. They're even upgrading you to 0% interest with zero money down. Takes a day. It's a piece of cake. Very safe. 303-993-9060. Ask for the DMac deal. Ask for that DMac special. It's a free furnace with AC offer. And when you ask for it, think too, if you're an XL customer, you can save and rebates up to $800 off in addition. It's a great time to get this work done. Keep it cool. Get yourself set up for the fall and the winter with Premier. 303-993-9060. PremierAirColorado.com. Nuggets Lakers tonight, 7 o'clock on TNT. To help us figure out this Nuggets team, my goodness, what a pleasure. George Karl, our fan Nuggets insider, joining us now, courtesy of Bet Rivers Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. Coach, this is terrific. Welcome to the show.
Well, it's good to be on the air. It's good to be talking about the Nuggets. I'm not sure about basketball in the middle of summer, but why not? Let's do it.
Why not? All right. Your ears might have been burning because over the past few days, we were discussing Michael Malone's relationship with Michael Porter Jr., and it was hard not to make comparisons to what you may have been going through with J.R. Smith. Do you think that might be a fair comparison? If so, why or why not?
It's a fair comparison because you're talking about very talented players. But I think, J.R. drove me crazy because he did great things, and he did stupid things. And as a coach, you got to evaluate. I've always said that stupid has lost more basketball games than smart has ever won. And so I don't see Porter being a kind of a mistake player or a player that does things that drives not only players crazy but coaches and teammates crazy. I see a young player that doesn't have a lot of experience on the court, and his mistakes are acceptable and easy I think to swallow because he has so much talent that you got to give him room to grow. You got to give him opportunity and playing time to mature and connect with his team. And I think this has been a big surprise to everybody. I mean, his play in the first 3 games was special, and it'll be very interesting how going forward how he fits into a playoff scenario because they do have some veteran players sitting on the bench hurt right now that have won games in the playoffs, and Michael Porter Jr. has not won any games in the playoffs.
Yeah, so when you get in the playoffs like this, Coach, how do you handle the balance of guys that you trust, guys that you know are reliable versus potential? I mean, how would you personally handle this situation?
Well, again, Mike Malone knows much better than I do because he's experienced him. He's talked to him. He sees the interaction. But from my eye, what I see is he's earned the opportunity to play. Now, where he's going to play, who he's going to play with, is he going to come from the bench? Is he going to come as a starter? Those are the difficult decisions. And I was kind of analyzing, I think playing in the bubble is going to help Mike Malone play him more minutes. And the reason I say that is because young players usually, as a coach, you play at home in a playoff scenario, and he'll usually do pretty well. But when you play him on the road, the exact opposite happens. That's usually where the mistakes come in, the lack of focus, the lack of understanding the intensity of the game. But he doesn't have either one. He doesn't have a home court, and he doesn't have a road situation. So I think Malone will play him, and I don't know what that number is. I don't know how injured Harris and Barton are, but I think you're going to see him in the rotation in the playoffs. I really think he played that well.
We've had a fun debate here. Coach George Karl is our guest. We've had a fun debate about Bol Bol. And the debate is, will he get meaningful minutes, any kind of meaningful minutes, in the playoffs? What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's a matchup scenario. The only team that I think really gives you size problems, and Bol Bol is not a physical presence, as the Lakers can be pretty physical up front with 2 big guys on the court. I personally don't see him getting many minutes. I think Plumlee does too many little things, too many what coaches call the intangibles that help you win things. in the game of basketball. And playoffs are very, very. They're usually two teams are fairly equally matched, and it's the little things that usually win those games.
Well, how about this?
And
Do
so
you see him getting any minutes? Forget about many. Do you see him getting any minutes?
I don't think I see him getting any minutes in a playoff scenario, because I think the first round matchup is going to be tough, and after that it's going to be really tough. So I don't know who they're going to get. It looks like Utah is going to be sixth. They lost again this afternoon, and can Denver stay in third, or do they want to go to fourth? I mean, sometimes there's some maneuvering going on here.
Yeah, matchups.
And the Clippers. Do the Clippers want Utah, or do they want Dallas? Can they fade back into? I was really looking forward to the Clipper game on Thursday, but it seems like right now a lot of the coaches aren't playing all their players, and they're rotating games. And the last two games, I didn't think the Clippers were really even trying to win the game from the standpoint of who they were playing. They beat someone with a very makeshift lineup. So I think this is a weird scenario, because we're all trying to figure out who the matchups and who we want, and you got 3 games left. All 3, I think, could be like playoff games, but I'd like to see them play that way, but I'm not sure the coaches are going to rotate the game that way.
Yeah, Lakers, Clippers, Raptors. It would sure be fun to get an example of what the playoffs could look like here. What do you see for this team going into the playoffs? How much noise do you think they can make?
Well, I think the bubble has actually opened up the window and I think sitting out for 3 or 4 months, I think has opened up the window for a surprise team to find their confidence in the bubble, and by winning, maybe upsetting someone in the second round, like the Clippers. I think they're going to get the Clippers or the Lakers in the second round. But they can't look past the first round. The first round is dangerous. For all the reasons I talked about. No home court, no fans in the building. The bubble, can there be injuries that come in play? Can the COVID pandemic situation spike up and become a problem? So I think the Denver fans should get excited, because I think they're capable of winning 2 rounds and maybe even 3 rounds. They're that good. They're very talented. And I think what I have seen in the 8 games they're playing now is almost every team has some flaws. The Lakers have been hurt by their guards. I think the Clippers have not played very well. Milwaukee hasn't played very well. The good teams seem like they've struggled as much as anybody. And Denver has played, I think, pretty damn well with 2 guys or 3 guys sitting on the bench most of the time.
Well, George, we are thrilled that you're going to be part of our coverage here throughout the finish of the season here and then the playoffs. So, man, it's great to hear from you, and we look forward to hear more from you as time goes on. Thanks, George.
It should be a lot of fun. Let's enjoy it, guys.
George Karl, our Fan Nuggets Insider, courtesy of Bet Rivers Sportsbook, McGill's Hotel and Casino. DeMar Dotson's signing, or what we think his signing is going to be. What does that mean for Elijah Wilkinson and Garrett Bowles? Top 6 is next. The Mountain West has said no go for fall football. Okay. We are hearing serious whispers about the Big Ten falling in line, maybe the Pac-12 to follow. Tyler, where do you think this is going to go? And the SEC, by the way, wants to play, as does Jim Harbaugh. So Jim Harbaugh not going quietly. In the next 24 hours, at this time tomorrow, what do you think college football looks like?
I think you're down to the SEC. And
They're still in the game tomorrow, 24 hours.
Yeah,
from now.
yeah.
Okay.
SEC is still going to be in the game. They're going to be in the game as long as they possibly can. Think that you're going to have other. I mean, hey, I just read that there are other non-Power 5. Like, we're just assuming that all these conferences are going to kind of follow lead and just be done. But there are other non-Power 5 conferences that want to play. The Conference USA wants to move forward.
Right.
The Sun Belt wants to move forward.
Okay.
You know, it's kind of interesting to see non-Power 5 conferences that are still intending to move forward.
I thought I read 8 of 13 FCS school conferences had canceled, which would mean 5 more FCS. FBS, there's others. I mean, there's others.
Yeah, but I think you're going to be down to SEC, ACC, and they're going to be holding out as long as they possibly can and probably going to have to give up at some point.
But not tomorrow. Tomorrow they'll still be breathing.
No.
Pac-12 going to be breathing tomorrow?
No.
Okay. Bring it, Kevin.
You know, there are schools out there, though, that are getting caught up in the wash, and they want to continue to play football. Nebraska, Scott Frost said that they're prepared to look at any and all options, including playing outside of the Big Ten. Do you think we will see schools jump ship from their conference to go to the one and only available conference that is playing, if there is one?
Absolutely do. Jim Harbaugh is already on the record saying that he wants to play.
Mm-hmm.
Now we see what Frost is saying. There'll be others. It's going to set up this crazy, fascinating scenario. And if your conference isn't playing and you're already organized and good to go, why wouldn't you play? Why? It sounds insane.
Okay.
But that means...
Is this going to permanently disrupt many conferences? Question. Is this going to be a permanent realignment that moves forward?
Oh, man. Are they just going to...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's
an opportunity for the grass to be greener.
This is what we just thought it was going to go to anyway. We thought there were just going to be maybe 5 conferences with more teams in them anyway, and this is probably a step in that. I mean, you get on a plane, you get on a plane. Who gives a crap where you are if you're Nebraska, right? You're in the middle of the country. You got to go somewhere.
What's the difference?
What's the difference? Who cares? And you're Nebraska. I know you hate Nebraska.
Yeah, you're going to see schools permanently realign after this.
You don't think Michigan would love, as long as Michigan gets to play Ohio State? Richie, I don't even know if Michigan cares about playing Michigan State. Sorry, pal. It's probably the other way around.
Trash talk going on between those coaches?
No.
Oh, yeah.
What's
they
going
do
on?
not like each other. Harbaugh and, oh, gosh.
Midnight Mel?
No. Ohio State.
Oh, it's not Tressel, is it? It's not Tressel.
Gosh, what's wrong with me? I'm so sorry. But anyway, said they're going to put 100 on Michigan. They're going back and forth right now. They do not like each other.
Ring it, Kevin. Were you okay with Nolan? What should I even call it? I want to call it being benched, but Nolan being given a day off. You okay or not okay with it yesterday?
I didn't like it. I'm not as passionate about it as you. I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think it's the correct way to handle a star player. Star player, just let him be a star player and assume that he's going to come out of his funk, man. Nolan Arenado will come out of his funk. Just that's the way it's going to be. And it's not going to come because you sat him down. It's an abbreviated season. I don't think that the necessity was there to have any sort of mental relief in an abbreviated season. No, it's all hands on deck all season long. I know as a competitor, as a player, man, I've had bad games. And when I've got a bad game, I don't want to sit out the next week. I want to get on the field the very next day. I want to get rid of it, erase that memory. I want to go forward and do positive, good things. So Nolan Arenado, the real question is, does this damage the relationships even further?
Well, that's a good question. We did talk to Patrick Saunders, our Rockies insider. We asked Patrick, did you talk to Nolan? He said no. He said Nolan's terrible with phone calls, but very good responding to text. But Nolan did not respond to a text about this particular question to Patrick Saunders, who he has a good relationship with. Now, listen, what does that mean? I don't know. I mean, does it mean that he was mad? It means at least Nolan didn't want to talk about it, right? It means at least that. And what you can get from there, I suppose, is up to you. This was a dicey relationship between Nolan and Jeff Bridich anyway. I wonder, is this boiling?
But is Bridich, is he involved in this?
I don't. That's a great question too. That's a great question too. I don't know. We'll see how it goes tonight. And the Diamondbacks are here, and Nolan's in the starting lineup. Ryan McMahon's not. Chris, I'm not as good a third baseman as Nolan Owings is playing second base tonight. And German Marquez is great, and he's had two really tough losses this year, even though he's pitched really well. Ring it, Kevin.
Nate Burleson said that Cortland Sutton is primed to go through the roof in 2020. Listen to this audio.
I tell you what, man, Good Morning Football and NFL Network loves the Broncos. And we're going to have Kyle Brandt on Thursday.
I love Kyle, man. I'm really excited to have Kyle on.
Yeah, they love the Broncos.
Would you have picked Cortland Sutton as the Bronco that is most primed for a breakout season?
Sure. I think he's a borderline top 10 guy, and he could easily get there. And as tempting as Jerry Jeudy will be, and Albert Okwuegbunam.
Nice.
Or Drew
Nice,
Lock.
dude. You drilled it.
Yeah. Ojemudia. I mean, it's easy.
It's not hard.
Javala. I mean, it's easy.
Kendall.
Valenzuela. Got it. I got them all. It's going to be impossible not to want to go or look at Sutton first. I think he's going to have a tremendous season, and he looks like he's in great shape. It looks like mentally he's doing well. It looks like he's as a leader. He doesn't have to look over his shoulder at Emmanuel, who I think was a good mentor. Not a great mentor, a good mentor for him. I think he's in a perfect spot to have an incredible year.
I would pick Noah Fant. I think Noah Fant is primed for a breakout season, man. Dude, Pat Shurmur is committed to getting his tight end the ball.
He does love his tight ends.
He loves getting his tight end the ball,
You're
man.
right about
I mean,
that.
you look at Ingram, you look at some of the ways that he has schematically found ways to creatively get tight ends involved in the passing game. I think Noah Fant should be primed for a breakout season. Oh, I hate it. Why'd we draft him?
No, I want him. No. No, my beef was you weren't getting him the ball enough. No. I saw how Evan Engram worked with Pat Shurmur's offense with the Giants while he was healthy, Tyler. I get it. I hope you're right. If you're right and we can have Noah Fant like Evan Engram, dude, come on now. That would be incredible. I just don't think they are. That's all. My frustration is I think Fant is going to be blocking too much, and he's going to get like 4 or 5 targets a game.
Fant's not going to be blocking.
I hope not.
What are you talking about?
It's not very
what
good
you talking about, Willis?
All right, ring it, Kevin. All right, the Astros. Oh, we love the Astros. Aren't they just fantastic, those Astros? So this is the funniest rip of all time. Ramon Laureano gets hit, okay? So he makes a motion to the pitcher. Now, this is the funniest rip I've ever seen. He is telling the pitcher how to throw a curveball. He's not pointing at him. He's using his two fingers like, this is the grip. Yeah, and twist it, like twist his wrist. Because he's not saying you threw at me on purpose. He's telling the pitcher how to throw a curveball.
That was terrible.
Like, you're hitting me again. You got to twist your wrist. What?
You got to bend it in.
That is one of the funniest rips of all time.
I love it.
You would tell somebody, like, how to do your job.
Yeah.
Okay, he gets to first base because he got hit.
It happened to me one time.
You're kidding me.
Somebody
told you how to block?
DeMarcus Ware. I was
Shut
playing him in Dallas.
You got to be kidding me.
I'm not kidding you.
What did he say to you?
Oh my gosh. We're walking, the play ends, and we had a gain of like 10 yards, and so we're both kind of like slowly jogging back up to the line of scrimmage, and he turns to me and goes, "Hey man, you got to use your punch a little bit more. Use your punch."
He did not. He did not.
Oh, he totally did. Oh man, I wanted to cry.
What'd you say?
I cried.
Wow.
I said,
"Thank you, Mr. Ware."
Thank you. I think.
Use your punch a little more.
You gotta use your punch. Yeah.
Wow.
Humiliating.
It's not like Menelik Watson having a conversation on the field about how much
Dude, I'm terrible. No, you're okay, man. You're
Dude.
okay. You're really okay.
Anyway, so Laureano says, does what he does. He's on first base. Houston Astros hitting coach Alex Cintron made a vile comment regarding his mother. So the comment that got Laureano to charge at the hitting coach, not a player, Tyler, not a player. The hitting coach was a rip on his mom. How repulsive is this Astros organization just top to bottom? And are they the most repulsive, hated baseball team of all time?
Yeah, man. I mean, outside of the Patriots, I can't think of any team in any sport that has been this hated on for as passionately as all of the fan bases, all of the players do. Man, we're going to see more and more of this. And the Astros, they're probably going to starting the fights even more now because they're just tired of it. Look, man, you're not coming at us anymore.
Laureano said, Cintron said in Spanish something you don't say about my mother.
Oh, gosh.
You got to be kidding me, man. Disgusting. I hope they throw the book at Cintron. And I hope Laureano, I mean, he's going to take something, no doubt. But I hope Cintron gets it worse. Ring it.
Dude, this Alex Smith story, it just becomes more and more unbelievable. Not only is he potentially going to be playing this year, but Ron Rivera said that Alex Smith will be a part of the quarterback competition. And I think he actually
crazy.
means it.
That's
he
amazing.
says how it's all going to unfold is going to be a full-on competition between those guys. Alex Smith very well could win that job. He probably is the best quarterback in that room.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. What? Oh. Who's there to help Alex Smith, right? Like who's there to tell him, dude, like, you proved it.
He knows it all. Nobody. Nobody.
You don't need to do this.
Anybody who could tell him that has told him that, and he's just moving forward. God bless him. I hope the best for him. It seems, listen.
If he's going to be out there and if he wants this, I do hope we get to see him because he clearly wants it. So at least he'd be getting what he wants.
The reason why we're having this reaction, if you didn't see the Alex Smith documentary, is he almost died. And his leg basically had a rotting disease that almost had to be removed. And just other stuff, too. Like he's had a good NFL career. He's made a lot of money. I mean, he's not satisfied, and I appreciate his desire to compete. But it just seems like an unnecessary. I cannot believe that this is the case. Listen, Tyler, I'll be rooting for him for sure. But with just man, when you see Alex Smith get hit, and he will get hit, it'll be hard to watch.
It will be. I don't know if we'll see him. I'm sort of hoping that the doctors at the last second are just like, dude, no, you can't do it.
Ring it, Kevin. Wrap it up. That is a crazy story. Mile High Memories presented by Rock's Heating and Air. Episode 15. You can vote today. since it's episode 15, you want to hear Sandy's top 15 players in Rockies history, Nuggets history, Broncos history, or Avalanche history. Episode 14 with Sandy and Terry Fry is reliving the 1977 Broncos, available now wherever you download your podcast at 1043thefan.com. That 1977 team was the most important team in my life. It was when I was in third grade in Steamboat Springs, and
Nice.
This is Stanko's class. And all I wanted for Christmas was an Orange Crush t-shirt. That was it. My parents had to drag me onto the slopes. Our condo that we lived in was right near the Christie 2.
Nice.
And it was different.
Sounds like a good life.
Well, it's 1977. In 1977, Steamboat, seriously, Tyler, was it really was a cowboy town. It looks nothing like it looks like now. Nothing. We were in a condo, but it wasn't, trust me, it was tiny. It was like a hotel room, really. And my dad had a bit of a midlife crisis, kind of. His job had just run its course back in Massachusetts. He'd been working as a postman for like 9 months. They sold our house. He was writing his second book, East Coast Bloke.
East Coast Bloke.
And
he's writing it from Steamboat.
He finished it from Steamboat. My big thing when I was a little kid, I wanted my own bedroom. But Dad needed the other bedroom.
To write.
And I had to share a bunk bed with my brother. One of my memories of having a bunk bed. You remember that electronic football game that you just kind of shook and the players? Yeah. I fell on it and broke it.
You got a scar?
I didn't have a scar, but I was devastated because it
mentally.
It put a huge dent in the electronic football game. And I mean, it was never really working that well anyway. But we had a hell of a time in Steamboat Springs back then. And I don't know if it's the case now. For a season pass, it cost $60 for kids. And you could take gym or go skiing every Tuesday and Thursday.
Ooh.
So we went skiing every Tuesday and Thursday. So at 12:30 on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we would get on a bus and go for ski lessons. And so we would always ski on Saturday and Sunday. I would ski on Tuesday and Thursday. And then, you go from there. So I would ski 4 out of 7 days.
I love it.
In Steamboat Springs.
Sounds like an awesome life.
And all I wanted was for the Denver Broncos to win the Super Bowl.
You
remember how they did that year?
No.
You should. It's the
lost
first time
to the Washington football team?
No, they lost to the Cowboys in the Super Bowl. And it was the first time that I remember specifically rooting for a team. And I loved the Denver Broncos back then. It was a great year.
So that's how it all began, man. I mean, that's how the radio career, coming back to Denver. It was an easy choice.
Who knew I would get to just bury coaches, players, and owners as a professional broadcaster?
See, at one time you were an actual fan.
Right.
Now you're just a jerk.
Right. Who knew from that little blonde-head kid he would have so many opportunities to rip the organization? No, I love the Broncos. I gotta go way back, and it's funny. My passion about the Rockies too. I've seen some people on the text line. DMac, shouldn't you just say nice things about them? And
is that how you handle the people you love the most? I mean,
know.
seriously, is that
right?
The people you love the most are the people that you are critical of, the people that you want to teach them lessons, the people that you want to see them actually respond.
Right.
That's how you know you care. I said it to kids all the time. Hey, man, don't worry that the coach is yelling at you. Worry that he stopped cursing at you.
No doubt about it.
When he stops cursing at you, that's when you need to worry.
That's right. When we stop talking about you, you know what we think about you. We're not mad at you. We just don't care that much. It doesn't matter.
You haven't given us a reason to.
You haven't given us a reason to. So that's why when we do care about the Avalanche, we are frustrated it's not going to be on TV for most people because we care. We love the Avalanche. We want to watch them. Having George Karl on is amazing. The reason I went off on Twitter watching every pitch of the Rockies isn't because I hate the Rockies. It's because I love the Rockies.
No, you were interrupting my evening. People were tweeting at me, trying to get me to get you under control.
How did you get in the middle of it?
I'm not even a part of this. I'm not even getting tagged in any of this. People are just, hey, can you get your partner under control right now?
You know, a team I'm not like really critical of is like my Syracuse Orange, because I don't follow them anymore. I don't know. I hope they do all right, but I don't care.
Yeah.
Who's the coach? I don't know. Who's the quarterback? I don't know. Who's the basketball player? I mean, I guess Boeheim's still there. I don't care. As a sports fan, to me, being critical is showing you care. And by the way, are we not just taking a timeout real quick to realize, isn't this what being a sports fan is all about? Questioning the manager and his decision and what you're going on. And for a second, aren't we happy that we're having these kind of conversations rather than if you should wear a mask or not?
Oh, my gosh. I know I am. What a breath of fresh air it's been to be able to have sports back, to be able to actually respond to real life stuff. Oh, it's been, I'm proud of the way that we've handled COVID-19 as a station and on our show. I think that every day we've had organic, original content that was worth turning on the dial for. But it was hard. It was hard.
No doubt about it.
And it's nice right now to have real, authentic stuff, and that's what makes the TV blackout situation so extra frustrating, is that we've gotten a taste of it. We've gotten a little glimmer of what it's like to have real sports back and have teams in Denver that are all playing great. Every single one of them.
They're all playing
great. And to not be able to watch it, that's where the frustration gets so heavy.
In about 15 minutes, we get to see how Bud Black's going to screw this one up.
Easy.
All right.
We lost 4 games.
You can't give away
Relax.
anything. Not this year.
Relax.
You can't.
RELAX.
No, you can't.
Relax.
You can't give away 2.7 games.
Relax.
We'll dig into that more next. Well, I tell you what, I know with the Rockies and Diamondbacks about to get going here shortly, there's something that's going to bug me.
Oh?
Yep.
Okay.
And
what's new, by the way?
If Nolan plays well tonight, everybody is going to say it's because he had a day off. If Nolan doesn't play well, those of us who think yesterday's benching was a joke are probably going to sit there and say, "I see, what good was that?"
Yeah, right.
And the truth is, neither one of us are right on that. If he does play well or doesn't play well, in my opinion, it's got nothing to do with taking yesterday off. Yesterday to me was simply the Rockies not giving themselves the best chance to win. That's it.
Yesterday made no sense whatsoever in my mind. If Nolan Arenado comes out and he plays good baseball and if his bat starts connecting with the ball, well, why is that going to happen? Because he's arguably the best third baseman to ever play the game. Because he's always going to find a way to get back to the ball. He's always going to find that, So did yesterday's time off? Like, I'm just so confused by what yesterday was. Why did they do that? I was thinking, what if Tom Brady tosses 3 interceptions? Are you benching him?
Right.
Are
you benching him?
Now, if Gardner Minshew tosses 3 interceptions, you might. But Tom Brady, are you benching him?
Well, the whole thing, here's what drives me nuts. Everything about benching, and let's not get it twisted, that's what happened. He got benched. So...
Well, they would certainly argue that, but I know your semantics, and I will agree with you.
All right, fine. Then what else is it? It's because you're a brilliant sports psychologist, I guess. And the most analytical of all sports, you made a decision on a hunch. You made a decision based on what? And by the way, context matters. This isn't game 115, Tyler. This was game 15. This is a game where you could have used him as a DH. This was a game you could have used him as a defensive replacement or pinch hitter late in the game. You just flat out didn't use him at all. So what in the world, where in the world did you get the analytics that say not playing your best player at all gave you the best chance to win that game yesterday?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know as a player, I've had bad games, and what do I want to do after a bad game? Like, that was the worst part about football.
Gotta be.
You have to wait an entire week until you get to get back out there. Like,
I
got to get rid of this. Like, I got to get rid of that taste. But no, for an entire week, I just got to sit here and just soak it all in and just be in misery for an entire week when all that I want to do is get back out on the football field so I can erase that memory. No way, no how could you ever convince me that Nolan Arenado wanted the day off. There's no chance. I will say this, though. I mean, as far as like the DH stuff goes, well, if you're pulling him, I wouldn't have played him either. I mean, if you pulled him, if you're giving him the day off, what's the point of putting him in to be a DH? I guess if anything, that would just like amplify the stress of, oh, you've been out all game. We're putting you in. You better show up right now.
I'm telling you, on the broadcast, Drew Goodman and Jeff Houston talked about how you can use Nolan off the bench.
Well, you could.
Yeah, I was reading between the lines with those two, too. I'm going to – listen, they wouldn't say it on the record. They work for the team broadcast. I mean, I get the complexities of that. But when they brought that up, it's their way of saying, hey, he's there. And they also said on the broadcast, I would trust Nolan as a pinch hitter or in any role, no matter what. Meaning, forget about his 14-game batting average, which everybody is using as some sort of, like, blunt force object about how terrible he is. I really felt like after yesterday, I was like, you know what? If this is seriously how you're going to treat this guy, trade him.
Well,
just trade him, I guess.
Here's the question: does Jeff Bridich have the phone? Does he have a direct phone down into the dugout? Does he have the direct ability to tell Bud Black, hey man, I think you should sit Nolan Arenado today? Because where did that really come from?
Well, on the broadcast,
who decided that?
On the broadcast, they said the night before, or the night after the game. So they played a game and they won. It was that one hitter, which was incredible. Nolan struggled again, and according to the broadcast, Nolan was told that night after the game he wasn't going to play the next day. And on the broadcast, they were saying, well, that's a good thing because you mentally can just, decompress that night and not have to, stress out.
No, forget that. That means that you are reminding me. You're putting a gigantic billboard in front of my face that I can't hit the ball right now.
Right.
That's what you just did.
What do you think it was like for the rest of the team to see Nolan just sitting on the bench not playing yesterday? What do you think? And sure enough, they came out flat. Marquez, your best pitcher, made like 2 mistakes. And then in the 7th inning, it was like all nightmares of nightmare. First of all, the 2 places that Nolan could have played DH, at the time, Matt Kemp was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. And at the time, Owings was, I think, 0 for 2, or maybe even 0 for 3. He went 0 for 4 for the night. But then it's 2-0 into the 7th inning. Owings doesn't make a play on a slow roller, bare hand play that Nolan probably makes. It's not an error, but he doesn't make the play. And then he doubles up, making 2 errors on one play. Men on second and third, no outs, and eventually those runs came in plus 1 more. And the final score was 5-3.
Okay.
Nolan's in the game, at least as a defensive replacement at that point. That's not happening.
Well, then why'd you bench and why'd you give him the day off anyways?
I have no idea.
I mean, once that decision's made, no way would I put him in. I wouldn't even have him dressed. I wouldn't even have him be available. Just go take the day off and don't be around. At that point, dude, that would be adding more stress to this weird situation.
Nolan, just stay in the hotel. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, take the day off, man. Go decompress. Go get a massage. Hit up the ice bath.
I did reach out to. I wanted to know, how did Nolan feel about it?
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know. He couldn't have. How could he be okay with it? It's game 15, Tyler. That's like game. In an NFL season? I don't know. What is that? Game 4? Game 4? And I mentally need to take a day off?
No. There's no days off this year. Not this season. This isn't a normal year. If you're 60 games into a regular season and you've got the full length, all right, well, you can take a day off and you can have a bounce-back day, but not this year. No.
So now if Nolan plays well, it's because he got benched? Stupid.
No, it's because he's one of the best to ever play the game.
Right.
That's why.
And he's going to play well. And he will play well. And if he struggles, what? Is it because he got benched? No, I don't. Oh, my God. It was driving me nuts.
Sure, you know what? Honestly, if anything, it was not going to do anything positive, but there could be negatives to it. Like, what if Nolan Arenado, some way, somehow, it's hard to believe, but what if he actually does have something going on in his head? What if he actually is in a slump that he doesn't believe in himself? And what if the team actually pulled him out and they just put that billboard right in front of your face and said, hey, man, you're terrible at baseball right now. So let's say all that were some way, somehow true, which it is not, but if it was, well, by pulling him out, all that could do is make things worse. It's not going to make things better.
Definitely not. Like tonight, Ryan McMahon's not playing. Why? Because he strikes out every other at bat. He's been terrible. And he's Ryan McMahon. He's been in Major League Baseball. He's barely been in there. He's not the greatest anything of all time. Do you remember when the season started and I said, who's our second baseman? We don't have a second baseman.
Yeah.
The Rockies do not have a second baseman. Isn't that crazy? There's no second baseman. Boy, it sounds ridiculous because they're 11-4 and they're doing great. And I'm only getting this passionate about it because I see some incredible possibilities.
Because it was dumb. That's why. Because it was dumb.
I'm glad I'm glad we're on the same page.
I got your back on this for sure. I just wouldn't have put him in as DH. That's where we slightly disagree. But
to just not play him at all.
Yeah.
You know what, Tyler?
Who cares? It was dumb. Just play him. Just start him.
The easiest decision a manager has to make when managing the Colorado Rockies is playing Nolan Arenado at third base and batting him third or fourth. I mean, that's it. You can mix it up a little, maybe second. I don't know. Something like that.
Right.
Other than that, aren't there like 10,000 more important decisions that you have to make?
Well, there aren't too many of them. But.
What am I going to do with Nolan? Well, he's going to start and play third. I think he's going to hit fourth today. Maybe he should hit third. Fourth, third.
Okay.
Fourth, third. What should I? I'll hit him fourth.
Right.
All right, let me move on to my 10,000 other issues that I've got to figure out today. Football guys must look at that like, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, totally.
Can you imagine football? Somebody just telling you, you can't play because you need a mental health day to get your head together.
No.
Can you imagine?
I cannot imagine it. No, I mean, there's no such thing.
It's funny with Juwan James, it was the other way around.
Right.
He was telling
It's like, hey,
them,
get back out here. We need you. Hey, I'm going to publicly challenge you that you mentally are not fit to play football right now. Nolan Arenado, are you mentally fit to be playing baseball?
So stupid. It's based on nothing. What analytics? Where in the world is there anything to show that a day off benefits a player? Where is it? But it's a cliche, Tyler.
Well,
it's this old cliche.
I guess if anything, maybe you're just trying to break the cycle. Just get out of the slump, get out of it. Maybe if I just end this today, it'll be over.
Wouldn't hitting the ball well end it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't getting back out there and putting a good day together end it?
Yeah.
It kind of happened to me one time in high school. It didn't help. The coach was trying to analyze me, and he used me as I was struggling a little bit in the field, and he put in Brian Hickey instead of me, and
Hickey?
I DH'd.
Come on.
Hickey sucks.
Come on, Hickey.
We're playing Hamilton Wenham. I went 2 for 3 with
Anybody
a walk.
can hit against Hamilton.
Yeah, they were good. They beat. Let me tell you this. I was such a crappy captain. I was the captain of the team too.
Oh, you got benched as a captain.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yep.
Dang.
I was the worst. You should have heard me badmouth the coach during stretch warm-ups. People are like, "What's going on?" I said, "I don't know. I guess Brian Hickey's the answer at third base."
Go ask coach.
I remember I got a single and a double, and I got a single and a double. I remember standing on second, looking at the bench like, "Now here I am. Here I am. I guess And then the coach put me back at third base the next game, and it didn't help. I just remained ticked off.
Well, maybe it motivated you, DMac.
Well, here am I 32 years later, still thinking about that wicked, awesome, motivational moment. I really liked the coach. It was just a bad decision. It didn't help. It didn't make me focus better.
No. I mean, I've been benched.
Yeah, because you weren't good.
Yeah,
or you weren't as good as the other guy.
Yeah, but normally when you get benched, you're benched for good. You don't get it back.
Right. It's 60.
I've actually never had a mental health break. No, they've just been no, you suck at football, and we no longer want to give you a job. Matter of fact, go move to a new city.
Yeah, well, Tyler, I've had that moment in radio too. Actually, many times. Nobody has ever said to me in my 33 years of doing radio, "You know what, Darren? You just need
take a week.
The ratings aren't so great. Just, why don't you just take a little time off?"
Right.
Yeah. No, it's HR would like to see you. Grab yourself a box. Yeah.
Do I
Mental
have to bring
health
my
break.
key?
I hope Nolan does great today. I hope he does great. But if he does great, I am not giving any credit towards him getting benched, nor am I going to say if he struggles tonight, what? And if it really becomes a big issue, if it really is that big of an issue, Tyler, trade him. You got a couple weeks to make your mind up about it. If this just is going nowhere and you just think you have to handle it like this.
Well, I wouldn't trade him this year. No way.
Well, I wouldn't either.
Not with the start that you've got. I mean, heck, man, you can make that decision next year, but you got a chance at it right now.
Yeah,
you can't trade Nolan Arenado this year.
Next year, you can just
okay, well, fine.
Walk. They're too good. You can't get rid of it. You can win the World Series this year. You got an interesting team. You can go far in the playoffs this year.
So don't get rid of him. Play him.
Play him. That's it. Bud. Okay, enough. Good. We're on the same page. Thank God. Kliss. Dotson. Football. We caught up with him a little bit earlier. Mike, has DeMar signed on the Dotson line?
Very good.
There you go.
I don't think so. He was going to take his physical today and sign shortly thereafter. They do have kind of an agreement in place. I anticipate DeMar Dotson being a Bronco either tonight or tomorrow, and they'll have some offensive tackle depth.
Well, I watched the film, Mike, and I kind of liked it. I saw just a stable football player out there. Is he our day one starter if he comes in?
I mean, he might be, but right now, at least what they're telling me is that Elijah Wilkinson is still going to be the starter. They would prefer a 25-year-old homegrown guy to start, and ahead of the guy that's going to turn 35 in October. But it could work out that way if after a few weeks of practice, it's determined that Elijah's not quite 100% coming off that ankle surgery. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But preferably, Dotson would be the backup at right tackle. Elijah would start at right tackle, Bowles at left. And then if something happens to Bowles or Elijah, they're covered. Elijah can go over and cover Garrett, and Dotson can fill in at right. Dotson is pretty much a right tackle, not a left tackle. He's a right tackle. But from what I understand, he's first of all, I've heard he's a really good human being, and second of all, he still can play a little bit.
Did they talk to any other right tackles?
I believe they did. Yeah, they did. I think they poked around on Valdir a little bit.
Oh, interesting.
But they went with Dotson. And Tyler, you weren't a fan of Dotson. I guess they think he's got a little bit more left. What do you think?
Oh, no, I watched the film, Mike, and I think he comes in and he should immediately be your day one starter. He's just solid. He's going to get beat a handful of times per game, but he's not out there struggling on every single pass protection. He looks rock solid to me. He looks like he's lost his athleticism. He's tall. He looks stiff, but I'm okay with it. I mean, Mike, I guess I would hope that he would come in and he would be your starting right tackle, and then you can finally go back to the original plan and you put a little bit of pressure on Garrett Bowles and you let Elijah Wilkinson go over there and compete.
That might happen. It's a little early to say that's going to happen right now, but that might eventually happen. I would say Dotson, and remember this too, guys. He was raised in Louisiana. He played at Southern Miss, played basketball at Southern Miss, and then he was one of those guys, kind of like Julius Thomas. He finished up his basketball eligibility with Stacy at Southern Miss, and then tried football, and did enough to wind up with Tampa Bay for 11 years.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's incredible. What a story.
He's 6'9". They listed him at 260 in basketball. He's 310 now. So, he had athleticism, and, that's for sure. But we'll see. Again, you prefer, and he is a bridge guy to Juwan James next year. No ifs, and buts about it. But you would prefer that your 25-year-old that you've been developing for 2 years, solid, with 2 years of starting experience, and Elijah Wilkinson would start ahead of this guy. But you might be right. Dotson is going to have to get acclimated to altitude. That'll take a couple weeks before he's ready to take on Von Miller in practice on that side of the football.
All right, Mike, anything else? I saw that your tweet, the COVID testing's going well for the Broncos. Everybody's in the clear, even after a day off, so that's good news, right?
Yeah, that's good news. Andrew Beck is getting better.
Okay.
By rule, I think if this were the regular season, Andrew Beck might be back by now. It's been 12 days since he tested positive. By rule, he could have come back after 10 days with with back-to-back negative tests. And he may have completed that, but they're being a little cautious with them, conservative, as they probably should be at this time in training camp.
All right, well, there you go. The Rockies now underway against the Diamondbacks. Nolan Arenado's playing, Tyler.
Ooh!
Yeah.
Vacation's over. Time to come back to work, Nolan.
Vacation's over.
Hope you got a massage.
What was your favorite sports moment of the weekend?
Oh man, I didn't catch that Nuggets game that went into overtime.
Double overtime.
Double overtime.
It was awesome.
That sounds like that was the moment of the weekend. I went back and I watched the highlights of it. But what an incredible moment for the Nuggets. Great to have Jamal Murray back and playing. The whole hammy's feeling a little bit better. I wish I saw that one. Did you catch that one live?
I did.
Okay.
It was first of all, it was great to actually be able to watch it. And tonight, Nuggets. Lakers,
I know.
You can watch it on TV. Magical.
Big one.
As great as it is to have all the sports data with the Colorado teams, watching 23-year-old Colin Morikawa hit that drive on 16 was, that was just unbelievable.
You know what? That entire event was amazing. It was a lot
great.
of fun to watch it. It was, what was so great about it? I think everybody was enjoying golf without Tiger really being in control.
It was the first time that I remember really, really loving watching a tournament that Tiger had nothing to do with.
Right.
And you know what ESPN did? ESPN Plus, at least? They did the isolated camera on Tiger's whole round. Mm-hmm. So I watched, Tiger's entire round, just, bam, isolated on him. He actually played pretty well.
Yeah.
He should have shot 4 under. He bogeyed 18. But he shot 3 under, and he played okay. And I just so enjoyed watching him play golf. And then you got into the more serious action. Golf, high-level golf, dude. High-level golf on the back nine of a major championship.
Don't you ever put yourself in their head? You're like, man, I got a 2-shot lead. All I got to do is finish out the next 2 holes. I'm like a 2-shot lead. Dude, that's me getting off the tee box. I could blow that on the tee box.
We had all the momentum against Stokley and Zach after 10.
Oh.
And then we just torpedoed ourselves.
Right.
We put up
ended up in the woods. We couldn't get out of the woods. I told you to hit through the opening, and you're like, no, I'm gonna try to sneak right through these 5-foot wide opening between all the trees. No, DMac, just go that way. Yeah, I had to go for it though.
You're not even mentioning my tee shot that I hit 7 feet to the left in a bunch of bushes.
Yeah, that didn't help.
Thank you to Kevin and Richie and Tyler for Polumbus. Where are we at these days?
Man, we're doing great. We're over $11,000 has been raised. The goal's $20,000. We got some time. Let's knock this thing out of the park, man. So excited. I've been doing some training. I'm trying to ramp it up. I'm trying to get closer to 100. I don't know if I'll get anywhere close to 100 before the event. Yeah. But man, I feel great about it physically. I know that I'm going to be able to accomplish it, and I really appreciate all the support, guys. Please, if you can find a way to jump on board and be a part of this thing, it's all going towards a great cause. We're trying to beat ovarian cancer. I lost my mom back in April, and I bet you know somebody that's been affected by ovarian cancer, and it's deadly, and it's lethal, and it's ugly. And so if you can help me beat ovarian cancer, you can go to 1043thefan.com/pedal and be a part of this deal.
Tonight, it's Cecil Lammy, it's Nick Ferguson. They are next on Sports Radio 1043 The Fan. DMac for Big O Tires. Getting out and about. You don't want your tires to be an issue, that's for sure. And you don't really expect that to happen. Big O Tires know that can be an unexpected expense, and that's why they're offering no credit-needed financing. So it doesn't matter what your budget is. Doesn't matter what your situation. They're going to get you and your family back on the road. And how about this deal? A DMac deal at Big O Tires. They're offering $100 off select sets of Big O brand tires now through August 23rd. That's right. They want to get you back on the road. They want to do it safely. But when it comes to your vehicle, there's more than just tires at Big O. Brakes, shocks, struts, oil changes, alignments, air conditioning, batteries. What do you need? Big O Tires is following CDC guidelines. They're going to be safe, clean, curbside and vehicle drop-off services are available. And most importantly, they're open. 36 locations. Come on, you can't do better. It's Big O Tires. Visit bigotires.com to find a location near you.
Ah, man, you know all those friends, family, and colleagues, you once saw them every day, but now you just haven't seen them in months? Well, Tyler Polumbus here, and I want to tell you about Advanced Hair Restoration's Advanced FUE treatment. So when you come back around and you see all your family and friends, you can surprise everybody because your luscious locks are flowing. Advanced Hair will address your balding, receding, and even thinning hair with the same one-day treatment that I'm going to receive next month. And yes, they can help out women as well. There's never been a better time than right now to make sure you go back to school school, work, your social life, just feeling awesome, feeling like you got a full set of hair, feeling like you're loud and proud. So schedule your free consultation by calling 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR and receive special financing, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. With advanced hair, you always have and you always will receive the very highest standard of care. So feel proud of your new hair when it's time to reconnect with the people you missed most. Your new hair is 100% guaranteed to grow back. Become inspired at advancedhair.com.
Good evening, Colorado and the Rocky Mountain Mile High region. What is up? As Nick Ferguson said on Twitter, or should I say, as Nick Ferguson said on Twitter, there's no such thing as a case of the Mondays. Not when you listen to Nick and Cecil. Nick?
No, it's not. Every day is a celebration. We treat every day of the week like it's a Friday.
Yeah.
So you're in the right place. So take a seat, strap on that seatbelt, and let's go.
Yeah, hands on the wheel, eyes on that road.
That's right.
And let's talk some college football.
No college football.
Let's talk some.
You want to start there?
Yeah, let's start there,
Okay.
man. I think that's huge ramifications. Ramifications for the draft. Obviously, that's what I'm thinking about. I know. It's August. I shouldn't be thinking about the draft, but I am. And then just missing out on college football. We've got Joel Klatt audio to get to. And I agree with Joel Klatt on this, by the way. Controversy coming up, as me and Klatt rarely agree. We got Jim Harbaugh weighing in on this. He's not ready to throw in the towel. But Nick Ferguson, where are you in terms of what college football should do?
Well, I figure that college football can actually still have a season. And I know that sounds crazy, but bear with me. There's some madness or some logic to my madness.
A season in the fall?
No, not during the fall.
Okay.
No, but this is not a situation. This is not a situation that I take lightly, right? So, what should have happened with college football from the very beginning? The whole idea of starting in September, no, scrap that plan. Push it back, postpone it. Now, do you push it back to the spring? Maybe not, but that's still an option. And the way I look at why we have come to this point, it starts with two conferences.
Okay.
The Pac-12 and the Big Ten, right? We know that the players have said in hashtag we want to play, and we are united.
Yeah, hashtag we are united, hashtag we want to play are trending.
Right. So what happened with that was the players made a significant amount of demands based on what was going on. They talked about the COVID protocols that they feel may or may not have been in place or were being followed to an exact science, right? And then also they talked about, throwing some things in there, inclusions and, equal rights far as a social standpoint. We know that is a big issue in the country right now. But then they started talking about the fact of wanting to share in the revenue that the schools and NCAA is actually bringing in. Now, they said if these demands were not met, they were willing to boycott the season. And when I look at the Pac-12 and I look at the Big Ten, I say they were kind of late to the party as far as doing what they need to as a cohesive group.
Right.
And these athletes have now forced their hands because they're figuring, okay, well, we can't accommodate all of these demands. And since we can't, let's cancel the season. So you have the Pac-12 and the Big Ten pushing for cancellation, and they're hoping that the other Power 5 schools join in. So,
right.
So they're saying, okay, well, we are have this pushback from our players. You guys are not. But if we come together as one good big collective front, now we can cancel the season. And I'm like, well, you don't really have to do that. Because I heard some rumblings this morning as an excuse as to why this is a good idea.
What were those rumblings?
Well, the idea that, maybe you should just go ahead and cancel college football. And I'm like, you don't have to cancel it. You could just postpone it until you figure out all the details that can make both the athletes, the parents, and the coaches happy, but people have to get in the room.
Happy-ish.
Yeah, happy-ish. We're not going to be happy as though we were before, Cecil, but we can be happier when we are right now.
Well, we could be better. The NCAA certainly could be better. Ian Rappaport tweeted about that over the weekend or something, where he's like, if the NCAA was as organized as the NFL and they would have had all these requirements met, like we wouldn't even be here to this point, and football had the head start that other sports didn't have because COVID happened right in the middle of basketball, right in the middle of hockey, right before baseball. Like, that's when it hit. And one thing that the players are demanding, and I love this, use our voices to establish open communication and trust between players and officials, ultimately create a college football players association.
I like that.
Woo! I really like that. I don't think the NCAA likes that.
No, they don't.
But I
because
like that.
Remember a couple of years ago, a couple of guys from Northwestern tried to, form somewhat of a union.
Yes.
And, most people deem guys who go to Northwestern as being smart guys. And it's like, well, if those smart guys could not pull it off, what makes you think all of college football will be able to get together? But see, they're using one of the guys who was involved with the whole Northwestern situation that's helping put everyone together. And I think it is, Cecil, about time for the college athletes to have a union. Now, if you are an individual screaming, Title IX, Title IX, guess what? Let's include everyone, right? If we're going to do it, we might as well just go ahead and include everyone so we don't have any Title IX issues. But there was a point that was brought up this morning, and I thought it was really interesting, that if you don't have the Pac-12 and the Big Ten involved in this season, how can you have the college football playoffs? And I was like, wait a minute. When was the last time the Pac-12 even had a representative?
Right.
So even when they played,
Yeah.
it was like they were not there to begin with.
Yeah.
So you can move the Pac-12 out of the equation. Now in the Big Ten, their issue is going to be Ohio State and Justin Fields, because everyone wanted to see Justin Fields go against Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
So that in lies the issue. But
Justin Fields could always transfer to LSU.
Well, so no, we can't have that.
No.
That would upset the entire apple cart. But when you have Power 5 schools and you have 5 different commissioners and 5 different presidents trying to kind of reside over this whole situation, that's where it becomes a problem.
Right.
Right. And then with knowing that the NCAA, those guys used to be bullies on the block, but we're being shown right now, no, you're not.
No, they're taking their ball and going home.
Exactly.
Like, what? You want all these demands? We don't want to do that.
Right.
Like, we're going to shut down. And you have 2 of the 3 Power 5 conferences, pushing for no college football.
Listen, Cecil, most people are not going to like it. And you and I may not like it because we love watching college football and evaluating players. But if it comes to this where both the Pac-12 and Big Ten, they can't figure out because money issues, right? What is that? That Big 12? Nope, we're good. ACC? We're good.
Good.
SEC? We're good.
Very good.
So we can play our college football knowing as though that you will not be playing any out-of-conference games. And if you do, you might play one, right? So to me, this could be it's an odd year for all of us.
Mm-hmm.
So you play the college football season with maybe just those conferences I just named.
Yeah,
Right?
and that's what you work with, and that's how you have a college football playoff.
That's
And
it.
I'm not even putting an asterisk next
Nope.
to the name of the national champion if, in fact, we do get college football in some form or fashion. Like, if 3 of the Big 5 are playing, 1, I'm watching. 2, I'm fine with the playoff just going forward as it normally does. And 3, maybe this is the change, this is the spark or the blunt force, shall we say, that gets the NCAA to change. Because the NCAA for years has not really cared about their players. They've pretty much been corrupt. They've been all about the money. Don't even get me started about March Madness. Like, we're just talking college football here.
Right.
Is this the blunt force that maybe causes change that we need to see?
Absolutely. That's exactly.
I hope so.
That exactly was going to happen because we've seen the NCAA take charge and just kind of run amok for so many years.
They've been greedy for years.
And run unchecked.
Yep.
So now there was discussion, maybe 4 years ago when the conferences were coming together and trying to decide, should we just form our one big conference outside of the NCAA because they don't really govern us? To me, I think that's where we're going. Now, if we lose the Pac-12, we lose the Big Ten, what I think could happen, this is the doomsday worst case scenario where we could have another reshift of college football as far as realignment, as far as conferences are concerned. Because if you lose the Big Ten and the Pac-12, then you say, okay, well, how do we bring teams together so we can have a competitive season? Even
Right.
though you can do that in conference, to me, blow it up and restructure the whole thing.
Restructure the whole thing and actually maybe absorb some of those teams from conferences who aren't in the Big 5
Yeah.
and not in the Power 5.
Right. Or also, what if there are teams in the Pac-12 and the Big Ten who disagree with cancellation or postponing
Come to the
season,
SEC.
and they say, well, you know what? We were not in agreement with that. Can we join you guys?
I'd say yeah.
Okay.
I'd say yeah.
Yes.
I'd say, hey, you're in the Mountain West. Mountain West is going to cancel football and then probably have it in the spring, maybe. Like, sure, absorb other teams if you deem that they're worthy of being in your Power 3?
Yes.
Big 3, whatever we're going to call it.
We might as well call it Big 3 and just think about the implications on recruiting now. If you were a kid that was once committed to a Pac-12 school or a Big Ten school and now there's a possibility of now losing football for the 2020 season. If I'm a kid, I'm like, nah, I'm gonna decommit. Oh, Nick Saban, holla at your boy. I'm a 6'2" linebacker,
Right.
by 240 pounds.
Run a 4.4 40.
Yeah, you got a spot for me. Yeah, so that's what you do. So this decision that's kind of ongoing, and I hope they make the decision quickly, it has the potential to affect so many different things.
It does. And the hashtag We Are United, hashtag We Want to Play, you see, no, not that hashtag, but you see like Trevor Lawrence. Did you see his comments on Twitter where he's like, we want to play, we want to be safe? KB, let's dial up that Jim Harbaugh audio because Jim Harbaugh, no Harbaugh audio yet. Okay, that's fine.
Well, I don't think there was audio at all. I know there was that Klatt audio, but I don't even think they released the Harbaugh audio on that conference call.
Well, Jim Harbaugh, let's get into that section, Nick, and something you wanted to talk about tonight. Jim Harbaugh's not ready to throw in the towel. So could Michigan be one of those teams? Like you said, like, hey, can we play in the ACC?
Well, yeah.
We don't agree with this.
Right.
We want to play. All of our guys want to play. Can we go to your conference? Can I pick up my ball and go play in your playground?
Right, and that's what Coach Harbaugh is somewhat suggesting because he's saying, listen, we are following all the standards. We're following all the protocols. And with every test that we've conducted, we haven't had a guy to test positive. And when we look at some of these other, college institutions, that was one of the problems. When you look at CSU, what was the problem? Some of the athletes got together and had this 4th of July kind of party, and individuals came down positive with the COVID-19. So I understand what, Coach Harbaugh is suggesting. Why penalize the teams and the coaching staff and the medical staff and the kids who've done things the right way?
Right.
Why is it our fault, and why should we have to pay when other conferences and other schools are not adhering to all the standards and the protocols? And he's absolutely right. What kind of system could we have, or should we have, or do we have if we are penalizing the individuals who are doing the things the right way?
Right. If we're penalizing the guys that have prepared the right way, the guys who have worked their tail off to get ready for this college football season, and the guys that are getting ready for their audition for the NFL. Listen, we can all talk about the first rounders, and you mentioned Justin Fields. We'll go there. You want to go there? I'll go there. But you know this. What is it? 30% of the league is late round undrafted guys?
Yes.
30%. That's almost half, Eddie. So it's those mid-tier program guys. It's those small school guys. It's those late round. Maybe he's a backup at Ohio State and barely saw the – it's those guys that make up a strong majority of the league. That's where you can find out, who can play. And you need that film. You need the film. We can talk about the combine. We're going to get to there, right? And there's also a rule of the NFL draft that we have to get to. That's for later on. But right now, I'm just thinking of those college football athletes that aren't the top tier. You're a first rounder. You're a second rounder. No, you're like a third round guy. And maybe you could work your way into the first round if you got to play college football this season. We're talking about millions of dollars in difference of pay.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say that, it makes me, think about, some of those guys who you got your top tier guys. And what about those mid-level guys? Right? Could we see, more guys deciding to opt out, right? Deciding to come out of college football early and say, well, maybe I'm a year out, so I will work out for maybe a year until the NFL Combine rolls around. If that is the case, it has a major effect on college football because you're losing a good portion of your college athletes that will build your program moving forward and will help you out from a recruiting standpoint. But knowing as though some individuals or the Power 5 commissioners, they're getting together with the thoughts of canceling the season, you got to start thinking about that if you're a kid, whether you are a junior or a sophomore, whether you want to come out and just use that year to kind of get better as an athlete.
Yeah, to get better and then to try your hand next year at the combine or a pro day or something just to get attention on you. This will have ramifications that go into the pro level of this decision of college football. It is perhaps robbing young men of an opportunity to better their situation, and not by a little, by a lot. By the way, Ian Rappaport said yesterday, Imagine if college football had the kind of leadership that the NFL and the NFLPA showed over the last few months to put the league and its players in position to play a full season amid a pandemic. Just the incredible hours of work and teamwork, and the NCAA is the opposite.
I would agree with that, right? And I look at college football as it's been constructed thus far. So you have a group of people in the room making decisions on our behalf, but we don't have a seat at the table. How does that make sense? And we are considered to be amateurs, so we don't make money. Meanwhile, you look at a guy like Dabo Swinney, who has a contract that's worth $93 million, and he was saying that, hey, if colleges started to pay players, he would quit. Right? So it's okay for him to make his $93 million. But for a kid like Trevor Lawrence or any other guy who's coming from a low-income family, who his family can use that money, now I can't make money off my likeness. I can't share in the revenue. How is that even fair?
Well, imagine what Clemson's making.
Yes.
Imagine what Alabama's making. Imagine what Georgia's making. Imagine what – I mean, it's the coaches for sure and their price tag, but it's also they are making – millions upon tens of millions, I don't even know what the number is, on the backs of these college football athletes. And it's time for change, and it's change that the NCAA doesn't want to do. Hell, they didn't. You had 2 other Power 5 conferences that didn't even want to follow what the players asked for.
Yes.
And saying we want to play. This isn't the players saying, hey, we don't want to play, although that is in there. They said, hey, if you have to have a decision to opt out, that will be respected, which I totally agree with, right?
Right.
Somebody opts out, it's their decision. It's not my decision. That's a difficult decision for someone to make. This is a majority of college football players coming together saying, we want to play, and the NCAA saying, well, we can't do that. 2 conferences saying we can't meet your demands. That's crazy talk. Let's just cancel the season.
I mean, canceling as a way of resolution doesn't make sense. It's like, well, we don't have enough time to.
I was thinking about that.
Absolutely. And the idea, well, we don't have enough time to figure this out. Yes, you do.
Mm-hmm.
Postpone it, right? Push it back. Figure this out. Get all those smart people, those commissioners in the room and figure this out. Don't just cancel because you feel as though there's no way we can win.
Right.
And there's no way we're going to allow them to win. So we're just going to go ahead and just cut the head off the snake and just say no season at all. It makes absolutely no sense because when you think about this season, when you look at, college football as a whole, every college school from top to bottom, there are a lot of players who, through their athletic skill set, were awarded a scholarship. Right? And they might be the first individual in their family to go to college. So if you cancel the season, let's start there. If you cancel the season, what are you doing to those athletes?
Right.
Right? You're sending a lot of those guys back to neighborhoods that they've been trying to escape. Right? And even if you're doing classes online, you're still in that environment.
Right.
And I grew up in that environment. So I know what it's like. Right? And college gave me a way to escape. So you put me back in that environment, even though I'm doing online classes, the threats and the harm and the danger, it is still present.
And you know what's not present? The opportunity.
That's right.
The opportunity to showcase your skill set. And you know what else is present?
What's that?
We're getting to something real uncomfortable, mental health issues. The impact that all of this whole pandemic and the stay-at-home orders and all that, the impact that it's had on mental health is something we're going to feel the ramifications of for years. So now you've got college kids who got the pressure of making it for their family, right? Mom's working 3 jobs, she's a single mother, whatever that pressure is. You have that pressure as a college athlete. You're trying to go to class as much as you go to class. I understand, whatever. As much as you play college football, whatever. And you're trying to make your way to that next level so you can better your situation, so you can better your family situation, and now you can't? How does that make you feel? How many people are going to turn to drugs or to alcohol or to whatever as a way to deal with their, basically, depression?
See, you mentioned the word, say, opportunities, right? And some of those opportunities can be bad opportunities at the same time. Yes. They said when opportunities come knocking, you open the door. In these cases, no, you want to keep the door closed and you want to bolt that thing, right? Because it might not be the right opportunity for you. But because you're in dire straits, right? You know, you're watching your family struggle. That opportunity that you were able to escape because you were outside of that environment, you can't escape it now. It's there. It's at the window. It's at the door. Every time you leave the house, it is represented by the area in your situation that you're dealing with. So as they make this decision, right, they have to take that in consideration. All these Power 5 commissioners and presidents, not just the fact that the money that you feel as though that you're going to lose, but what about the players you potentially lose at the same time?
So why is this so controversial? It's something that I saw Stink tweeting about it a little bit earlier, and he's tweeting about his man Joel Klatt because him and Joel are close, and that's fine. Joel is a great college football analyst. I've said it a zillion times. But Klatt tweets out some stuff last night, and he's been going nuts on Twitter today, and everyone is kind of piling on Joel Klatt because of his opinion about how, and his impassioned plea for them to play college football, still stay safe and still mask up and still social distance and still wash it, all that kind of stuff. Klatt didn't say anything that was out of the ordinary other than he wants them to play college football. So why is that? Again, I guess I shouldn't be fascinated at this year and kind of this society. When someone says something you disagree with, why are people losing their mind over what Joel Klatt said? I'm like, that's his opinion. It's an impassioned opinion. It's an informed opinion because obviously he's very close to the world of college football.
Because individuals love in our society, we are a very reactionary society. It's best that we react to something instead of being proactive. And when someone else comes up with the idea that we did not come up with, it's almost trendy to, you know, pick it apart and just talk about how bad that person is. They're just only offering their opinion, their assessment of the situation from where they see it, their standpoint. We don't have to definitely agree with it. Could there be some positives in what they're saying? Yes. But when you're thinking constantly from a negative standpoint, Sisu, that's all you see. All you see is red. And you're about to dish it out on social media because that's what people do when they're upset, right?
Yeah.
They troll and
it's not like Klatt said the COVID was a hoax or anything like that. He said this is a real thing. He wears a mask when he goes out. Everyone wash your hands. Like he's saying common sense procedures. And you would think also if the players are in a controlled environment, right? Because I think of the Broncos situation.
Yes.
And the NFL's been on top of this. And, you know, not perfect. They've had players test positive, whatever. Only one for the Broncos so far, and that's Andrew Beck. But, like, you're in that environment where for that time period, however long you're at the facility, you're safe for the most part. And you're clean, and they got the little mist spray you got to walk through. Like, they're taking procedures, and they're implementing procedures. Maybe it's not what the players want, and that's where you should need to get to where the players want. And you need to spend the money. Like, and that's where it comes back to. You've got big conferences who are super filthy rich, who don't give a damn about their players, really, and don't want to spend the money to implement these things.
Well, some of these programs have great boosters who would be willing to contribute to the program to help keep it going, right? So why not lean on those boosters? Why not NCAA open it up where the boosters can actually help out? Because if it's the cost issue of testing players on a regular everyday basis, which is a little different from the NFL where the owners have that money, lean on those people. Why not?
Right.
Put your heads together and say, okay, well, how can we self-quarantine? And I would think that with college athletes, you are able to do that sort of like the NBA is doing with their bubble right now, their campus. You can do that with college athletes. Pro athletes, you may have a little difficulties because guys have their own homes. But college football, everyone is in a dome. Yeah. It's a controlled environment. You get to control every single thing. And if now you want to collectively get together, Sisu, and cancel the season, why not collectively get together and pool your resources and pay for all these tests if that's the case?
Yeah. And by the way, those boosters probably knee deep, neck deep in the stock market, which, you know, I don't know if you're watching your stocks, but mine are more than fine. There's plenty of people making a lot of money now and there's plenty of people that are out of work. There's plenty of people that are hurting. There's plenty of people who can't pay rent. There's a lot more of those people. You know what? There's some people that are making money now because that stock market hasn't taken a hit. It's actually took a little dip and then has bounced back strong.
If you love college football and you love your alma mater and you want to see the tradition continues, pull out your checkbook. There you go.
You could make it happen.
You can make it happen.
You could make it happen. We are talking college football and the impact on the NFL draft and also NFL football with former NFL player LeVar Arrington. Joins us next. Go to that Fireball VIP line. Talk to a Penn State legend. First-round draft pick, LeVar Arrington. Linebacker extraordinaire joining us, Nick and Cecil. LeVar, good evening. Thanks for joining the show tonight.
Appreciate it. What's going on, fellas?
Hey, man, and we got to talk about Micah Parsons and Penn State's Micah Parsons opting out of the 2020 season. Your thoughts on maybe we could see even more players choose, like Parsons, who's probably going to be a top 10 pick, go ahead and opt out of playing college football this year?
Well, it looks like it landed today that the Big Ten is opting out of the 2020 season as well. So, it's an unfortunate circumstance for a lot of fine young talents to have to deal with the uncertainties of what this pandemic has presented for their futures and their careers. But yeah, much like Micah, Micah made his decision based off of what he felt the risk and I guess I don't want to say risk versus reward because he definitely wanted to play. I'm very close with Micah, a mentor of him, and it just has not been the type of off season where a lot of guys that come in with the type of fanfare and hype and ranking and status to actually go out there and possibly feel super confident about being able to produce what it is that they've created in terms of reputation. So it's just been really topsy-turvy and turbulent, and guys are making decisions based off of what they feel are the best decisions to make. And obviously the college conferences are doing the same.
LeVar, you played this great game of football in college and in the NFL for years. You have a son that played, football as well. If you were a parent of one of these kids currently dealing with the situations we have now, whether to play, not to play, the COVID and the cancellation of the 2020 season, what would you say to your son? What would be your advice to him as far as whether to play or not?
Man, I think it's just kind of day by day right now, Nick. Honestly speaking, I don't believe in living in fear, but I also don't believe in living in stupidity either. So it's more or less kind of, finding a balance of what's right and what's wrong. And if the resources connected to where he's playing makes sense for him to participate. At his age, I don't think it makes sense for someone his age at 13 years old. I'm not trying to win any championships. He's not trying to win championships that would, in a way, possibly alter or hinder his health, moving forward long term. So I think he's looking at it the right way. I'm looking at it, in my opinion, as his guardian and his father, the right way. And if he were in college, I would fly myself to where he's playing, Penn State, number 11. I would go there and make sure that Penn State is the school that he's at is doing what they needed to do properly before I felt confident getting back on that plane and going back to where I came from.
Penn State legend LeVar Arrington joining us here, Nick and Cecil on The Fan. And when we look at what it takes to be a great linebacker or a great inside linebacker, what is it in your eyes, especially at the pro level? Like, looking back and thinking about your career, remembering the LeVar leap, right? When that was the big thing. It's like against Illinois, you had that LeVar leap. Is it snap anticipation? Is it ferocity? Like, what does it take to be great as a linebacker as you were in college and in the pros?
Oh, in college, they played me off the ball. In the pros, they played me on the ball more than they did, more than they probably should have. But, when you're 6'3" and you're 245, 250 coming into the league, they generally put you on the edges so that you can play against tight ends and different things like that. So you guys got, a big body, sort of like a defensive end in your linebacking core with Bradley Chubb. Right. And then obviously y'all got the GOAT and Vaughn on the outside. But when you talk about in the middle guy, which that's the position I love the most. Honestly, you got to be able to read in between the tackles and you have to be able to make plays from running inside to out. Most people have to make plays and make tackles from outside in. So you're pressuring it from the outside. You're leveraging, the ball from the outside, whereas the middle backer has to leverage it from the inside unless it's a play over top defense. If that defense is geared towards the outside guy spilling it, then you still have to be able to play it from the inside, but you got to be able to run and be able to get to those ball carriers on the edges. So, middle backers, they have to be able to play the hole in the pass, cover the tight ends, cover backs, cover receivers that may switch with the tight ends, which in today's NFL really doesn't matter because a Travis Kelce can run a better route than most receivers in the league. So you have receiving tight ends, which we've always seen that. I mean, you guys know about Shannon Sharp. He's probably one of the originators of the undersized tight end that can play as a receiver, but strong enough and crafty enough to be a tight end. So, that middle backer has to be able to cover those type of guys in space. They have to be able to come downhill. And I always say the middle backer generally probably, if it's a true backer that has to do all of the responsibilities. I know a lot of people would say, Nick, don't eat my lunch. But I know a lot of people would say the secondary guys are the most important guys. But, in reality, I feel like linebackers have to be able to do what it is that they have to do in terms of be strong enough to deal with a lineman, be able to be fast enough to be able to catch a running back or get to a quarterback, but also be crafty and fast enough to be able to cover in the pass. So they have so many responsibilities, and it's probably more responsibilities than most any other position on the field.
You know what? Let's stay right there for a second because the Broncos have Todd Davis and Alexander Johnson. And you were talking about speed and athleticism. That is something that the Broncos group as a whole, that they lack that. And the one position that they definitely struggle with is covering tight end. So if you are a linebacker that you don't have that elite speed and that elite athleticism, how do you try to compete with some of these hybrid tight ends, a.k.a. wide receivers in the league?
Yeah, well, listen, I remember Alexander at Tennessee and the job he did there. Tad bit undersized, but an overachiever. And then, you guys having Todd Davis. I look at this group that you guys have, and it's, can they become something a little more? I mean, obviously Todd comes from more of an obscure background. I mean, I doubt too many people have seen him play in college when he was coming out of there. So when you think about it, I mean, he comes in as a free agent, and he's got some years. He's got some years of experience. So he's obviously done something that has led to his growth to be considered a starter. What that is, I'm not close enough to you guys' situation to know what has separated him enough to be that guy. But what I do know is if you're considered a starter in the National Football League, as you guys well know, you've done something that is correct. And maybe it isn't obvious to the eye of the onlookers and some of the obvious qualified people on looking, but there's something there. So I don't know what that is for these two. I do know that when you think about having an undersized group, Davis is 6 foot. The other fella is also, Alexander is also smaller. So they must be looking at it from a coverage standpoint as well, because you're looking to force the ball out quickly with your outside backers, which are basically defensive ends. So, again, I think that you have to be able to cover the short routes, the quick routes. You have to be able to get to the curls. Sometimes you have to be able to get to the flats. I don't know that flats for middle backers for Denver is a part of their scheme, but you have to be able to carry the whole, meaning that if a guy is going to jump into the seam routes and run downfield, they have to be able to keep up with those guys. And at the height that they're at, I'm sure they do run into some issues at times being able to compete with bigger body guys running down the center of the field. So, it goes without saying you got to make sure that your schematics of what you're running is fitting the type of personnel groupings that you have out there on the field. So for me, I'm not sure. I'm not certain why those two are the guys that are in the middle, but just at a glance and some of the things I have seen from Alexander, not so much from Davis, but I think that, there is the possibility that schematically they try to figure out how to best use them. That's probably the best explanation I could give you on them.
Well, when we look at the young quarterback in the NFL, and that being Drew Lock, who's on the center for the Broncos this year, what kind of things that you think that he will face from a defensive standpoint as he tries to learn a new Pat Shurmur offense?
Well, I mean, let's look at it this way. He's a capable quarterback. He's a young, bright talent, proven that he can make things happen. You now have Melvin Gordon in your backfield. That's tremendous. You have Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler, and I at the risk of sounding biased, of course, KJ being someone that I'm so fond of, and what his career has been so far, being from Penn State. You have really, really made your weapons that Locke has very, very formidable. And so it's just a matter of putting the pieces together. But you have a youth movement in Denver, and I really like the combinations that they can go with Locke at quarterback and kind of bring a breath of fresh air that has been needed since you guys haven't had, I guess, the first Brock Osweiler, maybe not the second one, but the first one. So it'll be good.
Well, man, you listen, man, I love your insight, and it's always great to kind of hear from you. I missed the time seeing you in California, watching you out there, coaching your son, but eventually we'll get back to normalcy, and if I get an opportunity to come out there and check you out, I definitely will. So thank you for
It'll be a pleasure.
helping us out tonight. And I'm a Georgia Tech guy, but I will say we are Penn State just for you.
I love it, man. I appreciate you having me on, Nick.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas.
And there we have him, LeVar Arrington. Fantastic insight on, of course, KJ Hamler.
Yes.
But that inside linebacker thing he said, it kind of sparks a thought of if the Broncos actually have the right guys for the job. We'll take what LeVar Arrington said. We'll place it to the Broncos linebackers. Do they pass the test? That's next. There is Joel Klatt using facts. Now, who wants to do that, right? In today's day and age, who wants to use facts to hold up your side of the argument? Like, don't do that. Don't go to the CDC's own website and look up those numbers. No, we don't want to have that. We just want to talk a bunch of nonsense. Klatt getting a lot of heat for this and what he said, especially after he explained himself. Listen, he's not saying he doesn't care about college athletes. He's not saying any of that. He's not saying COVID's a hoax. He's not saying any of that. He's saying this is a real situation. We need to look at the situation. We need to, try and play college football if we can, follow the protocols, do the right thing. And, yeah, pointing out some numbers and some facts, Nick, that I guess people don't want to pay attention to?
Well, it's not that people don't want to pay attention to. The idea is more people are paying attention to what everyone is saying. And it is facts. And when you hear that audio and you hear Joel mention the fact of, hey, listen, when we look at the age group that's not really being affected, you look at the college athletes. And the reason I feel as though, and this is just my speculation, is that people still have that quote in their mind from Oklahoma State coach Mike Gundy, when he was saying, well, hey, these are young kids. Put them out there. Nothing's going to happen. They're warriors. People are thinking about that. And Mike Gundy took a lot of heat from what he said. So they're making the correlation between what Gundy said and Klatt and kind of mixing them together because when you lead with the idea of, hey, these are young kids, the CDC is saying as though it is not affecting them in this way, most individuals become very outraged because they're thinking, well, you're a little insensitive to the facts, right? This has affected even young people. Maybe not in a massive amount of numbers as, maybe those are preconditioned injuries or illnesses or even the elderly. So that's probably why they jumped on Klatt and thinking, okay, well, Klatt in his statement he only cares about his job because he is a college football announcer. So he's not really thinking about all the other people. That's just my speculation. As though I listened to it, I was like, okay, well, I can see why people jumped on this, even though that's not really what he was trying to say.
Yeah, you need to allow someone, to explain themselves. Twitter's the worst place for that possible, where you send out a tweet like Klatt did and then get a bunch of heat for it because #reasons. It's like, let him explain himself. He did. That was 30 seconds. That was cut down from a 10-minute video of Joel Klatt. And Klatt out there, showing his heart, telling you what's on his mind, showing that impassioned plea to play college football. Yet people just want to see blind outrage, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and you're right. But there's a part of me that just goes, some people are just really stupid and don't want to hear someone that doesn't exactly agree with them. Again, people don't want to hear your opinion. They want to hear their opinion coming out of your mouth. That's Klatt's opinion. It sounds well-reasoned, and, that's his opinion. Why would I or should anyone be upset about that?
Listen, I understand why Joel said what he said. There is a little, logic to it, and we've been talking about it. When you look at some of the athletic groups, you look at the NFL and what they're doing. You look at college football and the protocols they put in place that programs should be following. Should being the operative word. Yes. Not every program is actually doing it.
What?
Yes. Some of those places have now become some of the safest places that you can be because they have all these protocols in place.
Right.
When you go out, case in point, when you go to a gas station, right, if you are individual worry about COVID or whatever, tell me how many times do you actually put protective gloves or something over your hand when you pump your gas if you're really concerned about it?
I was just there tonight on the way to the studio. And
exactly.
No, I used a hand sanitizer when I was done, but
right.
No, grab the gas pump and fill her up. Right?
That's right. Most people, they go about their normal activities doing that same thing because it's kind of an automatic type of sense of doing things. But when you look at college campuses, they're doing everything that they can, cleaning, testing as much as they can to make sure that you keep the numbers down. It's only when you kind of get together with people who are not associated with the football team that you have these issues.
Right.
So Klatt is trying to say, look, we still can have a football season if we go about following what the protocols are. And once again, this takes us back to our conversation. Well, what is a actual positive and what is a false positive?
Yes.
That's where we need to know, because
And that's why we need better testing, and that's
right.
why even the CDC's own website, again, facts. I don't want to muddle the situation with actual facts from the CDC's website, but their own website says if you have a positive test, it may mean you have COVID-19. It also may mean you had a cold the last 3 years.
So that means now you take 2 more tests to make sure that it wasn't a false positive, and you have 2 negative tests.
Right.
And at that point, you therefore move on. So once again, it's not, I know people are kind of upset right now, and everyone's looking for someone to target and make the focal point of their anger, because that's where we are now. Everyone is sensitive or hypersensitive about certain things that are said.
Right.
Just listen to what that person is giving to you, and listen to how they're breaking it down before you start attacking people.
It would be nice.
It would be nice.
That would be nice. We got T-shirts. It's Training Camp 2020 Locked and Loaded T-shirts. Our free limited edition shirts are back for another year. Just stay in your car. We'll be having contactless T-shirt toss giveaways right into your vehicle. Head to 1043thefan.com/shirt to find the Breaks Plus location closest to you. Our first giveaway is Thursday. It's Training Camp 2020 Locked and Loaded T-shirts. Nick Ferguson, I have yet to get mine, but I will make that push. These things become hot around the studio. People, did you get your shirt? Can I have your shirt? What do you want for your shirt? It's going to get like that.
Really?
Again. Yes.
For a
again.
shirt?
Again.
Is it V-neck or crew neck?
It's crew neck.
See, I like V-necks.
You like V-neck?
Yes.
Will you give me your shirt?
Let me think about it. You just said people around the studio are asking that question, and here it is, you asking me.
Right.
Give me your shirt.
That's very true. Which Denver player is about to go through the roof? What's next? Oh, yeah. We are going to raise the roof. You know what you got to do. Best bumper music on the Fan right here. It is Nick and Cecil. Why are we playing Public Enemy? Besides the fact that Chuck D is awesome. Why are we playing PE, and why are we playing Raise the Roof specifically?
Well, I would only assume that it's in correlation to maybe one player or two players with the Denver Broncos having to elevate their status, or am I right or wrong?
You are correct.
Okay, tell me, what have I won?
Well, more conversation.
Oh, come on.
Who is going to raise the roof for the Denver Broncos in 2020? This is where we want to hear from you at 303-713-1043. That is that RamosLaw.com text line. Just like Chris in Johnstown texted us. I love listening to you guys at night while driving to work. Keep up the good work.
Well,
Chris,
hey.
You keep up the good work as well. We certainly appreciate you. The 1945 says, well, something I can't say. And then you guys are the best. So thank you, 1945. We appreciate you guys as always. Dude, that song gets me so fired up. I remember bumping around Cheyenne, Wyoming in college listening to that song. So, yeah, that was me.
As we came back from break and I was sitting here watching you throw your hands up in the air, I was thinking, well, I know I like PE, you like PE, and so does our friend Frank Schwab.
Frank Schwab,
and you've had an opportunity to go to a PE concert with him.
2.
So I was thinking, well,
met Chuck D with him.
See, there it is. See, that's my point. Were you just kind of, going back to those memories of going to the PE concert with Frank and meeting Chuck D? Did you just have a moment right there?
I had a moment.
Okay.
Right there.
I thought that's what I was witnessing.
You could see it upon my person.
I could see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well.
I thought you were about to take your shirt off for a second
No. Those days are over. And that was a different song. But,
okay.
We're going to raise the roof because your guy, Nate Burleson, he's my guy too, although I've just talked to him briefly, I think twice. Nate Burleson doing fantastic work on NFL Network. And Good Morning Football, dude, can I just say something like kind of off to the side?
Go right ahead.
They have tried for years to find like a morning show that was worth a damn on NFL Network, and Good Morning Football did it. Like they did it. Congratulations to Peter and all those guys and Nate and all that. Like they have done a great job because Good Morning Football is a really good show. I mean, I'm hardcore football, and I love watching Good Morning Football.
It's about finding the right group of individuals who mesh, and you really find out how well that they mesh together, especially when they're not in the same place.
Right.
And right now, they're just like you and I were, in our own separate places, but they still put on a great show. So I understand exactly what you're talking about. When I get up in the morning, I definitely tune in to see, what it is that they're talking about. If Nate says something that I don't like, I make sure to hit him up and like, dude, what are you talking about?
Well, Nate might have said something you do like when talking about a certain Broncos player who could raise the roof. Wow. 1,500 yards, 12 touchdowns. That's more than I'm projecting him for. And I was with Nate. I was riding along with Nate. I was right there with him, dude. And
Until what?
And then he said, Cortland, all of a sudden. Super, super corny. Don't say that. He's all of a sudden, Like,
Well, that's Nate with his isms, so we're not going to hold him to that one.
Bertelsonism.
Yeah. But there is some truth to what he's saying, because what was the biggest conversation that we heard when the Broncos selected 2 wide receivers? The first thing was like, how ridiculous are they to not go out and get an offensive tackle? Then the other thing was, well, there's not going to be enough balls to go around to make everyone happy.
Yeah, they already have Cortland Sutton.
Right. And what Nate is saying, he's speaking from experience being a wide receiver. The way that you become better, as an individual wide receiver, is having other weapons around you, because now you get the one-on-one coverage. We know someone on every single possession for the Broncos from a wide receiver, even tight end or running back standpoint. You're going to have the one-on-one matchup. It is, does Drew Lock have enough time to find that person, or can he get the ball up his hands with time and rhythm and get it to that individual? But we know having more weapons makes it easier for the quarterback, and it makes it easier for a guy like Cortland Sutton, because once you get inside the red zone, the field is reduced. You can't defend everything as a defensive coordinator.
Right.
So if you lean your safety towards Noah Fant and maybe Jerry Jeudy, you get the one-on-one matchup backside with Cortland Sutton, and I like that every single time.
How dare you would move the safety to Fant or Jerry Jeudy, but pick your poison? You play defense. You coach defense.
What the reason?
How do you defend Sutton? It's got to be help over the top, and even then, dude, like
you can't.
He has a window that's always open. It's called the sky.
He said
throw it up.
He said the sky.
Let the big man go get it.
So even when he's covered,
he's open.
He's open.
Mm-hmm.
And that becomes a task for Drew Lock. Can you throw him open? And inside the red zone, once again, the field is reduced. Like you lean your safety towards Cortland Sutton. Now there's a quick hitting strike to the tight end, because that's right behind the linebackers and right in front of where the safety could actually be. So it becomes issue. So you can't really help your corner that much if you say that Cortland has a reduced split, which means he's inside the numbers. That's what we call a minus split. Maybe you can help out from that standpoint, but if I'm Drew Lock and I'm Pat Shurmur, I'm keeping him far away from that safety and force that corner to play man-to-man coverage, and knowing as though Cortland has the ability to jump over you, and he has a big catch radius. So I'm going to take that matchup every single time.
Right. And then we didn't even bring up KJ Hamler in the middle. Like, KJ Hamler getting it done with that speed, even in the red zone. Could take a short drag route, and then it's 6.
But that's why you have to keep the safety there. Sisu, you have to. Because what happens if he runs the whip route where he comes in to approach where the linebacker is, sit down, pause for a second, and then go back outside, right? You need that safety to play right in that hole too, because the other corner is going to be spread out wide as well.
Right.
So now you can't really help out. It's like, dude, I would love to help you, but you better, lean on that white stripe line outside of you. That's your extra defender.
Nate Burleson made one error, two errors besides saying all of a sudden.
You want me text him?
No. Anytime I say something like, I'm going to tell Mike Tomlin you said that. Like, please don't. I like Mike Tomlin.
What if I just said Nate? All of a sudden.
All of a sudden?
That's it.
You had me at all of a sudden?
Exactly.
Okay, you could do that.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'll do that at the break.
Thank you. Appreciate that. The 1,500 yards, though. That's a historic season, man. That is a huge season, especially if I'm projecting Drew Lock for 3,500 yards. That means only 2,000 for the rest of the guys. I think Jerry Jeudy might approach 1,000 this year. So, okay, if Jeudy gets 1,000 and Cortland gets 1,500, now you're talking about only 1,000 yards between Noah Fant and KJ Hamler and anybody else. Melvin Gordon, like, nah. So either 1,500's a little much or 3,500's a little light for Drew Lock. Where do you come down on projecting these guys? Because I think 3,500 is a real fair number for Drew Lock this year. Not 4,000, not 5,000, but 3,500. I got a reason why.
Well,
a 10.
Okay, how about in Price is Right fashion?
You're going to take $1?
So you say the number was
3,500? Yep.
Okay, so instead of going down, I'm going to go up, which is a little opposite of the Price is Right. Mm-hmm. That's right.
I'm going to say Cotton.
3,650, right? Yeah, 36.50.
Dang it.
Yes. Not quite 37, but maybe he can get there.
35.01.
There you go.
Yeah.
But no, I can easily see Drew Lock in that 3,500, 3,600 range for sure. Will Cortland be a 1,000-yard receiver? I would say I would dare to say yes.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
Yes. 1,500, we're pushing it, right? We're pushing it. But 1,000 he can, and here's why I say that. We watched him, last season against the Chargers. Catch a curl route, break a tackle, and then he's off and running. So that means that we could see more explosive plays from Cortland Sutton this season, for sure.
Yeah, and you could see Sutton as that number one guy. And if you want to say 1,200, that I'll ride with you, right? I won't bat an eye. I've got it more around 1,100, but still like 1,200, sure. And then give me like 7-8 touchdowns. I think that's a really solid season. It's a strong season. But the reason why I stick to 3,500 for Luck, do you know what that reason is?
No, I do not. But I know you're going to tell me.
I am going to tell you because it takes about 8 games for you to get figured out in the NFL. Defensive coordinators have been quarantined all offseason long. So those 5 games Locke gave you last year, now with Rich Gangarello, granted, right? But you're going to get about a month. Hopefully not many of those. You're going to get about a month where defense coordinators don't yet know what Locke likes to do. Once they do, you have to have that second punch or a third punch. You have to continue to evolve as an offense. Drew Lock is going to make mistakes. Love the guy, cheering for the guy. I got my Drew Lock jersey still hanging up. I did move it
on the
one
Peloton.
day. I moved it one day. I moved it back.
Yes.
Right? Don't want to move it too much, right? Keep it clean. But Locke will make some mistakes. But you know this from playing defense and coaching defense. You catch up to a guy. There's too much tape. There's too much studying that's going on. And if you've been quarantined all year and you're just studying Drew Lock, you're probably figuring out a thing or two.
But that you're right, Sisu. That definitely happens. There's always someone in there breaking down tape. That was kind of one of my jobs.
That was one of your jobs.
With the 49ers.
You were supposed to find tendencies.
Find tendencies. And everyone has a tendency. You just have to watch enough film to find out exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. So you're not only watching film on Drew Lock, you're watching film on the Minnesota Vikings and the New York Giants to figure out what are some of the better formation groupings and route combinations that Pat Shurmur wants to run.
Right.
And even if you don't know what he's calling on every single play, the one thing you know is, hey, listen, this is how Pat Shurmur typically calls games. In third and short situations, he typically does this. Fourth and inches, he's going to call this. Inside the red zone, this is what he traditionally calls, because we are all creatures of habits. He wants to break his habits, but at the end of the day, when he gets in a tight spot, he wants to go back to what he knows. So if you study enough film and you prepared your players, they'll be ready for whatever the Broncos toss at you. And You're right. Drew Lock is going to make mistakes. We've seen Hall of Fame quarterbacks make mistakes. But the difference between Drew Lock and those Hall of Fame quarterbacks is they have the ability to move on to the next play. Can he do that consistently?
We're fixing to find out.
All right, Coach Coop.
There's something else, though. There's something else.
What's that?
And the reason why I'm sticking at 3,500 as the number for Lock. And this is going to make some people very happy. I rarely do that. Philip Lindsay's too good to be a backup, dude.
So what do you
Melvin
suggest?
Gordon's too good. They're going to run. I got to get that dump button ready. They're going to run the you-know-what out of the ball. They're going to run the ball a lot, and a lot more than people think. Listen, I argue with James Palmer almost every week on Broncos Beat with Alexis Perry, which you can watch on Broncos YouTube channel or DenverBroncos.com. Shame-filled plug. James and I always go back and forth about what this offense is going to be. But we come together when we agree that they're going to run the hell out of the ball. They're going to run the ball, and when you think they're done, they're going to run it some more. Why? 1, they can. 2, that interior of the offensive line is fantastic. 3, they've got not 1 but 2 former 1,000-yard rushers that can get the job done. They don't need to go away. Now, when you get to the red zone, that's when you can start throwing. That's when Jerry Jeudy, that's when Noah Fant, that's when Albert Okwuegbunam, that's when Cortland Sutton can become more into play. So I think the numbers for the passing game are limited because, one, it's Locke's first full season, but two, because those two running backs are too good to ignore or give like a normal workload to.
Well, I understand that, and that sounds vaguely familiar to what we've seen with Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, what Gary Kubiak and Mike Shanahan used to run when they were head coaches and offensive coordinators here. You run the ball to open up the pass, right? And that's great. And we've seen Pat Shurmur have a lot of success in years past, running the ball, doing just that. But how creative can he be inside the red zone? See, that's where the rubber meets the road, because you can move the ball up and down the field at will. But once you get into that red zone, that green zone area that we like to call it, because you're supposed to score touchdowns, how creative can you be? You can't run some of the same, pedestrian route combinations and think they're going to work. No, you have to be great in the red zone, because we go back to this. The field is reduced. You have less operating space. So you can't run the same routes in that area that you ran at the 45 coming in. No, you have to become really creative. And that means bunch formations, two-man stack wide, motion in, taking your tight end, moving him off the ball, inserting him. Anything to kind of get some kind of movement and throw the defense off. If Shurmur cannot do that, all the stuff that we're talking about with Locke, he's going to move the ball down the field. But when we get to red zones, he could be on the lower department when it comes to quarterbacks completing touchdowns.
And isn't that where Shurmur essentially is going to make his money?
That's where
I mean,
everyone makes their money there.
17 points a game last year. If you are Pat Shurmur, you cannot do that. And in Drew Lock in the wins, I believe it was 26. That Kansas City game definitely hurts their average.
Right.
As far as when Lock was playing. But we did the numbers before. Like, it was about, 24, 26, whatever the number was? Like,
I think some
so if Rich Scangarello, the guy who got fired for you, can get him to 24 points a game with Drew Lock, 24 is your floor, Pat. Hey, Pat, you got 24 points a game in you? You better, because the other guy did. He did it well, so much so he thought he saved his job, and he didn't. This team needs to be 24, 26, 27 points a game, if they can be. But the old adage, you know what the old scouting adage is?
What's that?
Jeff Legwold told me this years and years ago. You pass to score, you run to win. So just think about that. Think about that when you think about the Broncos. The Broncos are going to pass to score, but they're going to run to win. And they're going to run a lot with Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay.
Okay, so that means once the team gets inside the red zone, their identity is going to be more of a short yardage run game. And now, since you have this big back that you made the sixth highest paid, running back in the league, that's where you're going to get the most mileage from him, right? We're running the ball inside the red zone.
He's got great red zone numbers. He's got great third down efficiency. I don't want to argue with Tyler or throw any fireballs, make anybody mad. But, yeah, Melvin Gordon is really good at that. Phillip Lindsay can be really good at that. You're too good not to feature those guys. So when I say 3,500 yards for Drew Lock, it's not a slight against Lock. It's just a reality of the situation and going, oh, yeah, Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay are too good to just be a regular starter and a regular backup.
Well, see, so once again, this is where creativity will have to come in.
Do you trust Pat Shurmur to be creative enough?
No.
Why not? Do you trust him to do that?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because I'm looking at the past to help predict what the future is going to be.
Okay.
Right? Because I have to look to see what is your philosophy, your scheme, a way of attacking inside the red zone. Because if you have yet to change that, what gives me any type of reality that you're going to do it? Now, that's not to say that he can't come out and shock us all and decide to change up. But if we know you want to run the ball inside the red zone, if I'm a defensive coordinator, I'm going to take my Mike backers, depending on where we are on the field, move them back a little so we can see any guard pulls and any things like that and tell them, listen, they're going to run the ball. And this is their high percentage run. If Melvin Gordon is in the game, then you know there's a possibility it's going to be heavy run. Why did they bring him in? Now, this is where Pat Shermer can get a little creative. Thinking like that, now I fake the run, I throw a pop pass to Noah Fant, right? Or I run some kind of outside zone play, run a bootleg, then drag Noah Fant or KJ Hamler from the right side to the left side, however you want to look at it, and then I can throw the little dump-off pass. You have to be able to change it up, because if you don't, I mean, a lot of these defensive coordinators are smarter than I am. They've watched a lot more film than I am. And this is me just telling you this based on what I've seen from watching Minnesota and watching the Giants. If I can do this, you know they can do this, because like you said, what have they been doing this whole COVID time? Watching nothing but film.
Studying.
Getting
ready to take it out on you.
Learning their patterns.
Do you learn from history with Pat Shermer? Because you didn't even hesitate when I said, hey, is Pat Shermer going to be creative? No, Nick, let me finish. Is Pat Shermer? No. Like, seriously, you did not hesitate to answer no. Is part of that the history of Pat Shermer and his offense is around 20th in scoring?
Of course.
There's been a year or two here or there, and the Chip Kelly thing was different. And, if I throw out the Chip Kelly numbers, when he's been an offensive coordinator or head coach of the Giants, his offense is about 20th in scoring. I don't think they hired Pat Shermer to get him. Rich Scangarello would get him 20th in scoring. Now, Rich had to learn how to play call. Like, he did not understand the flow of a game.
Right.
I don't even bag on your friend, but
No,
I think
no.
that's my truth.
No.
Right?
I get it.
I think
very true statement.
that he can design an offense. It's a tried and true offense. He proved that he should, have a job as an offensive coordinator with those games with Locke. He got fired. I think it was just the order of play calling, not the stupid trick plays, none of that stuff. But Pat Shermer didn't get hired so they'd be 20th in scoring.
No, did not. He was hired to take this offense to a whole different level. Fangio wants to see more explosive plays because he's watched enough explosive plays converted against his defense. So he needed something to bring balance and offset that. Now, if Shermer doesn't come in here with a little creativity, that's going to be a problem, because no one wants to see any offense move the ball up and down the field. Then all of a sudden you get into the 20 going in, and then all of a sudden the play calling stop. There's a ridge there, and there's no creativity. It's like, well, who did we hire? We hired you for a reason. Oh, we're just going to hand the ball to Melvin Gordon inside the red zone, and he's going to deliver us, from evil. No, you can't do that. That's not how this works. Guys get paid. Defensive coordinators get paid a lot of money. They have guys in their building, like I was, breaking down film, trying to find something that you do that they could take away. So you have to be more creative.
Well, you got to check in with your guy, Nate Burleson. You got to check in with him. You know why?
Why, Cecil?
Nate Burleson revealed that he's been talking to Von Miller. And Von Miller said one thing, very important thing about this Broncos playmaker. Nick, I don't know if you're going to agree with it. We'll go over that next. Oh, yeah, let me see your lighters or cell phone. Make sure you're driving safe. By the way, at the Super Bowl, saw Snoop Dogg open for Guns N' Roses with our man, Frank Schwab.
Really?
Yeah. Snoop Dogg opening for Guns N' Roses. I never thought I'd see it. It was awesome.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's not the combination that you would think would be together.
No.
But it still works though.
Yeah.
It still works.
Yeah. And then we saw, who'd we see at the Cleveland Drive? There was Lil Wayne or something. It was kind of a blur.
Look at you, man.
On South Beach.
You were getting your party on.
Yes. You know who else getting their party on? Our man, Nate Burleson. When talking about raising the roof, he mentioned Cortland Sutton, but there is a player, and I don't know how you're gonna react to this, because not only did Nate Burleson predict that Cortland Sutton would be the guy to raise the roof, he also has been talking to Von Miller, and Von dropped this little tidbit on him. Got the juice. He's a monster. These are words that Von Miller made sure to emphasize to your guy, Nate Burleson. How do you react to that?
Well, I don't echo those same sentiments as Von.
As the Vonster?
Well, yeah, as a spectator watching, practice last year and then watching a lot of the games, I didn't see that monster. So I have to, if Von was sitting in front of me, ask him where did he see that? Where is he getting that from? Now I know that Von, at times in Fangio's defense, he's had to open up from a pass rushing standpoint and flex out because there's a wide receiver or tight end in the open flex position. So maybe in practice, and this may be what Von is talking about from a monster standpoint, Von has had to try to cover Noah Fant in practice and could not do that. And now that's going back to the skill set or the lack of skill set that Von has in being able to play like that in space, knowing as though we've come to know him as being a speed rusher. So I would love to see that monster that Von is talking about actually show up. But until I see that Kraken, that guy from the deep that's tearing up defenses,
right.
I'm going to hold off until I see it.
The wrath of Von. You may have incurred the wrath of Von because you kind of complissulted him there. Well, is Noah Fant really a monster, or is it because Von can't cover? I mean, that's essentially what you said. Am I wrong?
Well, no, that's exactly what I said. Right? I'm not going to shy away from it. I just know that that is not Von's skill set. We both know.
Yeah,
as you fan the Flames,
lying, right? You're not lying.
No, that's not his skill set, right? So could he have been in positions like that in practice? Absolutely. But maybe that's where the monster is coming from, because I know it can't be from a blocking standpoint, because last year I didn't see Noah Fant do a great job of blocking.
No.
But maybe something has changed. There's been some kind of evolution in that of Noah Fant that we have yet to see, and once practice start, we'll get a chance to see that.
You hit on a very good point, and I think all of us need to be open to this in everything, in life and in football. A guy can change.
Absolutely.
A guy can be different. A guy can grow. A guy can be better. You can be worse too, but you can be better. So maybe there's better effort as a blocker. Maybe the selection of Albert Okwuegbunam, which we are all super excited about. And Drew Lock basically asked for him to be drafted, or said it would be not. That's nice, right? That's what Drew Lock said. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. Albert Okwuegbunam could be pushing Noah Fant to this monster status that Von Miller stopped Nate Burleson to emphasize this to him. To say, don't sleep on Noah Fant. That, I mean, we always play it, but Don't be a menace to South Central while drinking your juice in the hood. That, my friend, is a message. Message.
It is. It is amazing how that message is often sent by the acquisition of a guy via the draft or via free agent, that it motivates guys to be better than they were in the previous years. And usually we're thinking, okay, a guy should show that he is developing mature from year 1 to year 2, especially if you are a former first rounder. That is the expectations. But maybe having Albert Okwuegbunam and knowing the relationship that he has with Drew Lock, maybe that has motivated Noah Fant to take more of a leadership role or a more productive role in his development. So, listen, I don't want to seem like Debbie Downer here, but I would love to see Noah Fant be that monster. But I have not seen that yet. And if you want to tell me, well, go back and look at the Cleveland game, I can break that play down for you and tell you that was a lot of bad tackling.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Right?
And that guy got cut.
When he got cut.
I even asked Noah about that, and it's kind of an interesting question. And, I was like, have you ever made a play so good that you got someone cut?
That's the play. That is the play. Now, if he can step his game up and once again take on a more mature role and say, well, listen, you guys brought this young guy in here. I'm a young guy myself, but I'm a first rounder.
Oh.
If he wants my job,
you
come
excited
take
about
it.
Albert O?
Come take it.
Oh.
Yes.
I mean, I got the 1 in front of my name.
Right. What do you have?
Round 1.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ding, ding, ding.
Exactly.
Gloves are off.
Okay. Well, then this becomes even more interesting back to our conversation in the red zone. Because now you've got Albert Okwuegbunam with that clear chemistry. 17 touchdowns in 2 years, dude. You don't do that by accident.
That's not a fluke.
No. And now Fant, I may change my 6-0 start, right? I still have time.
What would you change it to?
5-1, like 4 other people have. I get blasted on for 6-0 and 4 other guys have 5-1. But either way, I am open. I'm considering that, right? Will you consider saying that Noah Fant will score more touchdowns than Albert Okwuegbunam?
Nope. Not going to do it.
You're still holding steadfast.
Not going to do it.
Nate
Yes.
Burleson said, Von Miller
I don't
said,
care.
Monster said.
I don't care.
He said, she said, he said.
Yes, he could be a monster, out in the field, but once we get to the red zone, it's all about comfort. Who do you feel comfortable with? And if that guy is Albert Okwuegbunam, then that's where Drew Lock's going with the ball. Because we've talked about this before. There's a possibility that Albert Okwuegbunam could have more touchdowns.
Yes.
And Noah Fant can have more yards.
Yeah, more catches, more yards.
Yes, that's a possibility.
Yeah. So Noah Fant could have 50 catches and, 600 yards, whatever the number is, and 3 touchdowns. And Albert Okwuegbunam could have 20 catches for 250 yards and 6 touchdowns.
Possibility.
I mean, that's a possibility.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, because it boils down to which guy that Drew Lock has the most confidence and faith in. And then also which guy can show that he's being more aggressive, with his route running.
Okay, you are preparing a defensive game plan. You're preparing for both tight ends to be on the field at the same time. Aren't you preparing more for Fant?
Why?
Just naturally.
Why?
I'm just asking. I'm asking. You're a defensive coordinator. You're a defensive coach. You've done this before. So when you're setting up and you're like, okay, we got to worry about Sutton, and then we got to worry about Judy. I mean, if you're establishing a pecking order in the red zone, isn't Fant? And I'm playing into your conversation. I'm playing into your prediction. Because if you're a defensive coordinator and you're focused on stopping Noah Fant, Alberto will get you.
Right. So my priority would be Sutton, Hamler, Judy.
Hamler before Judy?
He's in a slot.
Okay.
That's a quicker throw, Cecil. Have you not seen those quick choice routes? I just told you about the whip
route. What's my name?
Cecil Lammy.
Come on.
Yes.
Have you seen? Yes, I've seen.
Yeah, so that is a quicker throw right there.
Mm-hmm.
The fade route, to me, now that's timing. That's rhythm.
Okay.
Am I putting the ball where my wide receiver Judy or Cortland Sutton can actually jump up and take the ball away from the DB, right? But the quickest route between 2 points is a straight line.
Right.
So if I'm in the shotgun and I drop back, I look to my left like I'm throwing a slant route, boom, right there. right there quick
Done.
to Hamler.
Okay.
Turn
so
around. Oh, you just had to do that, KB. Boy, you know what I tell you? I tell you, KB.
Yeah, if you could throw something at him,
I would.
You would.
Yes, but I can't
Well,
because I'm behind his glass.
Let's keep going down the pecking order then. Because you got to Hamler and I cut you off. So where's Fant? Fant's ahead of Okuegbunam.
Well,
You would think.
Well, in that predicament,
Until it changes.
He's the fourth option, right? In that particular situation.
So Judy's third?
Yes, Judy's
okay,
third.
Sutton, Hamler, Judy, Fant.
And that's not based on how talented I think the individuals are. It's
Very
based
true.
on the amount of field that I have to utilize and what could be some quicker throws. That's why. Now, if I put Okuegbunam in, now we have to change that because now I can flex him out. He's a bigger body, and we still have to see how aggressive he's going to be with his route running on the pro level opposed to what we saw on the collegiate level, right? And if he can develop that type of it is my ball type of mentality, you got to think. You got a fast guy, big body, right? It's almost like basketball. You just run 5 yards, turn around, boom, I put it in your chest, you fall in, touchdown.
6 points, Denver Broncos.
That's right. Now, Noah Fant, to me, I think he is easily able to be disrupted and jammed at the line of scrimmage.
So make sure to tell Nate Burleson via text message, don't sleep on Alberto. Because he's talking about Fant being a monster. Broncos might have two. They might double it up.
I'm pulling out my phone right now.
Okay. So if there's two monsters, it's Dracula and Frankenstein, right? I mean, we got to come up with some sort of name. Two monsters, double monsters.
Okay, so let's think about it. Frankenstein, not no real superpowers. He can't. He's really strong.
Yeah.
Right. But fire is his problem.
Okay.
Right. And Dracula, what is it? It's a stake through the heart.
Right. And garlic.
So
keep fire and garlic away from the Broncos offense. We're fine.
But he can fly, so he can fly away.
Ooh.
See.
But Okuegbunam's faster than Fant.
That's why he's flying. That's the Dracula right there.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. You got a couple of monsters. Get a couple of monsters to us. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Who is going to raise the roof for the Denver Broncos? But is it time to take a different approach to how we look at this NFL position? I'll tell you what that is next. That makes me nervous, Nick.
Why?
I don't think he can play outside. That's Coach Fangio talking about Bryce Callahan, who he's had the idea from day one that Callahan could be an outside corner, even though he was a slot corner for the Bears, and a pretty good one. I regularly make fun of Bryce Callahan because, well, I can't stand talking about him because he's not Chris Harris Jr., and they paid him and not Chris Harris Jr. I'm going to cry, whine, and complain about that forever. But when I talk about Bryce Callahan, I could admit that he's a really good slot corner, and then I hear Coach Fangio talking about him being on the outside, and I think small body, outside receivers. I don't know. You coach DBs. You play DB. Is Bryce Callahan going to work if he's playing outside corner?
In order for this thing to work with Bryce Callahan playing outside, Cecil, he has to win at the line of scrimmage.
Okay.
Right? You know, Champ Bailey used to always say, the way you prevent yourself from having to run further down the field is that you win at the line of scrimmage. And we know every route is somewhat of a timing route, right? The quarterback and the wide receiver, they must be on the same page. So if you can disrupt that route just a little to make that quarterback go off that read and go to his second and third option, you've now done your job. And now you play to your pass rush. And knowing as though we haven't really seen that much of Bryce Callahan in the NFL play outside, that is a concern. Now, if you go back, you know that he played outside at Rice, but still he had moments where he struggled against better speedy route running wide receivers.
Right.
That's right. And because he was more of a shorter guy and he had that, that quick burst, you can throw him. Well, he wasn't a real tall guy. He was really short. So you can throw those type of guys in the slot to match up with smaller, slot receivers. But what happens if you face a guy like Larry Fitzgerald, who's a big guy in the slot, who can use his body on you? He can muscle you. Right. He's a savvy route runner. That becomes a problem. So now think with that, but now move that guy outside. Now, the only thing you can say be Bryce Callahan's saving grace is the fact that he has the extra defender in the sideline. But what happens if he's beaten off the line? What happens if he's matched up with Keenan Allen, who's not a real fast guy?
Right.
But when you talk about a guy who has some great hands, Cecil, and who is a technician.
He's a technician. That's how he has to win.
When he comes to route running, and I'm not blowing smoke just because all of a sudden Nick Ferguson's become a fan of the Chargers. No, watch the film. He's one of the more underrated wide receivers in this game.
Well, let's just take the Chargers, for example. You got Mike Williams, who's 6'5"?
Yes.
And then you got Keenan Allen, who's 6'3", but a great route runner. I mean, how are you winning against that? If you're Bryce Callahan and you're on the outside and you're tasked with covering either one of those players, plus you're playing zone. You're playing zone, dog. You're not getting in his kitchen. There's no more jam. There's no more press. And with Bryce Callahan, do you really want him pressing? He doesn't have long arms. He's a smaller statured player anyway. There's a risk that if he tries to press for whatever reason, because you'll have some man concepts thrown in, but if he tries to press, something like Mike Williams, just toss him out of the way.
Well, yeah, even if you're running zone concepts, which Coach Fangio likes to run, and you can try to sit Bryce Callahan off the ball so he can see what's happening defensively, you still have to say, okay, what if they go bunch formations and they put him in a situation where he's trying to attack the ball, a 50-50 ball, right? From a corner, it's a corner route. And it's Mike Williams on that 50-50 ball.
That's Chargers score.
That's right. Or is a deep ball, because once you get inside the red zone turns into man because you have less real estate. So we still have those fade routes, those back inline throws, those throws at the goalpost. Now we're still talking about height being a factor. We just talked about, the matchup nightmare that Cortland Sutton can, present for guys who may be 6'2" or even 6 feet. But we're talking about a corner that's 5'9". I don't know what Bryce Callahan's vertical jump is, but I hope that foot is really well, because he's going to need to have some springs to climb that ladder with some of these tall wide receivers.
Yeah, because, again, his lack of length, he's got good speed and good quickness. That's what makes him a really good – if you wanted to say Bryce Callahan when healthy, is the best slot corner in the game, you could have that argument. I would disagree with you, but you could still, he's in the conversation.
He's in the conversation.
It's not outrageous to say that.
No, it's not.
Like, Bryce Callahan is really good. So for the listening audience, Nick, what is the difference in skill set needed for slot corner compared to outside corner? Because it doesn't seem to me like Callahan is built to play outside corner.
When you're playing in the slot, once again, you have to understand the types of players that you're competing against. These are shorter,
Julian Edelman.
Yes,
those type of guys.
Joystick type of guys.
Yeah.
So it comes down to change of direction.
Quickness.
That's right. So if you look at every team in the NFL and look at what guys playing slot for them, 9 times out of 10 is not a real big guy. It's a smaller guy. Either he's 6 feet, really light, or he's 5'9", or maybe 5'8", right? But playing inside in the slot, you kind of bookend by your corner outside of you and your linebacker inside of you. So you have a little help. And you're allowed to play a little off the ball, thinking that pressure is going to get there, and you're looking at and you're reading the quarterback. Once you're outside, there's so much more you have to see. You have to see the quarterback, but you're trying to read route combinations at the same time. And if you read wrong, you jump an in cut, and there's a corner route, a slot fade, as they call it. That's a problem. You get caught.
Yeah.
Right? And then if you were to get caught and you can recover, can you climb that ladder to take the ball away or knock the ball out of the guy's hand?
Right.
So I'm going to go with the guy with the height advantage every single time. And it's up to Bryce Callahan to prove to us that he can play on the outside. In the league, not at Rice.
Not at Rice.
No, in the league against some of the more, skill-oriented type of wide receivers. That's what it is, man.
Yeah, I'm going to say no. Now, Vic Fangio, again, this was Vic Fangio's plan. And who in the world am I to argue with Vic Fangio? But
that's his guy, Cecil.
That is his guy.
He's got to defend his guy. Just like, you know what? C.J. Anderson is your guy.
CJ came through and made plays. That's all I know.
I'm just saying.
He came through and made plays.
Chris Harris Jr.
He made a plate, and then he made plays. I've been making too many plates myself. He's on vacation. All right. It's Nick and Cecil having fun on a Monday. What's Monday? It's another day. It's close to Friday. So let's get it on, and let's talk about changing the approach to this NFL position. We'll get into that next. Well, we're getting a special treat tonight. Nick Ferguson, do you know what that is?
What is that?
And I want to be very delicate with this topic. I do not want anyone sending me mean texts.
Oh, boy.
As they did to Mike Evans, which I think is deplorable, but either way. We're getting to watch the Nuggets on TV, man.
Yeah. That I know it's kind
incredible, huh?
It is, and I know for a lot of individuals, they haven't seen the Nuggets play on live television in a while now.
Been a minute.
It's been a minute, so we've seen them play on ESPN. There was a game on NBA TV, TNT, and listen, we got a couple more games after this. They play the Clippers on Wednesday on ESPN. So I said, soak it up. If you haven't watched the game live all season long, take full advantage of the nationally televised games.
And if not, check out the clips on YouTube.
Yeah,
the game's done. I like the way that leagues, NFL does a great job with their YouTube channel as well. I like the way the association is throwing that up there for fans, because that's a real easily digestible. Hey, I know we're all busy and trying to make ends meet and all that kind of stuff. Like, you got 9 minutes, you can watch the basketball, all the basketball game.
But yeah, I mean, look, would you love to watch the game live?
Yeah,
absolutely. Everyone would love to watch those type of games. But hey, you just have to make do with what you can make do with.
You know what I miss?
What do you miss?
Going to Pepsi Center, getting that popcorn that's the caramel, but it's got the chocolate in the caramel. Have you seen that?
No.
No?
I'm not a big chocolate person.
You're not a big chocolate guy?
Mm-mm.
Caramel guy?
Somewhat.
Caramel popcorn? You still got to get our Cracker Jacks for our fake tattoos. Since
KB said that
KB had said that.
He said that he picked up a couple of boxes.
Got him.
See?
You got him?
Got him.
Yes.
Did you get our fake tattoos for our fake tattoo bet?
I don't think so. I want a better tattoo. These don't
We'll keep
suffice.
looking. We'll keep looking. But it's enjoyable as we watch Nuggets basketball against LeBron and the Lakers. Now, the question becomes, could the path of least resistance be the right one to take for the Nuggets?
You and I started talking about this a little, and I didn't want to give too much of it during the break.
Didn't want to do the full reveal.
No, because we're watching Denver play the Lakers right now, and it's tied up in the fourth quarter. It's been pretty much a tight game from beginning to end.
Right.
And when you look at the fact that the Nuggets, after this, they play the Clippers on Wednesday, and they play, I think, Toronto Raptors on Friday to complete, this whole, 8-game bubble type of situation, and then we get ready to start rolling into the playoffs. So as it currently stands, the Nuggets are the number 3 seed, right? So that means that, being in that position, they face a team that they have customarily beat up on, and that's Utah, right? But there is a situation that if you're Coach Malone, you're asking yourself, but I'll pose it to you in a text line. I think I have an idea what the text line is going to say.
The RamosLaw.com text line of 303-713-1043.
Right. So if you lose the game tonight, and let's just say you beat the Clippers and you lose to Toronto, and you still remain at that number 3 seed, you're great because you face Utah, a team that you've just muscled and you know you can beat.
Right.
But if you win this game, you play the Clippers on Wednesday and you beat them, and you say you move to the number 2 seed. You're like, yeah, we're number 2 seed, but here's the downside to that. The Dallas Mavericks are sitting there in that spot, right? And so far this season, I mean, the Nuggets haven't really been able to beat the Dallas Mavericks. So do you want to win, take that number 2 spot, and run the risk of losing to Dallas because they've beaten you before, or stand pat, beat Utah, advance to the next round, and then face the Lakers? What do you want?
Well, they must not want to win tonight because Mason Plumlee keeps taking shots. So I think it might screw up your whole plan. Why be afraid of anyone on your schedule? I get what you're saying. But if the goal is, if everyone's excited and people are legitimately saying, even people we interview, NBA experts we interview on this show about, hey, the Nuggets could be a sleeper team to win it all. Hey, the Nuggets, I mean, is the goal to win a playoff series or is the goal to win it all?
See, that has always been my question.
Yes, because if it's to win a playoff series, then, oh, yeah, fudge with the numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
But some individuals are happy with just saying, hey, we made it to the playoffs.
Right.
Hey, we
Aren't
won.
we past that with this team now?
Yes.
Shouldn't we have been past it a while ago?
Last season, going to Game 7 against the Portland Trail Blazers, that was kind of, yep, now we're a playoff team. Now we're thirsty for more.
Yeah.
Right? But certain fans, they don't want that. They don't look at it that way. Right? Some of them look at it like, man, let's just get in and let's advance.
Not this season.
Because that's good enough for us. Right?
Not this season.
No, it shouldn't be that.
No, it should never be that.
It should
but
never
Nuggets
be that.
fans have constantly been that.
But,
and by the way, you mentioned last year with Portland. It actually should have been before that, years before, but Jokic couldn't get it done against Karl Anthony Towns with 3 shots in the final seconds of the game to make the playoffs.
Hey, listen.
But who am I to say?
Hard, but it's fair. Sad, but it's true. Right? So when we look at things.
What was that? Hard, but it's fair.
Sad, but it's true.
Sad, but it's true.
Yes.
I got it.
So we do tell the truth on the show, and we definitely would love to see the Nuggets actually, get to the Western Conference, finals. We would love to see that. But first of all, you got to start, playing defense on a guy like LeBron James and be able to close out on three-point shooters, which the Nuggets have shown to have a problem with. But that is the biggest question, Sisu. Right? Everyone wants to win, and you're in these games, and you play sports to win championships. But would you like to take the path of least resistance? Right? You're in the second round, right? But you play against a team that you could dominate, opposed to playing against Dallas, who seems to match up well with you because they have Luka Doncic and Kristaps Porzingis.
Shouldn't your mindset be to sharpen your skill set? I mean, the Broncos wear shirts that say iron sharpens iron.
Yes.
They don't wear shirts that say duck and hide, make it as far as you can.
Timber
and just
expectations.
Hope. Right. Oh. What are you talking about my man Wood for?
I have no idea what you're talking
How is Wood
about.
supposed to call me if you're sitting there bringing up his temper expectations comment?
Well, I didn't say that.
John, not now. I'm on there till 10.
Caesar, I'm just reiterating what I've heard said. That's all I'm doing. So
okay.
Why am I the bad guy?
Okay. Well,
I didn't say it.
Bringing up facts,
yeah,
right?
There's facts. It's said.
Shouldn't you? And again, I'm thinking of Last Dance, right? I'm thinking of back when I loved basketball. When I love basketball more than I love football, and I love the you-know-what out of football. Please keep the dump button ready, KB. But I'm thinking about iron sharpens iron. I'm thinking about, did the Bulls hide from the Pistons?
Nope.
Right? Did they run and hide and be like, oh, wait for someone else to beat them? Or did they go get it done? If you're going to beat the Lakers, you better beat the Mavs. Like, that's just the bottom line. And if you're playoff hardened in a year that's been odd and weird and you took a break and you're in a bubble and my next door neighbor's sending weird text messages, like all of a sudden, like, because he's in the bubble. So that's a really deep cut. You better listen to Nick and Cecil. We always give us a couple weeks, KB. What happens if you don't really understand after a couple weeks?
Give it another couple weeks.
Thank you very much. But shouldn't you want the challenge that the Mavs bring rather than going, hey, we got the cupcake Jazz. Hey, we're good.
Well, yeah, you should. And listen, Mike Malone is thinking with that same idea, right? Because the Nuggets were the number 1 team in the West last year, right? So being number 3 is not good enough for them because you were right there on the cuffs last season. So, yes, if you can move up in the last couple of games to that number 2 seed, yes. If you have to figure out what you need to figure out to stop Dallas, then you have to figure that out. But I can tell you this, you definitely want to avoid, playing the Lakers in the second round because this is a tight game right now.
Yeah.
Let's see. LeBron just missed a
LeBron with
3-point
the
shot.
brick. Yeah.
So this is a tight game at this moment right now, but you have to ask yourself, can the Nuggets win a 7-game series against the Lakers? And that I don't know. I don't know.
Win this game and build confidence that you can.
Yes. I mean, that would be my approach.
All bets are off in this weird bubble coronavirus. And like, it's just
real.
You have that Cardi, because every time I do the Cardi B, I'm like,
gotta edit it down.
You gotta really edit it down. I just need Cardi B saying coronavirus. Like, that's it. I don't need anything else. I just need that. But like, seriously, dude, aren't all bets off? Can you beat the Lakers in 7? You better be able to, because this is a weird year, and if this is your shot, if this is your chance,
this is the best chance you have.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how crazy it is that the Phoenix Suns, after having a very tumultuous season, they're like undefeated in the bubble. Right? Undefeated.
What are they doing? Are they we got to just, sneak our way in?
They're fighting for their basketball lives, but we're going to take every shot. So the Nuggets have to take that type of mentality. It has to be, you know what? At all costs, we're going to try to win every single game. And whomever they parade out there for us to play, we just have to play them. But history does play a factor in a lot of these games. Because remember, it's an old cliche saying, but it's true. This game is very mental. And when you face an opponent that they've beaten you several times, mentally, that's a hurdle that's a little difficult to get over, opposed to a team that you may play in the Utah Jazz who you just beat the other night.
Right.
That's the low-hanging fruit. So which team are you? Which road do you want? See, so you want the low-hanging fruit, or do you want to climb the tree to get that juicy fruit at the top? And I don't mean that those little things that you put in your mind, you chew on like candy. I'm not talking about that type of juicy fruit. I'm talking about the peach, the plum, the piece of bubble gum.
I'm climbing, man.
You're climbing.
I'm climbing.
I like it.
That's the way you're a competitor, right?
Yes.
You're a competitor?
Climb that tree.
Yeah.
Get that fruit.
Yeah, you got to be a competitor like George Karl, who joins the fan, dude. I there's just sometimes we'll get a hire in. We hired George Karl.
Well, that's good.
Right here on the fan.
A little Nuggets inside.
Yeah. You going to get any Nuggets analysts that's better than that?
Former
like
coach.
George Karl, right here on the fan. Want to welcome him in and welcome Coach Karl to the team. And to us talking about the Nuggets as they make this smart. Do you think George Karl would want to take the safe route? Do you think George Karl would want to sneak in or slither around and avoid this team, avoid that? What do you think George Karl would want to do?
Give me a challenge so that when I overcome that hurdle and I emerge victorious, my team is now tested. They got that callus.
Yep.
They're battle hardened.
Yep.
Now we're ready. Now we're primed to make that move. So I like that approach. I still think that is the approach that Mike Malone is definitely thinking about. But, hey, there's some fans who would love to have the easy path.
Well, welcome aboard. If you're not on Twitter and you missed the announcement on Facebook, we just want to welcome aboard George Karl, who's joining 104.3 The Fan as a Nuggets analyst, making exclusive appearances throughout the NBA restart in Orlando, including those NBA playoffs. So, George Karl, that's what we call a good get.
Yes.
That's a really good get. We'll keep you up to date as to what's going on with less than 9 minutes to go in this Lakers-Nuggets game. It is Nick and Cecil, and it is training camp 2020 locked and loaded. We'll be breaking it all down thanks to Coase BMW and breaking down this position. You wanted to talk about how we need to take a time, or is it a time, to take a different approach to how we look at this NFL position. What NFL position do you speak of? One, Nick Ferguson.
Well,
what is that NFL position?
Well, that position is the tight end position, right? Because we've seen this position evolve over the past couple of years, and we look at that position as the tight end position, but to me, that is just a big wide receiver, right? And we've seen the likes of Jimmy Graham in the past when he was with the New Orleans Saints, and he wanted to be paid like a wide receiver.
Yeah, he even said, I'm gonna hold, I think it was franchise tagged.
Yes.
And he said, I want the tag of a wide receiver, which I believe at the time was about $4 million difference, so it was a significant amount. And then they looked at his snaps. And he said because of his snaps, he played primarily in the slot that year. That's why he was pushing for that. Because he was a big slot receiver.
Yes, he was.
And he didn't. What happened to Jimmy Graham? Did he get paid?
No, he ended up going to Seattle, right? But I still think that this is a position that we may need to look at a little different because guys who are coming in the league, they're definitely changing the way that we view this position and the way that the position has been played in the past. Because usually you have your pass catching, pass receiving tight end, and then you have your inline blocking tight end, right? And you know that you're a special talent if you can do both of those things and they don't have to take you off the field or bring someone on the field, for you. So when I look at the George Kittle situation with the San Francisco 49ers, they have had minimal conversation with him about giving him a better deal. His contract is not paying him as much as he is worth to that team.
No.
It's
God,
not.
no.
So he's still playing on that rookie deal.
He's the most important receiver that they have on that team. It's not just because Debo's hurt.
Right.
And Emmanuel Sanders is gone. And Brandon Ayuk's a rookie. No, it's because George Kittle is that dude. He's that guy. He's better than Travis Kelce.
Right.
And Travis Kelce's a playmaker now.
Yeah, and once again, it's not – you look at the utilization of the guy within the offense, and, of course, teams would want to say, well, he's a tight end, so that way you don't have to pay him like a wide receiver. But if you're using this player in the same way in your scheme like a wide receiver, you're constantly – counting on him to get open, then why not? I mean, when we look at the running back position, right, do we not have two different types of running backs in the NFL? We have our Derrick Henry.
Your big bangers.
Yeah, who your banger guy, and then you have your pass-catching running backs.
McCaffrey.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we have two different, types of running backs, and they're paid differently. That's right. Look at the way that Christian was rewarded, and look at the way that Derrick Henry was rewarded.
Right.
There is a clear difference between the two. So why not have that same distinction when it comes to tight ends?
You bring it up. It's what can you do? And this is nothing away from Derrick Henry, but what can you do for the offense and what percentage of what you do for the offense? Christian McCaffrey does everything for that offense. Derrick Henry does one thing. Now, he does it very well, but it's one thing. He, punishes defenses. If you're George Kittle, you're blocking, you're catching, you're big in the red zone, you're big on third downs. Like there's not a thing that George Kittle doesn't do.
Right.
And that's what you're hoping another Iowa tight end for you does if you're the Broncos. Although I don't see Noah Fant turning into George Kittle. And I don't even know if TJ Hawkinson can stay healthy. And he's playing for awful head coach and Matt Patricia, but still, no, that's exactly what you want that guy to be because George Kittle is everything for you.
Yeah, the tight end position has definitely evolved over the years, right? Just look at the way that the Patriots use Rob Gronkowski. You're able to open him up. You now have to. You can't put a linebacker on him. That's a mismatch that they'll take advantage of.
Right.
You now have to put a defensive back on him. So if you have to put a DB on me as a tight end, and I'm flexed out maybe 50 or 60% of the time, to me, you playing me like a wide receiver, but you want to pay me tight end money. So as we see the tight end position start to evolve, and that can start here with Noah Fant and Albert Okwuegbunam, right? These guys are now used more in the passing and vertical attack. Then now I believe you have to start to look at it. Now, you may have to convert that money into incentive-laden money. Okay, well, if you have this amount of targets and receptions, then this is the payoff for you. But the idea of just looking at these guys as just being inline blocking tight ends, those days are over. You're not having Mark Bavaro anymore, and I'm going back in the archives.
You're going way back.
With the Giants, and I watched them as a kid when I was growing up. These guys are different now, right?
I'll go back to a teammate of yours, Anthony Becht.
Yes.
Anthony Becht was a really good tight end, but he was a blocker.
That's right.
And now these guys, they're receivers.
Think of Darren Waller, plays for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
He's a big wide receiver playing a tight end position.
Yeah.
Right? And Hunter Henry, big body guy. He runs decent routes. No, is he Travis Kelce? Is he Zach Ertz? Is he George Kittle? No, he's not. But if you want a guy who can still give you a couple of catches, he can definitely do that. And he's big enough to break tackles. So I believe the league should definitely look at that.
I believe that the player closest to George Kittle in terms of just raw natural ability is Okuwebunam. And not Noah. No offense, a different player. Like, they're just different styles. Like, Okuwebunam's larger and stronger and that ferocious blocker. I'm not saying he's George Kittle, so please don't tell you said he was George Kittle and he caught 10 passes this year. Like, no. If you talk about physical style, who's closer to George Kittle? It's Albert O. It's not Noah Fant. Fant's closer to, let's say, Evan Ingram, who's very good in his own right.
Yeah.
Evan Ingram is really good. Now, doesn't stay healthy, but that's the type of, if you want to say you got O.J. Howard and Okuwebunam, and then you've got Ingram, ironically, same draft class, by the way, as Jake Butt. That's what you've got. You've got kind of a pick your poison at the tight end position.
So with you saying that, would you therefore be in favor of featuring Albert O more in the offense based on his skill set and what you're saying, opposed to Noah Fant?
Everything's open for me with the tight end position because, boy, I might want to rephrase that, but it's because Noah Fant, if Noah Fant went to the Pro Bowl this year, I wouldn't be surprised. If Albert O beat him out eventually and started, I wouldn't be surprised. So, like, everything's on the table for me, and I'm not exactly sure which way it's going to go. I know they've got a ton of talent at tight end. I know that's a position I don't worry about for the Broncos. I don't like corner. I worry about corner depth all the time. I worry about pass rushing depth. I'm writing about it right now for 1043thefan.com, but my training camp previews, continue tomorrow with my outside linebacker article. I worry about that. I don't worry about tight end. I know they're both really talented. Who comes out on top? I don't know. I like what you say about Okuwebunam scoring more touchdowns and Fant having more catches. I think that makes sense.
That's kind of a more realistic approach to the position. Just knowing how the tight end position is definitely being played right now in the NFL. But paying tight ends like their wide receivers, I think that we're going to start moving towards that direction because
is Kittle the first one? Does he break the mold? Does he break the bank?
I dare say, yeah.
If he doesn't, nobody will.
Yes, because
honestly,
how can you have a guy who's been that critical to your offense and not reward him, right? And I know that he and the 49ers, they're trying to figure the situation out, but they're not talking, as much as they need to.
Right.
And the 49ers, they don't want to be the first team to set that precedent that, we value, George Kittle, but we don't want to pay him like a wide receiver because we open up the floodgates. But I think that's where we're going to get to, in a couple of years, because you can't continue to look at the way that these guys are built, the route running, that capabilities that they have, and the fact that you can flex them out. Because that's their skill set, flexing them out, putting one of those skill guys, Noah Fant and Albert Okuwebunam, putting their hands in the dirt. Why? Why do that? You're doing them a disservice. Flex them out. I mean, I played against Tony Gonzalez, and on occasion they would flex him out because he wasn't a great inline blocker. Was he a willing blocker? Yes, but he was a better route running style of tight end. So I hope the league definitely gets to that point, and we have two categories. Your inline blocker, you get paid a certain amount of money. A pass catching tight end, you get paid a certain amount of money because this is all based on and predicated off of production.
Are you a Y or are you an F?
That's right.
Make it easy.
There's a difference between the two.
There is a difference.
And you have to pay them differently.
Well, what you just said is really bad news for the Broncos. Really bad news for the Broncos.
Oh, please do tell.
I will tell you next. Uh-oh. We're having some fun watching the end of this Nuggets game. We will have an update for you when that thing finishes. But we're doing some hooting and hollering. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we were.
Having some fun. Mason Plumlee must have heard what I said making fun of him, because now he's like flushing stuff and have a couple of good assists, had that one to bowl.
It's just kind of like when I watched this and we both were shouting, I'm just like, I don't care who it is, whether it's the Lakers or the Nuggets. I hate when I see poor defense.
Right.
Bad defense rotation.
Right.
And, the Lakers gave up a backdoor cut with Plumlee that you're talking about to Bo. And I'm like, no. Right?
What are they doing?
Yes. It's just not like, and then the Nuggets turn around, they do something like similar. I'm like, dude, play defense. And it's not just about the on-ball defense. It's off-the-ball defenders. Can you see when the pick and roll is coming, right? And can you defend that? And you need someone rotating inside the paint. And when you don't get that, I'm like, dude, come on, man. And then we saw the Lakers, dribble penetration, great kind of, ball rotation. They kept swinging the ball around, find the open shooter, knock down threes. It's like, come on. I was like, come on, dog.
Come on.
Come on, man. Find that open shooter.
You know what I see?
What do you see?
They don't fear the Lakers.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
Now, they've got some youth out there like Bol's wiping his brow and like whew, and but you don't see this nervousness like, oh, we're going to lose it. You don't sense that in their body language. Certainly Plumlee's, ferocious and doing whatever he can, but I see a team that doesn't fear the Lakers. Now, the Lakers don't fear them. LeBron has been cool and collected, and the Lakers have zero fear when it comes to the Nuggets. Zero concern. Like, oh, we got this. We're down by 5, whatever the number is now. Like, we got it. But it is good to see, at least from my point of view, Nick, and, I should be a virtual fan. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get a cardboard cutout of Joel Klatt, and then I'm going to sit next to him, so me and Klatt will be at the Nuggets game. Yeah.
Yes.
I will be virtual fans sitting next to my dude, Joel Klatt, at the Nuggets game.
And that is the closest that you two will ever become. Just like that. But
yes.
Yeah, but not that close. Not that close. Back up. Give me 50 feet.
Do you see the same thing, though, where the Nuggets aren't – they're not too bright-eyed in this scenario? Even the young guys like Bol.
Well, yeah, in this game, for sure, right? Because they played the Lakers before. Coming into this game, the Lakers have a 2-1 series lead over the Nuggets. And the idea when you face an opponent a lot and you know that, hey, they've won a couple and we've lost some games, but there were tight games that we lost, and understanding why you lost those games, that's why you don't have that fear. And then, you look at the Lakers, they already have the number 1 seed. They're just trying to fine-tune things, so once the playoffs actually start, they're good to go. But you can't give up a 3-pointer shot to Danny Green. You can't do that.
Yeah, clean 3.
You can't do that.
2 minutes left to go, and Nuggets are up by 2. We'll keep you up to date as the situation goes on.
Well, really quickly, here's what I see on the floor right now. Jamal Murray's not on the floor. Nikola Jokic is not on the floor. Paul Millsap or Michael Porter Jr., they're not on the floor. This is a young group of guys on the bench that are scrapping. Right, you look at P.J. Dozier. I mean, he's made some amazing shots.
Dozier's been amazing.
Yes, he's made some amazing shots. And this, sometimes you don't know that you're supposed to fear another team.
Yeah.
That's how this second unit is playing right now. They're playing with a certain level of aggression and the sense of urgency that we didn't really see at the start of this bubble that the starters were actually playing with. So I like what I'm seeing thus far.
I like the young guys showing that hunger, and it reminds me of what the Broncos could be. I've said it a million times on this show, like, you don't know you're not supposed to be good because you're young, and you're just like, hey, I don't care if it's the Chiefs over there. I don't care if it's the Ravens. I don't care if it's Tom Brady over there. I don't care who it is. We're just going to go for it. We're going to go after it. And you could see that from the Broncos, but we'll see if the Nuggets can figure this thing out here at the end.
It's a minute 13 remaining.
Minute 13 remaining.
It's tight.
It is tight. Well, you know what else was tight? pocketbooks, because you mentioned how tight ends need to be paid differently, and that got me to thinking, and I'm always thinking about that budget. I am budget conscious. Conscious? Conscious.
Conscious. Yes.
I'm trying to achieve consciousness by even saying the word conscious, but no longer payday is J-Day. not during a pandemic where sports might go away and I might be selling shoes in a van down by the river. But I'm thinking about Noah Fant, who I've often said, like, why didn't you get the Simmons deal done? Because you got Sutton coming up. You got Vaughn's option coming up. You're going to have to pay Bradley Chubb. But if tight ends start getting paid, let's say San Francisco is that team and they say, you know what? We're paying Kittle like a wide receiver, and boom, $20 million a year, whatever the number. Just give me a number. I don't even care. Well, Noah Fant's deal, 15. Okay.
15.
So Noah Fant's deal is coming up in a couple, 3 years. Noah Fant works out. You're going to be paying Noah. And by the way, Jerry Jeudy's going to be hot on his heels behind him. KJ Hamler's going to be hot on his heels. You just created a problem for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, but see, so that idea is based on the fact that Noah Fant is going to live up to his number one draft status, right? He's going to become a great route running tight end.
Well, we want to think that, don't we?
Well, that's what we want to think, but we still want to see it. And we can think it, right? When I was a kid, I wanted to be 6'6", but that didn't happen.
No.
They told me that if you dream it, it's achievable, but that didn't work out for me.
You believe it, you can achieve it.
Yeah, I lost about 6 inches. So
unless it's coming with growth.
Yes. So I'm 6 feet, but I'm 6 inches short. And maybe if I were, I would play basketball, but that didn't happen. So we can think or try to, want things to happen in a certain fashion, but until the player goes out and show us on a consistent basis he can do that, it's just an afterthought. I love the idea, and if Kittle was able to make $15-20 million a year,
which he should be making,
which he should, it definitely gives Noah Fant something to strive for. Hey, Drew. Hey, we inside the red zone. Hey, listen, I know the play is called for Albert O, but throw me the ball. Throw me the ball.
Get me the ball.
Give me the ball.
Give me the rock.
Yes. I can easily see that conversation taking place.
Yeah, well, if tight ends are going to be changing the way that they get paid, you are the Denver Broncos, and you've got two really good ones. Albert O might be that guy.
He could.
Right? Because he's not a first-round pick, and he doesn't have that fifth-year option, and his deal could be coming up if Albert O works out, if Drew Lock works out. I mean, look at all these huge contracts.
But isn't that a problem that you would love to have, as bad as that sound?
Yeah, but it sucks because some guys aren't going to be here.
Hey, listen, man. You know what, Cecil? You know what they call that? It's not football business. It is the business of football. So sometimes you have to deal with that situation. And we haven't seen the Broncos have that type of drama in a while. So if you have to have that type of drama, you know what? Welcome that drama. Know that your team is getting better if you're in that situation. That means that every player that John Elway brought in here in the draft, they've all worked out.
They've worked out.
They've worked out.
Your drafting woes are done.
Right. Now
worked out pretty good, John.
Now your free agent woes, that's a whole different subject.
Right. That's a whole different can of worms, shall we say. You know what the most unrealistic thing was about draft day, which was on TV, by the way, as you were trying to find the Nuggets game, which we actually found. It's actually on TV. Please don't send me nasty texts like you did Mike Evans. But it's on TV. We're excited, right? Time's winding down. But do you know, when you scrolled past draft day, I thought the most unrealistic thing in that entire movie that I'm in, by the way, do you know what it is?
What, Kevin Costner playing the GM?
No, they cheered Roger Goodell.
Oh.
Instead of booing him. I was like, this is bogus. It's one of those things that takes you out of. You ever see a movie about, football, right? And you're like, oh, that's bogus.
Yeah, that never happens.
See a movie about talk show hosts or whatever, radio, and then you're like, oh, that never happens. Like, that's just one of those things that takes you out. As soon as on draft day, Roger Goodell walks out there and he starts getting cheered, I was like, oh, this is fake.
But you can't really put that in the movie where you
you can.
No,
yes,
you
can.
cannot.
Everybody knows it.
No, I mean you're filming a movie. You're trying to make it, you want to make it as realistic as possible.
Well, that's not realistic.
No, it's not. But you want to, so you have to portray a certain type of image, and that's part of it. You don't want to boo the commissioner. You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that.
Not in a movie.
Sorry, we're distracted. We will give you a Nuggets update and, in addition, tie a big red bow on this show. That's coming up next. Come on, Skip. Yeah, Skip. Come on, Skip. Woo! Well, do you want to tell him or you want me to tell him?
Well, Kyle Kuzma just hit a 3-point shot. It was contested by Bo, who has a wingspan of 7'2"? And he shot that ball right over the outstretched arms of Bo. It's, man, it's going to be interesting. Now the question is, the question is, if you are Mike Malone, who are you drawing this play up for? You already took Jokic and Jamal Murray off the floor, Michael Porter Jr. early in the third.
Dozier's been hot.
So PJ Dozier,
yeah,
he's going to get this last shot. Look at this.
That's an incredible
shot.
Yeah, that's like a rainbow.
High-arcing shot.
Rainbow.
Wow.
Yeah. So big time shot, and there's not enough time to get a shot off. I mean, what? 0.4 seconds? Like that's not enough time.
Catch and shoot. Reggie Miller, maybe.
Yeah.
Am I wishing? I'm hoping.
Yeah. Was that in Madison Square Garden though?
I think it was.
Okay. Well, their clock out. There's a lot of things wrong with Madison Square Garden. That doesn't do anything.
You know what? Even though the Nuggets lost this game, I'm real proud of this bunch because those young guys, those bench players, they played their tails off. So now you know the level of intensity and the way that has been set moving forward if you are to face the Lakers again. Because right now, if things stay the same, you stay at the number 3 spot, you play Utah, you beat them, and then you face the Lakers in the second round. At least you know that in every game that you've played, it's been taken to the brink. You push them to a point that they have not been pushed before.
Right.
So I love this for the Nuggets and Mike Malone. And sometimes coaches would say, well, there are no victories in losing. I'll look at this as kind of a small victory. You saw a lot of young guys, a lot of bench players get quality minutes, and those guys played well, for sure.
They played well, but the Nuggets fall short. I'm just happy we got to see him on TV.
Well, yeah. I'm happy, Cecil, that we definitely got a chance to see them on television. And for those fans who have not this entire time, I hope you enjoy this game. This is just kind of preview of what this Nuggets team could actually become, because there are not too many teams that are deep in the NBA. The Clippers being one of them. Obviously, the Lakers are not that deep.
Right.
But this gives you a little hope.
The Nuggets have the depth.
Give you some hope.
Yeah, and in this weird year and
Anything
weird situation and bubble, if you've got that depth and size, like they can play multiple different ways too. Because we have to talk about small ball and the Rockets. Like, can it make a run? And I asked Danny Manning about it. You hear it on this show. And, yeah, sure, small ball can win in this type of situation. But you know what always wins?
What's that?
Depth and multiplicity.
Okay.
I think I said it right.
Yes.
You can do multiple things. They can go bigs. You want to go bigs? You want to go shoot outside all day? They can do that.
But here's my only issue with Mike Malone if he were to choose to go big, right? You can't go big against certain teams because what we've seen thus far in this whole restart is that the Nuggets struggle sometimes with smaller guards. You may go big, but now that's dribble penetration. They can go high pick and roll and get around you. And can you defend? And that's the thing. Those bigs, they may have the length, but they can't move their feet. That's one of those things that's a huge issue. So you like the idea of being able to go to different things, but I wouldn't go big against a team like Portland, right? And we've seen what Portland could do.
Right.
Dame, I think he had 45 or 51. So you don't want to do that. But at the end of the day, Cecil, you're happy at what you saw because this was a more assertive team than we've seen in this bubble.
You're happy with the effort. You're happy with the young guys. You're happy with them not backing down.
No,
that challenge.
That's what you want. You want your young guys to come in and your bench players to show that they have a little tooth, right? That they have a little grit, and I love to see that. I didn't see that until tonight with the Nuggets. I didn't really see it in OKC. I didn't see it with Miami. I didn't see it against the Spurs. It wasn't like a sense of urgency. In this game, they played this game tonight like it was a Game 7 elimination game. That's the way they play. If they continue to play like that, now the sky's the limit for this team.
And you see it from the young guys. You see it from the backup guys.
Yes.
You love that.
Yes.
You love that. All right. Well, good on you, Nuggets. You tried. You'll regroup, and you'll try again. By the way, not that I should talk to anybody about their hair. Although I do look fresh.
Okay. Fresh and so clean.
You're so fresh and so clean. So I'm getting thumbs up from my new haircut.
Okay.
From everybody. And you can't play that clip, my new haircut, KB. So we'll leave that alone. But shouldn't Braun just blade it? Like, MJ did wonders for guys who were losing their hair.
Sisu.
MJ did wonders, man. You just
Sisu.
blade it.
Wait a
Just
minute.
go clean.
Just think about this.
Just go clean. Do like MJ did. You know what I mean? MJ was getting a bald spot, and then he just, all of a sudden, everyone's got a bald head.
See, but when MJ started losing his hair, he was losing more of his hair than that of LeBron James. At least Braun still can edge it up in the front. See, once those,
I think he had some work up front because there was years. Remember when he was wearing the headband? I was like, ooh.
But you didn't know because he had a headband on.
Yeah.
But once you start losing those corners, then and the back at the same time, you got the dome, you got the sunroof.
Right.
Yeah, drop top.
Don't get the sunroof.
Hey, you have to start to cut it down. But when you have a guy like Deion Sanders, and Deion went from, and Brian Urlacher both went from not having hair to now having hair.
Yeah.
So when you're in LeBron stage, he's in the final stages. These are the final days of his hair. So you want to hold on to it as long.
Hold on tight.
As long as you can.
You gotta be like Wilson Phillips. You gotta hold on.
You gotta hold on tight
for one more day.
That's right, because once it's gone,
it's gone.
Or is it? Because Deion Sanders and Brian Urlacher, they know something.
But see, Deion had, and I've talked to Pritch about this plenty because they were teammates on the Falcons.
Yeah.
He had the
drip
Jerry
drip,
curl,
the drip drip.
But he said, Pritch told me it looked wet, but it was dry. It was like a dry drip that looked wet.
Really?
With the Jerry curl. I don't know how he did it.
I don't know how he did it because I always wonder, man, is the back of his neck wet? Because that thing
all dripping of juice.
Yes, it's juicy wet. It's just like, come on, man, the drip drip.
Yeah, he had the drip drip.
Yes.
Of course, that was the thing, right? Eric Dickerson, he had it.
Yeah.
He had the drip.
But think about this. Both of those guys had the drip drip. And both of them are rocking what I call zeros, which is no hair at all. But now Deion has hair. So the problem was when you go get that drip drip, it's going to do something to your hair. That's what happens.
Okay.
So leave Braun alone, man.
Well, I was just wondering. I was like, it's getting pretty thin back there.
But think about it, Cecil.
I was like, maybe he could just blade it and,
No, but see, that's why he took the headband off, because he realized, you know what? These are the last days.
Okay.
So since I'm living in the last days of the last hair fibers I have on my head, I might as well just let the public see it and then gradually go through it. And I'm surprised that even in this bubble, he hadn't gotten like a one guard and just kind of even it down like Kobe Bryant did.
Right.
That'll be, you can work that too.
Yeah, you could totally do that.
Yes.
I was just wondering.
Yeah.
Again, who am I to say anything about anybody's hair?
Hey, man, he's trying to hold on, man. He's trying to hold on for dear life.
Hold on for one more day.
Yes, man.
That's what he is trying to do.
No head plugs for the king.
Okay, well, we'll see if the Nuggets can bounce back from this one and see if their path of least resistance is the way to go.
They got a tough task Wednesday night. You're playing the Clippers. You got to man up.
Is that a tougher task than this?
I think it is, because the Lakers don't really have a lot of those guys, because if you take LeBron and Anthony Davis off the floor, who are your scorers, right? Kuzma came up big with a lot of shots. You got Dion Waiters, but you don't have guys like the Clippers have. You don't forget you got Lemon Pepper Lou Williams now. I think he may be back Wednesday.
Watch out for that.
Yes. He's going to be a little spicy for being on that quarantine from them lemon pepper wings he had in Atlanta.
Got Gotta watch out. Go get those chicken wings.
You know, the chicken wings.
Yeah.
Yes.
See, our man James Palmer, he's down in Tampa for a month covering Bucks training camp.
Yeah.
I told him today because he's in quarantine, right? He goes to the facility. He goes back to his apartment. I said, don't get the chicken wings.
Don't get the chicken wings.
It's tempting in Tampa. Let me tell you now.
Well, there was
temptation in Tampa is strong.
Listen, there was a great place in Ybor City that had some shrimp. Oh man, some. Here you go, coconut shrimp. Woo, with that dipping sauce. Woo, get out of here.
Shrimp kebabs.
Yes, sauteed shrimp.
Shrimp and boat captain. He's Nick Ferguson. I'm Cecil Lammy. Many thanks to you all for listening to the show each and every day. And, well, Ronnie James Dio has to say, look out here. And then I have to thank Kyle Berry, the man in the box. Stay frosty, Cardi B.